My brother said, "Talk to our attorney." He believed his wife and let her frame me for child abuse. I didn't break, I fought back. Now she's in jail. On a Friday afternoon, the process server delivered me the paperwork as I was loading groceries into my car outside Whole Foods. Her name appeared on official court records. Vanessa Whitmore versus Lauren Hartley, with my 6-year-old niece Lily, named as the minor child in a complaint seeking $2.8 million in damages for negligence, child endangerment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. I read the complaint again, standing in the parking lot with my frozen veggies thawing in the summer heat, unable to grasp what I was witnessing. According to the lawsuit, I permitted Lily to receive significant injuries during a weekend visit 10 weeks ago, neglected to seek adequate medical assistance, jeopardized her bodily and mental well-being, and created long-term trauma that required intensive therapy and medical intervention. The claims were detailed and horrific. They were also entirely contrived. I babysat Lily for a long weekend in May when my brother Ethan and his wife Vanessa went to a medical conference in Chicago. Lily had been completely well when they brought her up on Sunday evening. We had spent the weekend making cookies, watching cartoon movies, and playing in my backyard. She had left my home happy and healthy. Vanessa was now saying that I had nearly murdered her kid, and the papers connected to the complaint indicated that she had proof to back it up. I'd been a pediatric nurse for 9 years, specializing in emergency care at Children's Hospital in downtown. My whole career was spent safeguarding children, treating injuries, and fighting for their safety. The notion of endangering my own niece seemed preposterous. Ethan and I had always been close, calling many times a week and spending vacations together. When he married Vanessa 4 years ago, I happily welcomed her into our family. She was a professional and ambitious pharmaceutical sales representative who exuded real friendliness at family gatherings. Lily was born 3 years into their marriage, a lovely little girl with Ethan's black locks and Vanessa's green eyes. I had been at the hospital when Lily was born, and I was one of the first to hold her. Since then I've been babysitting on a regular basis, developing a particular and crucial bond with my niece. When Ethan phoned in early May to ask if I could keep Lily for the weekend while he and Vanessa went to a conference, I accepted without hesitation. Vanessa was at a pharmaceutical business event where she was honored for her sales performance. Ethan, who worked as a hospital administrator, accompanied her. They'd be gone from Friday evening until Sunday afternoon, less than 54 hours. Lily was looking forward to the sleepover, so she packed her favorite stuffed animals and princess clothes. Everything appeared typical on Friday evening, when they dropped Lily off. Vanessa provided me extensive information about nighttime habits, eating preferences, and emergency contacts. She appeared tight, but I ascribed it to job stress and trip anxiety. Ethan hugged Lily goodbye and thanked me for babysitting her. They departed at 5:30 p.m., and Lily and I had pizza for dinner. We played board games, she watched Frozen for the presumably 50th time in her young life, and she went to bed at 9 without incident. On Saturday morning, we used cookie cutters to make animal-shaped pancakes. We spent the afternoon in my backyard, where Lily played on the swing set while I weeded the vegetable beds. She scratched her knee slightly as she stumbled while hurrying to the home for a food. I cleansed the little abrasion with soap and water before placing a bandage. She wept for around 45 seconds before becoming distracted by the thought of ice cream. That evening we made chocolate chip cookies and frosted them with icing. Lily got icing in her hair, and we giggled as I helped her wash it out in the water. On Sunday morning, we headed to the downtown farmers market, where Lily chose fresh strawberries and persuaded me to purchase her a flower crown. We came home for lunch and she played with dolls in my living room while I made grilled cheese sandwiches. When Ethan and Vanessa arrived Sunday at 3:30 p.m., Lily ran over to hug them, excitedly discussing our weekend excursions. Vanessa was busy, checking her phone constantly while Ethan placed Lily's items into their car. I described the slight knee scratch from Saturday and showed Vanessa the modest bandage. She hardly glanced at it, stating that scratches are common among children. They thanked me and departed. I felt happy about the weekend since I thought we had fun, and everything went well. Over the next several weeks I observed Ethan becoming less receptive to my messages and calls. When I offered lunch the next weekend he stated they were busy. When I inquired about getting together for Mother's Day because our mother was visiting from Florida, he stated that they had other arrangements. I was wounded by the remoteness, but imagined they were struggling with job or marriage problems. Vanessa was putting up a case against me, which surprised me. The lawsuit filings revealed a different story from what I had experienced. Vanessa's allegation said that Lily returned from my care with many bruises on her arms and legs, indicating probable physical abuse. The knee scratch I mentioned was described as a significant laceration that required medical treatment, which I had negligently neglected to deliver. Vanessa said Lily had acquired severe anxiety as a result of the weekend, displaying trauma symptoms, such as nightmares, bedwetting, and a dread of being alone with adults. According to the medical papers attached to the complaint, Lily was sent to her physician 4 days after the weekend visit due to documented bruises and behavioral problems. According to a child psychologist's assessment, Lily endured a traumatic occurrence over the weekend that necessitated continuous therapy. Lily was photographed with visible bruises on her upper arms, thighs, and back. I gazed at these photographs, completely perplexed, unable to grasp what I was seeing. Lily had been okay when she left my home. I would have seen the bruises, and more significantly, I had not done anything to produce such damage. I contacted Ethan right after reading the complaint, my hands trembling as I dialed his number. On the third ring, he responded with a flat and icy voice that I had never heard before. I inquired what was going on, why Vanessa was suing me when Lily had been okay during our weekend together. Ethan refused to address anything, and insisted that all communication go via their attorney. I attempted to explain that this was absurd, that I loved Lily and would never hurt her, and that there was something seriously wrong with the whole situation. Ethan stated the evidence spoke for itself before hanging up. I stood in my kitchen, feeling punched in the gut, trying to understand how my brother could believe I had hurt his kid. We had been close our entire lives. He'd attended my nursing school graduation, helped me move into my first apartment, and supported me through my divorce 4 years ago. Now he was supporting his wife in a lawsuit accusing me of child abuse. The treachery was stunning, and the consequences were professionally catastrophic. If these claims were made public at my hospital, my nursing career may be over. Accusations of child endangerment, even if baseless, ended careers in pediatric medicine. Monday morning, I phoned an attorney, Brooke Callahan, who was recommended by a coworker. Brooke specialized in family law and defamation disputes, having over 20 years of expertise defending professionals against false claims. Her workplace was downtown, in a building facing the river, and we met that afternoon. I produced the lawsuit paperwork and outlined the entire case, including a detailed account of the weekend with Lily. Brooke listened closely, taking notes and asking detailed questions regarding the chronology of events, what I'd noticed about Lily's physical state, and my subsequent encounters with Ethan and Vanessa. Brooke checked the accompanying medical documents and images after I was finished. She scowled and studied the photographs intently. "These bruises are extensive," she explained. "If Lily had this level of bruising when she left your care, you would have noticed." I emphasized that Lily was perfectly fine when her parents picked her up, with no bruising or discomfort. Brooke inquired whether I had any documentation from the weekend, such as photographs or videos. I took out my phone and showed her images from Saturday's farmer's market and Sunday morning's cookie baking session. Lily seemed cheerful and healthy in all of the photos, with no noticeable bruises on her exposed arms and legs. Brooke's expression became sharper. "This is vital. These photographs show Lily without any bruises, less than 18 hours before her parents brought her up. That timing does not match the medical documents Vanessa supplied." Brooke said that we needed to construct a detailed defense proving the claims were incorrect, and possibly investigating why Vanessa would fake such severe accusations. She inquired about my connection with Ethan and Vanessa, and whether there had been any disagreements or tensions prior to the lawsuit. I remarked that Vanessa had always seemed controlling, especially in terms of how Ethan spent his time and money, but I ascribed this to her personality rather than anything nefarious. Brooke inquired whether Ethan and Vanessa had any financial or marital concerns that I was aware of. I said that Ethan had indicated a few months ago that Vanessa's sales commissions had reduced owing to changes in her company's incentive system, and they'd had to cut some costs. Brooke made some notes. Financial hardship might lead to fraudulent claims, especially if there is insurance or compensation available. She inquired whether I had home's insurance or professional liability coverage. I confirmed that I possessed both, but with considerable regulatory constraints due to my nursing career. Brooke nodded grimly. "That's probably what Vanessa is after. She isn't only attempting to hurt you. She's attempting to obtain your insurance money through a bogus claim." The discovery made me feel ill. My sister-in-law was determined to harm my name and profession in order to profit from my insurance policies, and she was using my brother and niece to accomplish this. Brooke sought a $12,500 fee to start preparing our defense, saying that expenses may skyrocket if the matter went to trial. I authorized the payment, and my savings account took a significant blow. She also suggested that I hire a private investigator to review Lily's medical records and interview key witnesses. The investigator, Grant Holloway, a former police detective, visited Brooke's office on Wednesday to examine the matter. Grant has 28 years of law enforcement experience, focusing on fraud investigations and child welfare issues. He studied the complaint paperwork with skepticism. "These bruise patterns are interesting," he told me. They have a consistent hue and distribution, which is rare for incidental injuries. Children who fall or bump into items develop dispersed bruises in various stages of healing. These appear to be purposeful injuries. I felt my stomach plummet. Are you claiming Vanessa harmed Lily to frame me? Grant stated that was one thing we wanted to look into, along with determining whether the medical documentation was authentic, or perhaps forged. He'd ask for comprehensive copies of Lily's medical records, and question her physician, and the child psychologist who had submitted reports. He also wanted to check my residence for any risks or circumstances that may have caused Vanessa's injuries. I granted him permission to get anything he needed, determined to establish my innocence. Grant spent the next 17 days doing a comprehensive investigation, while Brooke prepared our legal answer to the complaint. Grant interviewed my neighbors who agreed that they saw me and Lily playing joyfully in my backyard that weekend, with no symptoms of discomfort. He collected my credit card receipts from the farmer's market and pizza delivery to document our activity and timing. He checked my backyard swing set and house inside, finding no dangerous hazards or sharp edges that may explain the bruise patterns in Vanessa's images. Most crucially, Grant received Lily's whole medical record from her doctor, Dr. Allison Mercer. The records indicated something unsettling. Lily had no history of bruises or injuries previous to the visit, which was documented 4 days after her stay with me. However, Dr. Mercer's notes contained a disturbing detail. When Vanessa brought Lily in, alleging the injuries occurred at my place, she appeared puzzled and reluctant when asked what had happened. The doctor saw that the child's replies appeared to be coached. Dr. Mercer was worried enough to submit a complaint with Child Protective Services, not about me, but about the chance that Vanessa was making up claims or injuring herself. CPS had launched an inquiry, but Vanessa had allegedly convinced them that the injuries occurred while Lily was in my care, diverting attention away from herself. Brooke filed our response to the lawsuit, disputing all charges and providing evidence that Lily was healthy throughout our weekend together. We also filed a complaint against Vanessa for defamation, abuse of process, and intentional infliction of mental distress, requesting that she produce proof to back up her claims. The counterclaim sought fines for bringing a frivolous case as well as damages for the harm done to my professional image. Vanessa's attorney, Travis Caldwell, an aggressive litigator, filed a request to dismiss our lawsuit, claiming that Vanessa was only safeguarding her daughter and had real worries about Lily. The judge dismissed the request, deciding that both the original complaint and the counterclaim would go to discovery. Discovery allowed both parties to subpoena papers, conduct depositions, and examine evidence. Brooke quickly subpoenaed Lily's entire medical records from all physicians, school records indicating any behavioral difficulties, and Vanessa's financial records to determine a possible reason. Travis fought back fiercely, objecting to virtually every discovery request and filed petitions to limit our access. The judge mainly agreed with us, acknowledging that if Vanessa was making serious charges of child endangerment, we had the right to investigate any relevant information. The medical documents that emerged throughout the investigation were enlightening. Vanessa had taken Lily to 4 separate physicians in the week after her stay with me, each saying that her injuries were the consequence of my irresponsible care. However, the bruises noted at each visit varied in size, color, and position, indicating that fresh injuries occurred after Lily went home. One emergency department physician expressed worry about the account not matching the injury pattern and called CPS again. Vanessa was frequently seeking medical attention for Lily while blaming me, but medical authorities questioned if the injuries were caused by Vanessa's care. Grant interviewed Dr. Allison Mercer, who talked cautiously owing to patient confidentiality, but said she had been worried about Vanessa's conduct since the beginning. The mother appeared more concerned with recording injuries and creating a story than with her daughter's real well-being. Dr. Mercer told Grant, "When I indicated that the bruises may be from hard play at home or another source, she grew angry and swore they happened at the aunt's place." However, Lily's replies did not corroborate that scenario. The toddler appeared to be afraid of her mother rather than traumatized by her time with her aunt. Brooke arranged depositions in July, beginning with Vanessa. I sat next to Brooke during the deposition in Travis Caldwell's downtown law office, where a court reporter chronicled everything. Vanessa came in an expensive suit, her look meticulously planned to convey mother concern and professional trustworthiness. She took the oath, and Brooke started asking her about the weekend Lily had with me. Vanessa reported dropping Lily off and being scared to leave her, stating she had a sense something would go wrong. When Brooke inquired what particular worries she had at the time, Vanessa stuttered and said it was just a mother's instinct. Brooke persisted, questioning why Mom had left Lily with me if she had genuine worries. Vanessa said she had trusted her husband's judgment since I was his sister. Brooke provided the text message Ethan had given me weeks before the visit, clearly requesting if I could babysit and expressing trust in my abilities. Vanessa's face tensed, but she maintained she had been uneasy since the beginning. Brooke then inquired about bringing up Lily on Sunday afternoon, what condition she was in, and what I had told them about the weekend. Vanessa regarded me as evasive and suspicious, stating that I hustled them out of the house. I felt my rage mounting but maintained a neutral demeanor. That was a total falsehood. They had been distracted and rushed since Vanessa was continually checking her phone, and they had departed hastily on their own. Brooke shared the images I had shot over the weekend, which showed Lily happy and healthy with no obvious bruises. Vanessa disregarded them, claiming, "Bruises take time to appear, and the injuries must have occurred Sunday after the photos were taken." Brooke pressed her to explain how substantial bruising covering Lily's arms, legs, and back could develop in the short hours between my final shot at 10:45 a.m. Sunday and their pickup at 3:30 p.m., especially because Lily had been happily playing with toys and eating lunch at the time. Vanessa stated, "Children bruise easily, and I must have hurt Lily without realizing it." Brooke requested detailed instances of what I may have done to produce such bruises. Vanessa theorized that maybe I pulled Lily too hard, let her tumble, or was rough during playing. Brooke pointed out that none of these situations corresponded to the damage patterns depicted in the medical pictures, which showed consistent bruising, indicating purposeful force rather than incidental bumps. Vanessa grew defensive, claiming she was not a medical professional and was only trying to protect her baby. Brooke then inquired about the timing of medical appointments, specifically why Vanessa had brought Lily to 4 different physicians in 1 week. Vanessa stated that she was seeking second opinions because the initial doctors had not taken her worries seriously. Brooke inquired whether it was common for her to doctor shop when she disagreed with medical advice, and Travis objected, but the harm had been done. The pattern of activity seemed odd. The most devastating aspect of Vanessa's deposition was when Brooke inquired about her finances. Travis protested frequently, but the judge determined that financial motive was relevant to our defamation suit. Brooke inquired about Vanessa's work income, and Vanessa acknowledged that her sales commissions had dropped dramatically over the previous year, owing to industry changes and greater competition. Her yearly salary had decreased from $200,000 to around $110,000, putting her in financial difficulty. Brooke inquired if she and Ethan had discussed their financial concerns, and Vanessa grudgingly admitted that they had been bickering about money regularly. Brooke then inquired as to when Vanessa first heard that I had large homes insurance and professional liability coverage. Vanessa maintained she'd never considered my insurance, but her body language indicated otherwise. Brooke supplied phone records indicating that Vanessa phoned my insurance company 18 days before filing the case, inquiring about policy limitations and claims procedures. Vanessa's face became pallid. She mumbled that she'd been trying to figure out if insurance would cover Lily's medical expenses, but Brooke pointed out that my insurance wouldn't cover bills for injuries I supposedly caused, only damages paid through a lawsuit settlement. Vanessa had been investigating how much money she could possibly extract before making the complaint, indicating premeditation rather than genuine concern for Lily's well-being. Ethan's deposition was planned for the following week, and I feared meeting my brother after months of silence. He came at the legal office weary, with black bags under his eyes and significant weight loss on his face and body. When he noticed me seated with Brooke, his face shifted to one of shame or grief, but he swiftly averted his gaze. Brooke questioned him about Lily's weekend stay with me, and Ethan recalled leaving her down Friday evening and picking her up Sunday afternoon. He verified that I had noted the tiny knee scrape, that Lily appeared cheerful and thrilled about her weekend, and that neither he nor Vanessa had seen any serious injuries when they picked her up. Brooke inquired when he first learned of the bruises Vanessa said Lily had experienced. Vanessa told Ethan on Tuesday evening, 4 days after the weekend visit, that she saw bruises while helping Lily change clothes. He was frightened and suggested they take Lily to the pediatrician. Brooke inquired if he'd noticed the bruises before the doctor's visit, and Ethan revealed that he'd been traveling for work and hadn't inspected Lily until Friday evening. "So your understanding of Lily's injuries is purely based on what your wife told you?" Brooke confirmed. Ethan nodded, grudgingly. Brooke inquired about Ethan's relationship with me, how long we had been together, and whether he had ever expressed concerns about my care of Lily before to this event. Ethan's voice strained as he stated that we'd been close our entire lives, that I'd babysat Lily on a regular basis with no difficulties, and that he had total faith in me. Brooke inquired as to what had altered his mind, and what proof had convinced him that I had harmed his daughter. Ethan claimed the medical reports and images were persuasive, and that many doctors had recorded damage. Brooke showed him the images I'd taken throughout the weekend, the chronology showing Lily in good condition hours before pickup, and the troubling trends in the hospital records indicating injuries happened after Lily got home. Ethan looked over the evidence silently, his countenance concerned. Brooke bluntly inquired whether he had Ever considered the notion that someone other than me may be to blame for Lily's injuries? Travis complained furiously, but Ethan spoke nevertheless, his voice barely audible. He admitted he had reservations, but Vanessa had been so adamant and intent on proving the case against me. Brooke inquired if Ethan had seen any changes in Vanessa's conduct during the previous year, particularly in relation to their financial burden. Ethan stated Vanessa had grown increasingly concerned with money, making remarks about others who had received insurance payouts or settlements to help them with their issues. He disregarded them as stress-related venting, but as he sat in the deposition studying the facts, his expression became increasingly skeptical of his wife's account of events. The most crucial development in the case occurred when CPS investigator Monica Reed phoned Brooke's office, seeking to meet. Monica, a 12-year Child Protective Services veteran, had been assigned to examine the complaints made by Lily's physicians. She arrived in Brooke's office on a Friday morning, carrying her case file and wearing a very disturbed countenance. She added that CPS had been following the case from the original doctor's findings, including home visits and interviews with family members. Monica claimed she had interviewed Lily several times, and the child's comments had been contradictory and alarming. Monica informed me that Lily had not described any incidences at your place that may explain her injuries. When I asked her what occurred with Aunt Claire, she mentioned baking cookies and going to the market. When I asked her how she acquired the bruises, she remained silent and stared at her mother. Children who have been through trauma frequently have clear memories of the occurrence, even if they are reluctant to share it. Lily had no trauma reaction to you, but she did display fear responses when her mother was present during our interviews. Monica had suggested supervised visits and a forensic child interview at the county's Child Advocate Center, but Vanessa had declined, stating it would further traumatize Lily. Monica accused Vanessa of faking the claims or inflicting the injuries herself, thus her resistance aroused red flags. Monica had been constructing her own case, recording concerns but lacking conclusive evidence until lately. Lily's kindergarten teacher alerted CPS after noticing disturbing conduct. Mrs. Sandra Whitaker, Lily's teacher, stated that she had grown distant and worried at school, with frequent mishaps and sobbing in class. More importantly, Mrs. Whitaker had observed new bruises on Lily's arms on multiple occasions after weekends at home, injuries that had not been apparent when Lily left school on Friday. Mrs. Whitaker had recorded these findings with dates and images taken with parental consent during a session in which she voiced her concerns to Vanessa. Vanessa disregarded the marks as normal kid injuries, but the instructor became worried enough to submit her findings to CPS. Monica had questioned Mrs. Whitaker extensively, and the teacher's notes revealed a pattern of injuries that occurred only when Lily was in Vanessa's care, not during school hours or the weekend she had spent with me. Monica also learned that Vanessa had spent several weeks studying personal injury cases and insurance claims before filing against me. Her browsing history, obtained through a CPS request, revealed searches for phrases such as homeowner insurance payout limitations, suing a family member for carelessness, and, most dangerously, how to document kid injuries for legal purposes. The pattern implied planned planning rather than a mother who really cared about her child's well-being. Monica informed Brooke that she was prepared to testify that, in her professional view, the evidence indicated Vanessa had manufactured or potentially caused Lily's injuries to support a bogus lawsuit against me. CPS was ready to file a dependency petition to take Lily from Vanessa's care, while further investigating the mother's abuse accusations. However, Monica cautioned that these situations were complicated and difficult to establish conclusively without direct proof or admission. We wanted more specific evidence, possibly video or witness testimony that Vanessa was inflicting harm. The difficulty was that most abuse took place in secret, making it extremely hard to document firsthand. Brooke inquired whether there was any way to create circumstances in which Vanessa could divulge her actions or intentions. Monica stated clearly that she could not counsel entrapment, but if Ethan agreed to put security cameras in the home under the premise of general security concerns, any film gathered would be acceptable. The concern was whether Ethan would comply, given his apparent allegiance to Vanessa despite mounting proof of her lying. Brooke proposed we meet Ethan discreetly, without Vanessa there, and explain the amassed evidence that his wife had been fabricating a case against me while potentially abusing their kid. Arranging a meeting with Ethan alone was tough. Vanessa appeared to keep a close eye on his communications and schedule, accompanying him to the majority of his activities and ensuring his availability. Grant Holloway was eventually able to reach Ethan at his office, contacting him from the hospital parking lot and hurriedly emphasizing that he needed to examine the evidence we had obtained before the case could advance. Ethan grudgingly agreed to meet at a coffee shop near his office during his lunch break, most likely since the invitation came from an investigator rather than directly from me, which may have raised Vanessa's concerns. Brooke, Grant and I waited at a corner table. In the packed cafe on Wednesday afternoon, watching Ethan arrive looking tired and drained. He sat down without ordering anything, maintaining a defensive posture. Brooke began by thanking him for meeting and acknowledged that the situation was upsetting for all parties involved. She claimed she wanted to provide him evidence he may not have seen because Vanessa controlled the narrative. Ethan began to disagree, but Brooke opened her laptop and exhibited the chronology she had created. Photos of Lily looking healthy and cheerful were taken at my house only hours before she was picked up. Medical records reveal that bruising appeared 4 days later, with patterns that were incongruous with an accidental incident. Multiple doctors have expressed worry that the account does not fit the injuries. CPS reports Lily's frightened reactions around Vanessa. The kindergarten instructor observed injuries occurring during weekends at home, not before. Ethan's expression shifted as he evaluated the facts, from defensive to dawning fear. Brooke showed him Vanessa's browsing history, insurance research, and the pattern of financial stress that drove a fake claim. She gave him phone records proving Vanessa called my insurance company many days before filing suit. Ethan's hands shook as he grasped the laptop, reading through documents that contradicted everything his wife had said. Brooke gently inquired whether he had ever seen Vanessa be hard with Lily, lose her anger, or exhibit troubling behavior with their kid. Ethan was silent for a long time before saying that Vanessa had been increasingly irritable over the last year, occasionally shouting at Lily for small offenses or forcibly gripping her arm when upset. He ascribed it to job stress and never anticipated it would develop to willful damage. However, after reviewing the material, the pattern was clear. Vanessa had made up a case against me in order to get my insurance money, and she was ready to damage their kid to make her tale credible. Ethan's eyes welled up with tears as the knowledge hit him full force. He asked Brooke what he should do, and she indicated the primary concern was to keep Lily safe from future violence. Brooke indicated that CPS was about to remove Lily from her home, which would be painful and public. An alternative was for Ethan to take voluntary custody, separate from Vanessa, and cooperate with the inquiry. Monica Reed had stated that CPS would approve this arrangement provided Ethan consented to monitored visits with Vanessa and the installation of security cameras to record exchanges. Ethan inquired whether this meant divorcing his wife, to which Brooke replied that it was very likely the case. But more crucially, it meant protecting his daughter from someone who had demonstrated a willingness to harm her for financial gain. Ethan sat quietly, contemplating everything, the weight of treachery and guilt visible on his face. He finally asked what I wanted. I spoke for the first time, my voice calm despite the emotion that threatened to burst forth. I wanted Lily to be protected. Ethan's friendship with me was mended, and Vanessa was held accountable for her actions. Ethan nodded slowly and stated he needed to see the proof for himself. He needed to see Vanessa's actions firsthand before dissolving his marriage based on circumstantial evidence. Grant recommended Ethan install security cameras that evening under the guise of basic house security, a logical rationale that Vanessa was unlikely to challenge. Ethan agreed to try, but his look indicated that he really hoped we were mistaken about his wife's conduct. Ethan bought a wireless security system that afternoon and installed cameras in the living room, kitchen, and Lily's room that evening. He informed Vanessa he was concerned about a string of break-ins in their area, which she accepted without question. The cameras recorded audio and sent motion detection alerts to an app on Ethan's phone. For the first 36 hours, the tape revealed typical family interactions, with nothing worrying or troublesome. Then, on Saturday morning, 4 days after installation, the bedroom camera acquired footage that altered everything. Vanessa entered Lily's room about 6:15 a.m. Ethan was out running errands. Lily was calmly playing with dolls, while Vanessa sat on the bed, observing her daughter with an expression that made my stomach turn when Ethan showed us the video later. Cold and calculating. Vanessa rushed out abruptly and grabbed Lily's upper arm, twisting it so hard that Lily shouted out. She then grabbed the opposite arm, leaving what would undoubtedly be obvious marks. Lily was weeping, wondering what she had done wrong. Vanessa's voice on the audio was unsettling. "Stop sobbing, or I'll give you something to truly cry over. We need to see the doctor again. And you're going to tell them Aunt Claire was hard with you throughout the appointments. Understand?" Lily, bewildered and scared, stated that she never longer visited Aunt Claire. Vanessa said, "I am aware of this, but the physicians are not. You're going to tell them you still visit your aunt, and she injured you this time too." The video proceeded for another 4 minutes, with Vanessa intentionally injuring Lily's arms and legs while instructing her daughter on what to tell physicians. Lily was weeping, plainly unable to comprehend why her mother was hurting her, and Vanessa's demeanor remained flat and businesslike throughout. She was fabricating proof for her case, inflicting new injuries to back her continual allegations of my wrongdoing. When she finished, Vanessa ordered Lily to stop sobbing and get ready because they were heading to urgent care. The camera caught her studying her daughter's arms with joy, seemingly happy with the noticeable bruises she'd caused. Ethan had been outdoors throughout the event and returned home to discover Lily distressed and Vanessa alleging the infant had fallen. Later that evening, he checked the film and discovered what his wife had done. He contacted Brooke soon away, his voice quivering, and told her, "We'd been right about everything." Vanessa had been assaulting Lily to support a fake lawsuit, and the proof was now on camera. Brooke instructed Ethan to secure the film immediately, make numerous copies, and call Monica Reed at CPS. She also instructed him to remove Lily out of the house that night, if possible, and take her somewhere secure till police interfered. Ethan brought Lily to his parents' place Saturday evening, informing Vanessa that his mother was ill and needed assistance. Once Lily was secure with her grandparents, Ethan contacted 911 and reported child abuse, supplying the authorities with CCTV footage. At 9:40 p.m., police arrived at Ethan's residence and discovered Vanessa home, alone. When presented with video proof, she initially denied everything, saying the movie was modified or created. However, the metadata remained intact, the timestamps were checked, and her actions were unmistakable. Vanessa was arrested on allegations of child abuse, fraud, and making a fake police report. She was hauled into county prison and bail was set at $125,000. Ethan filed an emergency custody petition that night, receiving temporary exclusive custody of Lily and suspending Vanessa's visits awaiting criminal procedures. CPS obtained temporary custody of Lily, placing her with Ethan's parents while Ethan completed parenting exams and determined that his household was secure. The inquiry grew quickly, with authorities realizing it wasn't just a personal incident, but a planned fraud operation targeting family members with bogus abuse charges. The next Monday, Vanessa's attorney Travis Caldwell submitted an emergency move to dismiss her lawsuit against me, acknowledging that the case had crumbled with his client's detention. Brooke contested the dismissal, stating that our case for defamation and malicious prosecution should be pursued to hold Vanessa liable for damages. The judge agreed, dismissing Vanessa's initial claims with prejudice and allowed our case to proceed. Travis dropped Vanessa's representation because he did not want to defend her against both criminal accusations and civil liabilities. Vanessa engaged Julian Cross, an expensive lawyer who specialized in defending white-collar offenders. Julian quickly began talking with prosecutors, hoping to reduce charges and avoid a trial. However, the video evidence was terrible, demonstrating planned abuse of a kid for financial benefit. Prosecutors were not interested in plea offers that did not entail significant jail term. The tale was found by the media, and local news sources began to report on the mother who beat her kid in order to accuse her sister-in-law for carelessness. The tale went viral regionally, with many outraged by Vanessa's premeditated brutality. My nurse supervisor at the hospital contacted to offer her support, telling me that my job was secure, and that the hospital management realized I had been wrongfully accused. Colleagues sent letters of solidarity, and some volunteered to testify about my character if necessary. The criminal trial moved rapidly, with prosecutors determined to make an example of Vanessa's atrocious actions. The trial lasted 6 days, and the jurors saw surveillance footage of Vanessa intentionally harming Lily while encouraging her to lie about my care. They heard evidence from Dr. Allison Mercer, Mrs. Sandra Whitaker, Monica Reed, and many medical specialists who explained how the damage patterns indicated purposeful maltreatment rather than accidental harm. Ethan testified regarding Vanessa's financial hardship, her investigation into insurance claims, and her changed conduct toward Lily over the last year. I testified about Lily's stay with me over the weekend, outlining her typical activities and her health when she departed. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all charges, including child abuse, fraud, submitting false reports, and conspiring to conduct insurance fraud. The judge set the sentence for 7 weeks later, giving time for pre-sentencing reports and victim impact statements. Lily's therapist, who had been working with her since Ethan took custody, gave a lengthy report on the psychological harm caused by Vanessa's abuse. Lily struggled with anxiety, trust concerns, and bewilderment about why her mother had abused her. The therapist's prognosis was cautiously hopeful, believing Lily may heal with constant therapy and a secure family setting, but the trauma would have long-lasting consequences. Vanessa's behavior was harshly criticized by the judge at the sentence hearing. She'd misused her role as a mother, taken advantage of her daughter's weakness, and manipulated the judicial system to perpetrate fraud against a family member who had shown nothing but love for her niece. The judge ruled that Vanessa's premeditated planning and lack of remorse deserved harsh punishment. She sentenced the defendants to 14 years in state prison, with the possibility of release after serving 80% of their time. Vanessa's face remained expressionless as the sentence was read, displaying the same frigid look seen on security film. She was promptly remanded to custody and began her prison sentence at the Women's Penitentiary Institution, 55 miles north of the city. Ethan filed for divorce the same week, and Vanessa's parental rights were terminated during a separate family court hearing. She would have no contact with Lily, nor would she have legal parental rights. The abortion was important to give Lily with stability and prevent her from future damage. However, Ethan felt regret for removing Lily's mother from her life. However, Vanessa had wrecked that relationship by her own vicious behavior. Our legal complaint against Vanessa was filed concurrently, claiming damages for the harm her false charges caused me professionally and emotionally. My attorney's expenses had topped $52,000. I'd lost freelance nursing gigs because of the time I spent defending myself, and the first claims had harmed my image. Brooke contended that Vanessa should be held financially liable for these losses, even though she lacked the means to pay. The court agreed and awarded me $310,000 in compensation and punitive damages. Vanessa held a rental property purchased before to her marriage, which was sold to help meet the judgment. Following the sale, I earned around $110,000, with the remaining judgment amount attached to any future assets or income Vanessa may receive after being released from jail. The money helped pay my legal bills and compensate for missed income, but it couldn't undo the emotional harm or lost time. More importantly, the verdict served as a formal recognition that Vanessa's acts were improper and damaging, confirming my experience and cleansing my name. Rebuilding my bond with Ethan and Lily required time and care. Ethan was saddened by Vanessa's treachery, feeling guilty for not seeing her behavior sooner, and defending Lily more successfully. He went to individual treatment and family counseling with Lily, trying to comprehend the trauma they'd been through and build healthy interactions. Lily was first perplexed as to why her mother was gone and whether she had done something wrong. Her therapist helped her realize that people, not children, are accountable for adult decisions, and that her mother's actions were not Lily's responsibility. Lily gradually grew more comfortable and fun, like the demeanor I recalled from before the lawsuit. Ethan asked whether I'd be prepared to spend more time with Lily, albeit under supervision at first, in order to restore our bond after the trauma. I accepted warily, meeting them at parks and restaurants where Lily would feel comfortable. She was cautious and apprehensive at first, but after a few visits, she was hugging me and asking if we could bake cookies like we did that fateful weekend. Children's tenacity never ceases to astonish me. And Ethan and I sought to mend our strained sibling relationship, acknowledging the hurt his decision to trust Vanessa had caused, but also comprehending the deception he'd faced. He apologized several times for questioning me, for prioritizing his wife's version of events over our longtime friendship, and for putting me through months of legal misery fighting against false claims. I appreciated his apology, but deeds were more important than words. Ethan demonstrated his dedication to restoring trust by consistently involving me in Lily's life, being open about his problems and worries, and actively attempting to be a better father and brother. We went to family therapy together, processing the betrayal and pain while creating new patterns of communication and trust. It wasn't simple or quick, but we eventually found our way back to a partnership that seemed genuine, albeit different from what existed before to Vanessa's destructive behavior. Some wounds leave persistent scars that alter the terrain long after healing. Lily is now 9 years old, flourishing in 2nd grade, and shows no symptoms of the trauma she endured. She sees her therapist every 6 weeks for maintenance sessions, addressing concerns as they occur, but otherwise doing well. She lives with Ethan in a smaller house he bought after selling the home he had with Vanessa, making new memories in an environment free of her mother's cruelty. I meet Lily around twice a month for dinners or trips. We've baked cookies several times since the lawsuit, reclaiming the hobby as something pleasant rather than something tainted by Vanessa's bogus allegations. Lily calls me Aunt Claire and tells me about school, friends, and anything else piques her 9-year-old interest. She doesn't mention her mother and I don't bring her up. If Lily asks questions, Ethan responds honestly but age-appropriately, explaining that her mother made horrible decisions that damaged others and is now in jail as a result. It's unclear if Lily will want to pursue that relationship as she grows older, but for the time being, she's content to be a child surrounded by grown-ups who protect rather than exploit her. 3 years after Vanessa's conviction, I got a letter forwarded from Brooke's office. Vanessa had written a 4-page handwritten message from prison, seeking to offer an apology or explanation. I read it once and filed it away without reacting. Vanessa had been suffering from mental illness and financial desperation, according to the letter, and she had convinced herself that the aims justified the methods, despite her guilt for hurting Lily and destroying her family. There was no meaningful recognition of the specific hurt she had caused me. No true regret for faking abuse charges and subjecting me to legal agony. The letter read more like an attempt to repair her own self-esteem than genuine accountability. I had no desire to communicate with the lady who attempted to destroy my life and harm my niece in order to have access to my insurance money. Brooke informed me that I was under no need to answer, so I chose silence. Some people do not merit your time or forgiveness, especially when their apologies suit their interests rather than addressing your pain. Vanessa's charges against me had no lasting effect on my career. My professional reputation was restored once the truth was revealed in public and she was found guilty of fraud and abuse. The hospital published a statement defending me and admitting I had been wrongfully accused, which helped to dispel any remaining doubt. I got emails from co-workers, past patients, relatives and community people expressing both support and indignation over Vanessa's actions. Some people related their own experiences with false allegations or familial betrayal, seeking solace in my narrative. After seeing Lily's exploitation and injury, I returned to work at the pediatric emergency room, filled with a newfound sense of duty to safeguard children. Every shift reminded me of why my work was important, why advocating for vulnerable children was critical, and how quickly systems may fail without alert experts asking questions. The experience helped me become a better nurse, more sensitive to discrepancies in injury excuses, and more likely to disclose concerns even when family members were believable and sympathetic. Looking back on all that transpired, I was filled with mixed feelings about Vanessa, Ethan, and the legal system. Vanessa received proper punishment for her actions, including time in prison for assaulting Lily and attempting to mislead me. The justice system eventually managed to expose her falsehoods and hold her accountable. However, the procedure was lengthy, costly, and stressful. I spent months defending myself against bogus claims, watching my money dwindle due to legal bills, and fearing for my professional future. The system only worked because I had the funds to engage skilled attorneys and detectives. Medical professionals recorded their worries, and Ethan finally decided to believe the facts over his wife. Without those circumstances, Vanessa may have succeeded in her fraud plot, destroying me and continuing to torture Lily. That truth is frightening, illustrating how many individuals suffer false charges and lack the means or assistance to adequately defend themselves. Despite the fact that the experience was traumatic, I was fortunate in some respects. Others in identical conditions may not have the same benefits or consequences. Ethan periodically asks if I've forgiven Vanessa, and I really don't know how to respond. Forgiveness means letting go of animosity and wishing the individual well, neither of which adequately describe how I feel. I'm no longer angry, but I don't wish Vanessa well, or hope for her salvation. She took deliberate decisions to harm her kid and wreck my life for financial gain. These decisions showed her nature in ways that cannot be undone by time or punishment. I've moved on, rebuilt my life and connections, and discovered serenity. But that is not the same as forgiveness. Perhaps certain behaviors are unworthy of forgiveness, or perhaps I am incapable of such grace. In any case, I no longer care what Vanessa emotionally deserves from me. She's no longer important in my life, except as a cautionary story about trusting the wrong people, and the harm that financial desperation can do. Lily deserved better than the mother she had. Ethan deserved more than the lady he married, and I deserved better than having my feelings for my niece turned against me. We all survived, and that must be enough. Thank you for staying till the end. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next one. After Dad's $4,800,000 estate opened, my blood sugar hit 658. My brother filmed instead of helping. 3 weeks later, labs proved he'd swapped my insulin with saline. I awoke on the restroom floor at 2:47 a.m. Paramedics strapped an oxygen mask on my face, while my brother stood in the doorway recording with his phone. Not helpful. Filming. My blood sugar level was 658. The usual range is 70 to 110. At 630 you begin to get diabetic ketoacidosis. At 760, you die. The lead paramedic continued asking when I had last taken my insulin. And I kept telling him 3 hours ago, right before bed, as I had done every night for the preceding 12 years. He gazed at my brother. My brother looked at his phone, and something about that interchange chilled my skin in a way that had nothing to do with the medical crisis actually killing me. The estate struggle began 7 weeks earlier, when our father died of a fatal heart attack at the age of 65, leaving behind a commercial real estate portfolio valued around $4.8 million. My father will share everything 50-50 between me and my brother Caleb. Simple, clean, and fair. Except Caleb had been Dad's business partner for the previous 9 years, while I had been teaching high school chemistry 3 states away. Caleb had access to all of the funds, assets, and papers. He'd been residing at Dad's house since the funeral, purportedly preparing things for probate. I drove down from Michigan to our hometown of Columbus, Ohio, 12 days after Dad died to remain at his house throughout the estate settlement. That's when my diabetes started acting up. I am 35 years old. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when I was 24, shortly after graduating from college. It's been a part of my daily routine for more than 10 years. I understand my body. I recognize the warning signals of high blood sugar, extreme thirst, frequent urination, impaired vision and exhaustion. I understand how excellent control feels against negative control. And I'd had great control for years. My latest A1C test, 4 months before Dad died, was 6.1, which is practically ideal for a diabetic. My endocrinologist, Dr. Michael S. Carter from Ann Arbor Medical Center, genuinely praised me at my previous checkup. So, when I began having hypoglycemic symptoms while taking my insulin on a regular basis, I blamed it on stress. Grief causes unexpected changes in your body. Cortisol levels increase. Sleep habits become interrupted. Food habits change. It seemed reasonable that my blood sugar would be more difficult to regulate. Except, it wasn't only more difficult to control. It was totally uncontrolled. Before injecting long-acting insulin at night, I would check my blood sugar. Let us pretend it was 135. Slightly high but doable. I would inject my customary dose of 36 units, which I had been taking for 2 years. Then I'd check again in the morning, anticipating it to be anywhere between 90 and 110. Instead, it would read 380, 420, or 511. I hadn't seen these numbers since I was initially diagnosed and had no idea how to control the condition. Numbers that didn't make sense considering my insulin regimen. I began monitoring my blood sugar every 2 hours and even set alarms to wake up during the night. The trend was constant and disturbing. My insulin simply wasn't functioning. I phoned Dr. Carter's office on a Thursday morning after a particularly horrible night in which my blood sugar reached 512. I spoke with Lauren Hayes, his nurse practitioner who had been overseeing my treatment for the previous 20 months. She asked all the appropriate questions. Have I modified my diet? No. Was I unwell from an infection? No. Was I experiencing extraordinary stress? Well, yeah. My father had recently died and I was dealing with his inheritance. She indicated that stress hormones might definitely develop insulin resistance, making my regular dosages less effective. She upped my overnight long-acting dose from 36 to 44 units and instructed me to call back in 4 days if things did not improve. They did not improve. They became worse. Caleb was quite helpful throughout this time. He saw I wasn't feeling well and kept asking if he could help. He'd bring me bottles of water whenever I mentioned being thirsty. He'd offer to prepare dinner so that I could relax. He'd ask about my blood sugar levels and shake his head compassionately when I informed him they were high. One night, he sat with me in the kitchen while I prepared my injection. Is it scary? He inquired, observing me draw insulin from the container into the syringe. Knowing you must do this every day or you will die. I advised him to get accustomed to it. You don't fully consider the stakes anymore. It becomes routine, much like cleaning your teeth. He nodded slowly and looked at the vial of insulin on the counter. Where do you keep it? In the fridge. I informed him. Yes, in the door of the upstairs bathroom fridge, the small one Dad installed when Mom was sick. Caleb was aware that he had previously lived in this house, but he inquired nevertheless. The estate lawyer, Thomas Whitaker of Whitaker and Associates, planned our first official meeting for Monday morning, 4 weeks after I arrived. I was feeling really bad by that moment. The persistently elevated blood sugar was creating a variety of secondary symptoms. Constant exhaustion, difficulties concentration, and blurry eyesight made reading texts uncomfortable. Frequent visits to the restroom disrupted the conference several times. Whitaker often paused his explanation of the probate procedure to ask if I wanted a break. I continued apologizing and explaining that I was all right, just struggling with some health concerns. Caleb sat across the meeting table, hands folded, appearing worried and patient. Maybe we should reschedule, he said after my third restroom trip. You clearly aren't feeling well. Whitaker agreed that it could be best. We rescheduled on the following Monday. I left the meeting feeling ashamed and irritated. I had seemed incompetent in front of our father's lawyer. Worse, I had appeared unstable, as if I couldn't handle fundamental adult obligations. That evening I upped my insulin dosage without first phoning Dr. Carter's office. I took 58 units rather than 44. It was foolish and even hazardous to take such a large jump without medical supervision, but I was desperate. I needed to get my blood sugar under control before our next appointment with Whitaker. I couldn't afford to appear distraught during the estate processes. My blood sugar level before bedtime was 371. The following morning, it was 552. I had taken 58 units of long-acting insulin, and my blood sugar had risen by 181 points. That isn't how insulin works. That is not how any of this works. Something wasn't right with me. Something outside stress, bereavement, or insulin resistance. I scheduled an appointment with a local endocrinologist, Dr. Allison Grant, at Columbus Diabetes Associates, and was seen 2 days later after stressing the situation was an emergency. Dr. Grant was in her late 40s, with gray-streaked hair and the calm, analytical manner of a specialist dealing with a medical emergency. She looked at my blood sugar logs, insulin dosage data, and a recent A1C test from Michigan. Then she examined me, looking for evidence of lipohypertrophy, a kind of scar tissue that might interfere with insulin absorption. Everything seemed perfect. She ordered a full blood workup, which included a C-peptide test to assess my pancreatic function, a hormone imbalance screening, and an insulin antibody test. I'm going to be honest with you, she added, removing her exam gloves. The presentation does not make physiological sense. You should respond to these insulin dosages. We need to find out why you aren't. The blood test was returned within 36 hours. Everything was usual. My pancreas was not making insulin, as predicted for type 1 diabetes. My thyroid function was fine. There is no illness, no hormonal imbalance, and no insulin antibodies. Dr. Grant phoned me personally to explain the findings. I want you to come back in and bring your insulin vials, she told me. All of them, including the ones you're using now and any backups you have. I'd like to test them. I asked her what she felt was wrong. There was a lengthy delay on the line. I don't want to speculate until we rule out environmental factors, she explained cautiously. However, if your insulin is incorrectly maintained or contaminated, this might explain why it isn't working. Can you come tomorrow morning? I said yes. I grabbed all of my insulin vials that evening. I had 3. The one I was using from the bathroom fridge, a backup in the same fridge, and an unopened one in my luggage case from Michigan. I arranged them on my dresser to bring to Dr. Grant in the morning. Then I headed downstairs to prepare dinner. Caleb was in the kitchen, staring at his phone. Are you okay? He inquired, looking up. You've seemed stressed lately. I assured him I was all right, but annoyed with my blood sugar concerns. He nodded compassionately. So, let me know if there's anything I can do to assist. We are in this together, right? Dad would have wanted us to take care of one another. I thanked him and reheated the leftovers. After supper, I returned upstairs to prepare my nightly injection. When I reached for the vials on my dresser, the backup vial was in a different location than I had placed it. Not much altered, but slightly displaced, about an inch to the left, something you may miss if you weren't paying attention. My hands became shaky. I told myself I was too paranoid. I persuaded myself that the stress of Dad's death, the estate processes, and my medical concerns, were causing me to perceive conspiracies where none existed. I assured myself Caleb wouldn't do that. He was my brother. We had grown up together. We had shared a room until I went to college. He'd been there when I was initially diagnosed with diabetes, teaching me how to administer injections and monitor my blood sugar levels. He phoned me every few months to see how I was doing and whether my diabetes was under control. He cared for me. But I also recall what Dad had stated approximately a year before his death. During one of our phone discussions, he said that Caleb had been pressing for a change in the business structure that would make Caleb the major owner and Dad a silent partner. Dad had refused. I built this company, he had stated. I'm not signing it away while I'm still alive and capable. Caleb had been furious with the choice. Very furious. I did not take my insulin that night. Instead, I visited a 24-hour pharmacy and purchased 3 fresh vials with my insurance. They were pricey, at $110 each, even with insurance. But I had to know. I needed to exclude the idea that something was amiss with my existing supply. I took my nightly dosage with one of the brand new drugstore vials. My blood sugar level before the injection was 382. When I woke up the next morning and tested again, it was 109, which is normal, healthy, and exactly where it should be. After an appropriate dosage of long-acting insulin, I sat on the side of my bed, looking at the glucose meter display, feeling chilly all over my body. The insulin from the pharmacist worked. The insulin from my bathroom fridge did not work, indicating that my medicine had been tampered with. I phoned Dr. Grant and informed her that I had found out the problem. She questioned what I meant. I described buying fresh insulin at the pharmacy and receiving a normal result for the first time in weeks. She paused for a bit before saying, Bring in all of your old vials today if possible. I'm going to have them evaluated by our lab and file a report with the Ohio Board of Pharmacy. If your medicine was tampered with, this is a serious offense. I agreed to come in within an hour. Then I went to the bathroom fridge and got the vials. The current one I was using was still there. The backup vial was gone. I had noticed it the night before on my dresser. It wasn't in either the bathroom or my bedroom. I looked for 25 minutes before acknowledging the apparent reality. Someone had snatched it. Someone who realized I was growing suspicious. Someone gained access to the house and my stuff. Someone who was my brother. I drove to Dr. Grant's office with the 2 leftover vials. The one I was currently using, and the unopened one from my Michigan travel case. Dr. Grant greeted me in an exam room with a worried expression that made her appear older than she did at our initial session. She gave over the vials to a lab worker who photographed them and filled out chain of custody documents. These will go to Ohio State's Medical Forensics Lab, Dr. Grant added. They may evaluate the contents to see whether there has been any replacement or contamination. The procedure takes around 4 to 6 business days. I asked her what she believed had happened. She selected her words carefully. In my 17 years of practicing endocrinology, I've encountered 3 instances of pharmaceutical manipulation. Both included family members with financial incentives. I cannot make allegations, but anybody with access to your insulin might readily replace it with saline solution or another transparent liquid. The vials appear identical. Without advanced testing, you'd never know. I did not return to Dad's place that night. I got into a downtown hotel and paid with cash since I didn't want Caleb to be able to monitor my credit card. I sat in my hotel room, reflecting on everything that had transpired during the previous 4 weeks. My blood sugar difficulties began shortly after I arrived at the residence. Caleb's remarkable care, giving me water, inquiring about my diabetes control, seeing me prepare injections, and his query about where I kept my insulin, which he already knew but asked nevertheless. At the rescheduled estate conference, I appeared incompetent and unstable, just the type of person whose judgment could be challenged in probate court. The missing backup vial from the night made me suspect. And at the heart of it all, there's the money. $4.8 million shared between 2 brothers, unless one brother is judged unable to manage his inheritance. I contacted the Columbus Police non-emergency number and requested to talk with someone about a possible attempted murder. The dispatcher connected me with Detective Marcus Reed of the Major Crimes Unit. Reed had worked with CPD for 21 years, according to the brief history he provided me when we met at the station the next morning. He was in his mid-40s, with graying hair and sad eyes from witnessing too many betrayals inside his family. I told him everything. Dad's death, the multi-million-dollar inheritance, my odd blood sugar issue, the insulin that stopped functioning, the lost backup vial, and the drugstore insulin that worked wonderfully. Reed listened without interrupting and took notes on a yellow legal pad. When I finished, he put down his pen and stared directly at me. "Do you still have access to your father's home?" he asked. I said, "Yes, I still had my key." "Don't go back there alone," Reed said. "If what you're saying is correct, your brother tried to murder you. The fact that he's photographing your medical emergency shows that he's documenting your alleged instability for legal reasons. This was deliberate. This is sophisticated. This is someone who has planned every step." Detective Reed directed Officer Nolan Park to accompany me back to the residence to grab my possessions and any evidence. Park was younger, perhaps in his early 30s, with an intense focus that made you feel both safe and little apprehensive. We got at the house about 10:30 a.m. on a Friday. Caleb's automobile was gone. I let us in with my key and immediately went upstairs to the bathroom. The insulin vial I had been using was still inside the refrigerator door. Park shot it in place before carefully bagging it as evidence, using a body camera to film the entire process. Next, we searched my bedroom. Park discovered an empty insulin bottle in the trash bin next to my dresser, buried among crumpled papers and tissues. Not one of mine, but an extra vial mistakenly dumped by someone who assumed it would be disposed of with the ordinary trash. Park also grabbed that. We then searched Caleb's room. I felt bad about it. Invasive, as if I was breaking some basic trust between brothers. However, Park was thorough and professional, inspecting drawers and closets with trained skill. In Caleb's bedside table, below a stack of financial paperwork pertaining to Dad's estate, Park found a box of saline solution vials, the sort used for wound irrigation or medical treatments. If you don't look closely at the label, it appears precisely like insulin. Park held up the box without touching it directly, using a pen to flip up the top. 2 vials were missing from the original box of 10. Park shot everything from numerous angles, then bagged the entire package. "We'll test these against your insulin vials," he added. "If the contents match, we have physical evidence of substitution. Combined with the medical paperwork from your doctor, this creates a prosecutable case." We were placing the evidence into Park's patrol cruiser when Caleb's vehicle came into the driveway. He climbed out slowly, glancing between me, the uniformed officer, and the evidence bags with an expression that cycled through perplexity, concern, and something more. Something calculated. "What's going on?" he asked, directing the question at me rather than Park. "Is everything okay? Did anything happen?" I did not say anything. Park went forward with his badge displayed. "I'm Officer Nolan Park with Columbus PD. We're collecting evidence related to an ongoing investigation. Do you live at this residence?" Caleb nodded, his gaze never leaving my face. "This is my father's house. My brother and I are both residing here while we settle the estate. What investigation? What evidence?" Park didn't answer. Instead, he requested Caleb to move aside as we completed loading the van. Caleb obeyed, but I could see his mind working, trying to figure out what I knew and what I might show. Detective Marcus Reed phoned me that evening with preliminary results from Ohio State's Medical Forensics Lab. They'd fast-tracked the analysis given the attempted murder claims. "The vial you were actively using," Reed continued, "contains approximately 80% saline solution and 20% insulin. Not enough insulin to be medically useful, but enough that you wouldn't quickly know something was wrong. The saline dilution explains why your blood sugar kept increasing after taking what you believed were enough doses. The unopened vial from your travel case is pure insulin, no tampering, and the empty vial we found in your trash matches the saline solution boxes in your brother's room. Same manufacturer, same batch number." I inquired what occurred next. "Now we build the case," Reed remarked. "We have physical evidence, medical documentation, and opportunity. What we need is motivation testimony, and any proof proving your brother's financial interest in you, seeming incompetent." I called Thomas Whitaker, the estate attorney, and demanded copies of every correspondence between him and Caleb over the preceding 7 weeks. Whitaker was professionally reluctant, until I indicated there was a current police investigation into alleged estate fraud and attempted murder. That changed his tone dramatically. He sent over the emails within 2 hours. There were 41 messages total. Most were standard queries regarding probate processes and property appraisals, but 6 communications sent over the period of 12 days voiced worries about my abilities to manage my inheritance. The first email was sent 4 days after I arrived at the residence. "I'm worried about my brother's health. He appears highly unorganized and is having problems controlling his diabetes. Is there a method for medical examination if one successor looks unable to perform financial responsibilities?" The second email followed 6 days later. "My brother had to leave our meeting multiple times due to health issues and seemed confused about basic estate details. I want to make sure he's safeguarded, even if it requires greater oversight of his portion." The cycle continued, each communication meticulously documenting my seeming deterioration, while posing Caleb as the worried responsible sibling seeking to safeguard both of us. Dr. Grant provided a comprehensive medical report detailing my 12-year history of excellent diabetes management, my recent unexplained hypoglycemic crisis, and the immediate normalization of my blood sugar once I switched to uncompromised insulin. Based on the patient's medical history and the laboratory confirmation of insulin tampering, she wrote in her conclusion, "It is my professional opinion that the patient's hypoglycemic episodes were iatrogenically induced through intentional medication substitution. Without intervention, the patient would have progressed to diabetic ketoacidosis, coma, and likely death within days to weeks." She attached my blood sugar logs, showing the dramatic contrast between the 4 weeks of using tampered insulin and the immediate improvement with pharmacy insulin. The documentation was devastating and indisputable. Detective Reed brought Caleb in for questioning on a Monday morning, exactly 5 weeks after the paramedics had found me unconscious on the bathroom floor. I wasn't present for the interview, but Reed recorded everything and played portions back for me later. Caleb maintained his innocence throughout, claiming he had no idea how saline solution ended up in his bedside table, suggesting maybe I'd planted it there to frame him out of grief-induced paranoia. He said he'd been nothing but supportive during my health crisis, that his emails to the estate attorney were genuine expressions of concern, not attempts to undermine my competency. When Reed presented him with the test proof confirming the insulin had been tampered with, Caleb argued maybe the pharmacy had made a mistake, or maybe my diabetes had merely moved to a more severe level. His explanations grew increasingly desperate and contradictory as the interview continued. The breakthrough came when Reed asked Caleb about the video footage, the footage from my medical emergency, which Caleb had filmed on his phone instead of helping. "Why were you recording your brother during a medical crisis?" Reed asked. There was a long silence on the recording. Then Caleb said something that destroyed any remaining pretense of innocence. "I needed documentation for the estate proceedings to show he wasn't capable of managing his portion." Reed asked him to clarify. "Documentation of what specifically?" Another pause. "Of his mental state, his instability." The lawyer said it would be helpful if there were concerns about competency. Reed pressed further. "So you were documenting your brother's medical emergencies to use against him in a state court, and you saw no reason to help him instead?" Caleb realized his mistake too late. He tried to backtrack, claiming he'd called 911 first before recording, that he'd only filmed for a few seconds, but the damage was done. He'd admitted to documenting my crisis for legal advantage rather than providing help. The Ohio prosecutor's office filed charges 4 days later. Attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, the tampered insulin qualified as a weapon under Ohio law, and estate fraud. The prosecutor, Madeline Pierce, had spent 14 years in major crimes and had a reputation for being thorough and merciless with white-collar criminals who hurt family members. She scheduled a preliminary hearing for 12 days out. In the meantime, Detective Reed executed a search warrant for all of Caleb's electronic devices, his phone, laptop, tablet, and cloud storage accounts. The digital forensics team found things that made the case even worse. Caleb had researched insulin tampering methods 4 weeks before Dad died. He'd visited forums discussing how to induce diabetic crises without being detected. He'd researched estate competency laws and medical conservatorship procedures. He'd even calculated how long it would take for sustained hypoglycemia to cause permanent organ damage or death. Every search, every calculation, every research query had been saved in his browser history like a roadmap of premeditated attempted murder. But the most damaging evidence came from Caleb's text messages with his girlfriend, someone named Rebecca Dalton, who worked in medical billing at a local hospital. The messages went back 7 months to before Dad's death. In them, Caleb complained about having to share the estate 1/2 to 1/2 when he'd done all the work building Dad's business. He wrote things like, "Why should he get half when he's been gone for years, and there has to be a way to contest the will." Rebecca had apparently suggested using my diabetes against me. "Doesn't he have to take insulin every day? What if something happened with that? Like if he seemed really sick or unstable?" Caleb's response: "That's genius. If he can't manage his own health, how can he manage millions of dollars?" The text chain continued over weeks, with Rebecca providing information about insulin storage and effectiveness, Caleb planning when to make the switch, and both of them discussing how to document my decline for legal purposes. The preliminary hearing was brief and brutal. Prosecutor Pierce presented the physical evidence, the medical documentation, the text messages, and the search history. Caleb's attorney, a public defender named Daniel Mercer, who looked increasingly uncomfortable as the evidence mounted, argued that the case was circumstantial, that the text messages were taken out of context, that Caleb's research could have been motivated by genuine concern for my health. Judge Evelyn Hart, who'd been on the bench for 24 years and had presided over some of Ohio's most notorious family crime cases, wasn't buying it. "Counsel," she said, removing her glasses and addressing Mercer directly. "Your client researched how to make someone diabetic appear unstable, purchased the materials to tamper with medication, had access to the victim's medication storage, exchanged texts. Planning this exact scenario, and filmed the resulting medical crisis instead of providing aid. At what point does this stop being circumstantial and start being a clear pattern of intentional harm?" She bound Caleb over for trial with bail set at $600,000. He couldn't make bail. He stayed in county lockup, awaiting trial. The estate proceedings took a different turn after the charges were filed. Thomas Whitaker filed a motion to pause probate pending the outcome of the criminal trial. Ohio has a slayer statute that prevents criminals from inheriting from their victims. And while Dad's death itself was natural causes, the argument was that Caleb's attempt to murder me for my inheritance disqualified him from benefiting from Dad's estate. Judge Hart agreed to pause the proceedings until the criminal case concluded. In the meantime, the court appointed a neutral third-party administrator to manage Dad's properties and accounts. I was relieved. I didn't want the money anymore. I just wanted to understand how my brother, Someone I'd grown up with and trusted completely, could look at me and see nothing but an obstacle to wealth. The trial took place 5 months after my near-death experience. The prosecution's case was methodical and overwhelming. Dr. Grant testified about the medical impossibility of my blood sugar crisis occurring naturally given my history. Dr. Carter, my Michigan endocrinologist, testified via video about my years of excellent control. The Ohio State forensic chemist testified about the insulin dilution and saline substitution. Detective Reed testified about finding the empty vial in my trash and the saline boxes in Caleb's room. Officer Park testified about the evidence collection. The digital forensic specialist testified about Caleb's research history and text messages. And I testified about watching my brother film me during a medical emergency instead of helping. About the missing backup insulin vial. About realizing someone I loved had spent weeks systematically poisoning me. Caleb's defense was weak and desperate. Attorney Mercer tried to argue that Rebecca Dalton had been the mastermind. That she'd manipulated Caleb into this scheme. That he'd just been going along with her suggestions without really understanding the consequences. The jury didn't buy it. Caleb was 37 years old, a successful businessman who'd co-managed a multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio. He wasn't some naive victim led astray by a girlfriend. The text messages showed him actively planning, researching, and executing the medication tampering. Rebecca was charged separately as an accomplice and took a plea deal, agreeing to testify against Caleb in exchange for a reduced sentence. Her testimony was devastating. She described how Caleb had asked her for advice about making someone look medically unreliable. How he'd specifically mentioned my diabetes as a vulnerability. How he'd laughed about me getting sicker while he documented everything for the estate case. The jury deliberated for under 2 hours. Guilty on all counts. Attempted murder in the first degree. Assault with a deadly weapon. Estate fraud. Judge Evelyn Hart scheduled sentencing for 12 days later. When that day came, she delivered a statement that I'll remember for the rest of my life. "Mr. Parker," she said, addressing Caleb directly as he stood in his orange jumpsuit and restraints. "You looked at your brother and saw only money. You took his trust, his love, and his medical vulnerability and weaponized them in service of greed. You researched how to kill him slowly enough that it would look like natural causes or medical mismanagement. You documented his suffering not to help, but to use against him. You stole weeks of his life and nearly stole all of it. This court finds your actions to be among the most callous and calculated it has encountered." She sentenced him to 21 years in state prison with no possibility of parole for the first 14. Rebecca Dalton got 6 years for conspiracy and accomplice to attempted murder. The estate proceedings resumed after the conviction. Under Ohio's Slayer statute, Caleb was disqualified from inheriting anything from Dad's estate. His entire 1/2 share reverted to me, by default. I inherited everything. The properties, the business, the bank accounts, all $4.8 million, plus the appreciation that had occurred during the 9 months of legal proceedings. Thomas Whitaker handled the final transfer with professional efficiency. When he handed me the last document to sign, he said something that struck me as both true and terrible. "Your father built this legacy to provide for both his sons. It must break his heart, wherever he is, to know one son tried to murder the other for it." I signed the papers and walked out of Whitaker's office as the sole heir to everything Dad had worked for, and all I felt was empty. I moved back to Michigan 12 days later. I couldn't stay in Columbus. Couldn't live in Dad's house where my brother had spent weeks slowly poisoning me while I slept down the hall. I sold the house and most of the properties, keeping only 3 small commercial buildings that generated steady rental income. The money went into trust accounts managed by financial advisors I'd never met, people with no connection to my family or our history. I didn't want to think about it, didn't want to manage it, didn't want the wealth that had almost killed me. I went back to teaching high school chemistry. My students had no idea what I'd been through. They just knew me as Mr. Parker, the teacher who sometimes used diabetes management as an example when teaching about biochemistry and molecular interactions. Dr. Carter recommended I see a therapist to process everything that had happened. I started seeing Dr. Sophia Ramirez, a trauma specialist in Ann Arbor, who'd worked with victims of family violence. The first few sessions were just me trying to articulate how it felt to realize my brother had watched me get sicker and done nothing, had actively made me sicker, had filmed my near-death experience like it was content for his legal case. Dr. Ramirez helped me understand that betrayal trauma is different from other types of trauma because it destroys your baseline ability to trust. You have to rebuild your sense of safety from the ground up. She said, you have to learn that what happened with your brother was specific to him, not representative of all relationships or all family bonds. It took months before I could even begin to believe that. I still check my insulin obsessively. Every vial gets inspected before use. I bought a small safe for my medication, and I'm the only one with the combination. I test my blood sugar more frequently than necessary, paranoid that somehow the numbers will start climbing again, even though I know rationally that I'm using uncompromised insulin from sealed pharmacy containers. The trauma left marks that go beyond the physical. My current A1C is back to 6.3. Excellent control, according to Dr. Carter. But the psychological cost of what Caleb did can't be measured in blood glucose levels or hemoglobin markers. I visited Caleb in prison once, about 14 months after his conviction. I don't know why I went. Maybe I needed closure. Maybe I needed to hear him explain how he justified it to himself. Maybe I needed to see him in that gray prison uniform and understand that justice had been served. We sat across from each other in the visitation room with a plexiglass barrier between us and phones connecting our voices. He looked older, smaller somehow, diminished by incarceration. I asked him why. Why had he done it? He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I convinced myself you didn't deserve it. Half of everything Dad built. You left, went to Michigan, became a teacher. I stayed here, worked with him every day, learned the business. In my mind, I'd earned it all, and you'd earned nothing. The money became more important than you being alive. I don't know when that happened, but it did. I asked if he was sorry. He nodded. Every single day. But that doesn't change anything, does it? I told him. No, it didn't. Then I hung up the phone and left. I haven't been back. The weird thing about surviving attempted murder by a family member is that people don't know how to talk to you about it. They offer condolences like you've lost someone to natural causes. They say things like, at least he's in prison now, as if incarceration equals healing. They avoid asking questions because they don't want to be intrusive. So you end up carrying the story alone. My colleagues at the high school know what happened. It made local news in Michigan too. But no one mentions it. I'm just the chemistry teacher who takes insulin before lunch and sometimes zones out during faculty meetings because I'm remembering what it felt like to wake up with paramedics strapping a mask to my face while my brother stood in the doorway filming. Dr. Ramirez says, I'm making progress. I've started dating again cautiously and with significant trust issues that I'm upfront about from the start. I've reconnected with friends I'd pulled away from during the estate proceedings. I've established new routines that feel safe and controllable. But there are still moments when the weight of everything crashes down, like when I'm preparing my nighttime injection and I have a flash of panic wondering if the insulin is real. Or when I pass estate planning offices and remember sitting in Whitaker's conference room feeling like I was dying while my brother calmly documented my incompetence for legal advantage. Or when I see news stories about families torn apart by inheritance disputes, and I think about how Dad never could have imagined his estate would become my attempted murder weapon. The money from Dad's estate sits in accounts I rarely access. I live on my teacher's salary, about $68,000 a year, which is enough for a decent apartment and a reliable car, and the occasional weekend trip. The inheritance feels like blood money, tainted by what Caleb did to get it. But Dr. Ramirez reminds me that Dad wanted me to have it. That using it doesn't mean accepting what Caleb did. That I'm allowed to benefit from my father's legacy without carrying guilt for my brother's crimes. Rationally, I understand that. Emotionally, I'm still working on it. I've started using small amounts to fund diabetes research at the Ohio State Medical School, and to support programs teaching high school students about science and medicine. If Dad's money has to be part of my life, at least it can do some good. Sometimes I wonder if Caleb thinks about what he lost. Not the inheritance or the properties or the business partnership with Dad. Those are just money and assets. I wonder if he thinks about losing a brother. If he remembers the years before greed made me into a target instead of family. We used to be close, or I thought we were. We'd call each other every few months to catch up. We'd visit during holidays when our schedules aligned. He'd helped me through my diabetes diagnosis, learning about the disease alongside me so he could understand what I was dealing with. Or maybe that was research too. Maybe he was always calculating, always looking for advantages, always seeing relationships as transactions. I'll never know which memories were real and which were strategy. Judge Hart's words come back to me often. You looked at your brother and saw only money. That's what haunts me most. Not the physical danger, Not even the betrayal itself, but the reduction of everything we'd been to each other down to a dollar amount. $2.4 million to be exact. That's what my half of the estate was worth. That's what Caleb decided was worth watching me die. The math is simple and horrifying. My life, my trust, our shared childhood, our father's love for both of us. All of it calculated and found less valuable than money. You can't come back from understanding that. You can't unknow that equation. I still have the glucometer reading from that first morning after using the pharmacy insulin. 109, normal, safe, proof that my body wasn't failing, that my diabetes hadn't suddenly become uncontrollable, that the crisis was manufactured. I kept the printout in a drawer for months, looking at it sometimes when I needed to remind myself that I wasn't crazy, that my suspicions had been justified, that the person who tried to kill me was actually imprisoned for it and not walking around free. Dr. Ramirez eventually suggested I let go of that printout, that holding on to physical evidence was keeping me stuck in survival mode when I needed to move toward recovery. I threw it away, but I still remember the number 109, the proof that saved my life. The criminal case made local news, but never went national. Ohio teachers didn't recognize my name or my story when I returned to Michigan. I was grateful for that anonymity. I could rebuild my life without carrying the label of that guy, whose brother tried to kill him for inheritance money. My students know me as someone who explains molecular bonds with enthusiasm and occasionally brings in donuts for the class. My neighbors know me as the quiet guy in Unit 4C who's pleasant in the elevator and always sorts his recycling correctly. My therapist knows the full story and a few close friends know the outline. But most of my world is built on normal interactions that have nothing to do with attempted murder or family betrayal or estate fraud. That normality is precious and a hard one. There are good days now. Days where I don't think about Caleb or the tampered insulin or the paramedics finding me on the bathroom floor. Days where my diabetes is just a manageable chronic condition rather than a weapon someone used against me. Days where I can enjoy teaching chemistry without the irony of explaining how molecules interact while remembering that someone used molecular manipulation to try to kill me. Those days are increasing in frequency, and Dr. Ramirez says that's the definition of healing. Not forgetting what happened, but reducing how much space it takes up in your daily existence. I'm working on that. Some days are easier than others. I keep Dad's watch, the one Mom gave him on their 20th anniversary. Caleb hadn't wanted it during the estate division because it wasn't worth much monetarily. Just a regular Seiko with a leather band worn from years of daily use. But it was Dad's, and wearing it makes me feel connected to the parent who loved both of his sons and never imagined one would try to murder the other. Sometimes I wonder what Dad would say if he knew what happened. Whether he'd understand how money corrupted Caleb. Whether he'd blame himself for building an estate valuable enough to kill for. Whether he'd forgive either of us. Me for surviving and keeping everything. Caleb for attempting murder and losing everything. I'll never know. Dad died thinking his sons would take care of each other after he was gone. Instead, one of us tried to kill the other before the funeral flowers had wilted. I got a letter from Caleb 2 months ago. The prison screened it and forwarded it to my attorney first, protocol for contact between criminals and their victims. The letter was 2 pages, handwritten, full of apologies and regrets and explanations that didn't really explain anything. He wrote about the moment he decided to tamper with my insulin. How he'd convinced himself it was just to make me look unreliable for a few weeks, not to actually kill me. How things had spiraled beyond his original intent. How he wished he could take it back. How he understood if I never forgave him. How he hoped I was doing okay and managing my diabetes well. The cognitive dissonance of that last line, hoping I'm managing the disease he'd weaponized against me, would be funny if it wasn't so tragic. My attorney asked if I wanted to respond. I said, no. What would I even say? Some betrayals are too profound for communication to bridge. Next month marks 4 years since the night I woke up on the bathroom floor with my blood sugar at 658. 4 years since my brother filmed my near death instead of helping. 4 years since I learned that the person who'd grown up sharing a room with me could look at me and see only an obstacle to wealth. Dr. Ramirez says anniversaries of trauma are difficult, that I should expect the memories to feel more intense as the date approaches. She's right. I've been having more nightmares lately. Dreams where I'm checking my blood sugar and the numbers keep climbing no matter how much insulin I take. Dreams where I'm searching for the tampered vials but can't find them. Dreams where I'm trying to tell someone what's happening, but no one believes me. I wake up and check my glucometer immediately, confirming that my blood sugar is normal, that the insulin is working, that I'm safe. It takes a while for my heart rate to settle. The inheritance money funded a diabetes education program at my high school. I worked with the district to create a comprehensive curriculum teaching students about metabolic disorders, insulin function, and the daily realities of chronic disease management. We bring in endocrinologists to speak, demonstrate continuous glucose monitors, and explain how modern medicine allows diabetics to live normal lives. I don't tell the students why I started this program or what happened with my brother. I just teach them that diabetes is manageable, that insulin is life-saving, and that understanding biochemistry can literally save lives. One of my students, a girl named Haley, who was diagnosed with type 1 last year, told me the program helped her feel less alone and less afraid. That made everything feel slightly more bearable. Dad's money filtered through Caleb's crime and my survival, helping a 16-year-old girl understand she's going to be okay. It's not redemption, but it's something. I still teach chemistry. I still take my insulin. I still check my blood sugar religiously. I still see Dr. Ramirez every week. I still avoid Columbus and anything associated with Dad's estate. I still have nightmares about my brother standing in the doorway with his phone out filming. But I'm alive. That's the irreducible fact underneath everything else. Caleb tried to kill me methodically and deliberately over the course of 4 weeks. He researched it, planned it, executed it, and documented it. And I'm still here. That survival doesn't erase the trauma or heal the betrayal, but it matters. Judge Hart said Caleb stole weeks of my life and nearly stole all of it. But he didn't. He's in prison serving 21 years, and I'm in Michigan teaching students about molecular bonds and living a quiet life he tried to take from me. The last thing Dr. Ramirez said in our most recent session was about reclaiming narrative. Your brother wrote a story where you were an obstacle to be removed, she said. But you're writing a different story now. One where you're a survivor, a teacher, someone who took incomprehensible betrayal and transformed it into advocacy and education. That's your narrative. That's your power. I'm still figuring out what that means in practice. Some days I feel powerful, like I've overcome something tremendous and emerged stronger. Other days I feel broken, like the trust Caleb shattered left cracks that will never fully heal. Both things are probably true. Both narratives exist simultaneously. I'm a survivor and I'm wounded. I inherited everything, and I lost my brother. I'm safe now, and I'll never feel completely safe again. That's the reality of living after attempted murder by family. You carry all of it forward, the survival and the scars, and you build whatever life you can from what remains. My parents made me pay rent while funding my siblings' futures. Then I used their own lease against them to stop the exploitation. I turned 18, and my parents immediately began charging me $750 per month to live at home. They said it was to teach me responsibility and prepare me for the real world. I was still in high school, working part-time at a grocery store for the minimum wage, but they insisted. They wanted their money every month, on the first of the month. I barely had anything left after paying them, but I assumed this was how things worked as an adult. I paid every month for the rest of senior year. Then I noticed something strange. My brother, Ethan, turned 18 6 months after me. No rent. My parents explained that he was focused on his music and didn't need the stress. He sat in his room all day, playing video games and occasionally jamming on his guitar for 20 minutes. They bought him a new amplifier for his birthday that cost $1,800. My sister Sophia turned 18 a year later. She does not have to pay rent either. She was apparently preoccupied with her influencer career. She had 350 TikTok followers and only posted about once a week. My parents bought her a ring light and a new phone to help her create content. Meanwhile, after graduating, I was working full-time, attending community college at night, and still paying $750 per month. When I asked why only I paid rent, my mother explained that I was the responsible one who could handle it. My siblings needed more encouragement to pursue their goals. I kept paying while Ethan's musical career consisted of one open mic night where he forgot the lyrics. Sophia's influencer career peaked at 500 followers, despite my parents' payment for professional photos. My parents then raised my rent to $950, citing rising costs and the fact that I now worked full-time so I could afford it. At the age of 20, Ethan had never worked in his life. Sophia worked one shift per week at a boutique for the employee discount, but I paid more. The real kicker came when I overheard my parents discussing their finances. They were depositing my rent money directly into savings accounts for Ethan and Sophia. My rent was literally funding my siblings' futures, and I couldn't save a dime. They referred to it as their education funds, despite the fact that neither sibling attended school. Ethan dropped out of community college after one semester, and Sophia never applied. I attended night classes and paid my own tuition. When I confronted them, they claimed Ethan and Sophia were not as capable as me. They needed the financial cushion more. I was smart enough to do it on my own. That's when I discovered my parents had been telling everyone I was living at home rent-free and mooching off of them. They made themselves look like saints by supporting their adult child while I paid them $950 per month. My extended family thought I was a loser who took advantage of my parents. At family dinners, my aunt would make comments about how I needed to mature and support myself. My parents never corrected her, so I agreed to play their game. I went to them and told them they were correct. I needed more responsibilities. I asked them to draft a formal lease agreement so that I could establish rental history for my credit. They thought this was excellent adulting and drafted an official-looking lease with terms and conditions. They were so proud of teaching me about contracts that they even took a photo of me signing it to show off their responsible parenting. This is what they didn't realize. In our state, once you sign a lease, you have tenant rights, and they just broke about 15 of them. No proper notice of rent increases, no payment receipt system, no maintenance agreements, and no security deposit documentation. They had been entering my room without my knowledge, using my bathroom while theirs was occupied, and taking food I purchased without permission are all violations. I began documenting everything. Every time my mother entered my room, she borrowed something without asking. Every time my father used my laptop without permission. Every time they gave Ethan or Sophia money, they instructed me to pay more. They wrote the lease to allow for quiet enjoyment of the premises. It was difficult to enjoy when Ethan practiced his guitar badly at midnight, directly above my room. The lease specified access to common areas. Sophia's photography equipment is always spread across the living room, making it difficult to access. I sent them formal written complaints for each violation. They laughed at first, thinking I was overdramatic. Then I stopped paying the rent. I told them I was withholding it because of unresolved lease violations, as was my legal right as a tenant. They lost their minds and demanded the cash. I offered to pay if they resolved the violations. They claimed they did not have to fix anything in their own home. Cool. Then I did not have to pay. They tried to kick me out, but I showed them the lease they had written. They'd have to formally evict me, which could take months. They'd have to go to court and explain why they were evicting one child while the other two remained free. They would have to inform a judge about the savings accounts funded by my rent. They'd have to admit they were lying to everyone about me being free. The court records would be made public. Everyone would know. My mother panicked and offered to reduce my rent back to $750. I countered with zero, as did my siblings. My father's face turned bright red, and he began yelling that I was being disrespectful and ungrateful for everything they had done for me. His voice became louder with each word. My mother jumped in right away, saying, "They gave me a roof over my head. And this is how I repaid them. By threatening legal action like a stranger." She placed her hand on her chest as if I had physically hurt her. My heart was pounding, but I remained calm. I explained that I was not threatening anything and was simply asking for the same treatment that Ethan and Sophia received. $0 per month. My dad's face turned even redder, and he stormed out of the room. My mother looked at me for a second, as if she wanted to say something else, before following him out. I stood alone in the kitchen, holding my printed documentation of every lease violation. The papers felt heavy in my hands. I could hear the bedroom door slam upstairs. That night I lay in bed trying to concentrate on my homework, but I could hear my parents arguing loudly in their bedroom. The walls in this house were thin enough that I could understand most of what they were saying. My mother's voice came through first, saying they should simply let me stay rent-free to avoid problems. My father's voice rose again, insisting that this would be a reward for my bad behavior. He told me that I needed to learn respect. My mother said something quieter that I couldn't hear. Then my father mentioned something about not being manipulated by their own daughter. The argument went on for more than an hour. I gave up on my homework and lay there listening. Their voices gradually became quieter, and I heard their television turn on. The next morning, I came downstairs for breakfast and the kitchen was tense. My parents were already at the table, eating cereal and not talking to one another. Ethan walked in, scratching his head, and inquired as to what was going on, having heard yelling the night before. I poured myself a cup of coffee and explained the situation while my parents sat silently. I told him about the rent I'd been paying for years, the lease violations, and the savings accounts I funded with my own money. Ethan actually laughed and said I was overreacting about a few $100s per month. He took a bowl from the cabinet and said, "Everyone pays rent when they're adults." I pointed out that he did not pay rent. He shrugged, explaining that it was different because he was focused on his music. I asked when he had last practiced. He didn't respond. Sophia came downstairs in her pajamas, holding her phone. She must have overheard some of the conversation because she jumped right in, accusing me of being selfish and making everything about me when they were simply trying to pursue their dreams. Her voice had that whiny tone she used to elicit sympathy. I looked right at her and told her that my rent money was literally funding her dreams. I told her about the savings account. She opened her mouth but nothing came out. She looked at my parents, expecting them to deny it. My mother gazed down at her cereal bowl. My father got up and made a lot of noise while putting his dishes in the sink. Sophia's face turned pale, and she sat down without taking any food. That evening, my parents summoned me to the living room. They sat together on the couch, serious expressions. My father cleared his throat, saying they had discussed it and wanted to present a counteroffer. As a compromise, they reduced my monthly rent to $350. My mother nodded and agreed that was more than fair. I sat in the chair across from them and told them that the compromise was $0, just like my siblings. My father began to interrupt, but I continued speaking. I suggested that if they preferred, we let a judge decide what was fair. I took out my phone and showed them photos of the lease they'd written. Photographs of my payment records. Photographs of all documented violations. My mom's face turned white. My father stood up quickly and announced that he would be kicking me out immediately. His voice shook as he said it. I remained seated and calmly reminded him that this was illegal without proper eviction proceedings. I explained that he would need to file paperwork with the court. He'd need to wait for a hearing date. He'd have to explain to a judge why he was evicting one child while two others remained there free. I saw my mother's eyes widen as she realized I knew my rights. She grabbed my father's arm and pulled him back down to the couch. He was breathing rapidly as if he had been running. There was silence for quite some time. My parents then left the room without saying another word. My co-worker Katie approached me during our morning break the next day, so I must have appeared stressed. She inquired whether I was all right. I hesitated, but then it all came out. During our lunch break in the break room, I told her everything, including the rent, which my siblings had not paid, the savings accounts, and the lease violations. Katie's eyes grew large and she kept saying, "I can't believe my parents would do that." She stated that her own parents had problems, but at least they treated all of the children equally. She asked if I had any other places to stay. I told her I was staying because they couldn't legally force me to leave. Katie pulled out her phone and began texting someone. She told me that her husband, Barry, worked in property management and was very knowledgeable about tenant rights. She insisted I speak with him because he'd helped others in similar situations before. She claimed Barry had witnessed landlords engaging in various illegal activities and was always prepared to deal with them. I wasn't sure about including more people, but Katie wouldn't take no for an answer. She texted Barry back and forth for a minute before telling me he wanted to meet with me. She said he could review my lease and documents. I agreed because at this point, I needed all the assistance I could get. That weekend, I met Barry at a coffee shop near my workplace. He was a tall man in his 40s with glasses and a friendly smile. Katie had already shown him some details, so he knew the basics. I brought my folder containing the lease and all of my documents. Barry laid everything out on the table between our coffee cups and began reading it carefully. He took his time writing notes on a pad of paper. After about 20 minutes, he looked up and said, "My parents violated multiple tenant rights." He pointed to specific sections of the lease that they had written and explained each violation. There was no proper notice for the rent increase from $750 to $950. There is no receipt system for my payments. Despite the fact that the lease mentioned it, there was no documentation for the security deposit. He went through my photos of the times they had entered my room without my knowledge. Barry confirmed that I had a strong legal case if this went to court. He stated that most judges disapproved of parents financially exploiting their adult children. He explained that the lease my parents wrote provided me with more protections than they realized. He claimed I was doing the right thing by documenting everything and standing firm. He wrote down the name of a tenant rights attorney he knew who occasionally offered free consultations. He advised me to contact this attorney if my parents persisted in their demands. I felt relieved to have someone confirm that I wasn't crazy for fighting this. Barry stated that he would be willing to testify as an expert witness if the situation required it. He advised me to continue documenting everything and not let my parents pressure me into paying or leaving. We spent another hour discussing my options, and he answered all of my questions. I left the coffee shop feeling more confident than I had in days. Barry jotted down the attorney's name and phone number on a napkin. Crystal Winters. He claimed she worked with young people dealing with family landlord issues and occasionally took cases for free when she believed someone was being taken advantage of. I thanked him and placed the napkin in my wallet. When I arrived home that night, I went straight to my room and took out the napkin. I stared at the phone number for a while before calling. A receptionist responded, and I explained my situation as briefly as I could. She put me on hold for a couple of minutes. When she returned, she mentioned that Crystal had an opening for Thursday afternoon if I could make it. I agreed right away, despite the fact that it meant leaving work early. The following few days passed slowly. I carried my documentation folder in my backpack wherever I went. My parents tried to talk to me several times, but I kept the conversations short. My mom asked if we could sit down and talk like adults. I told her we could discuss it after I spoke with my lawyer. Her face turned pale when I said that word. On Tuesday night, I was in my room studying when I heard a knock. Before I could respond, my mother opened the door. She had tears running down her cheeks. She sat on the edge of my bed without asking and began crying more. She claimed I was tearing the family apart over money. She asked why I couldn't simply be the responsible one, as I had always been. She claimed Ethan and Sophia looked up to me, and now I was setting a bad example by involving lawyers. I shut my textbook and looked at her. I asked her directly why being responsible required me to be treated worse than my siblings. She wiped her eyes and stated that it was not her intention to treat me worse. She said Ethan and Sophia simply needed more assistance than I did. I asked her why they needed additional assistance. She couldn't give me an honest answer. She just kept saying that they needed help to find their way. I pointed out that I too was discovering my path, but I had to pay for it myself and give them money every month. She stood up and claimed I was being difficult on purpose. She left my room, and I could hear her crying in the hallway. On Thursday, I left work at 2 p.m. to make my 3 o'clock appointment. Crystal's office was located in a small building downtown. The waiting room had mismatched chairs and magazines from last year. The receptionist smiled and told me Crystal would be ready in a few minutes. I sat down with my folder in my lap. A woman walked out of the back office. She was probably in her 40s, with dark hair pulled back and glasses. She walked right over to me and extended her hand. Crystal Winters. She offered a firm handshake and made direct eye contact. She led me back to her office, which featured a large desk covered in files and papers. She cleared a space and told me to sit down. I opened the folder and began explaining everything. She listened without interrupting. She jotted notes on a yellow pad. After I finished, she leaned back in her chair. She said she had seen cases like mine before. She claimed that parents financially exploited their adult children on a regular basis, convincing themselves that it was for the kids' benefit. She claimed that the lease my parents wrote provided me with strong legal protection. She asked if she could keep my documentation and make copies. I said yes. Crystal called in her paralegal. Luke entered carrying a camera. He was younger than Crystal, probably in his late 20s. He began photographing every page in my folder, including the lease, my payment records, and the written complaints I had sent my parents regarding lease violations. He worked methodically and did not overlook anything. Crystal explained that everything needed to be properly documented in case it went to court. She stated that judges took these cases seriously when they discovered clear evidence of exploitation. Luke finished taking photos and returned the originals to me. Crystal stated that she would write a letter to my parents explaining their violations and my rights. The letter stated that I would resume paying rent once all violations were resolved and I was given the same terms as my siblings, $0 per month. I felt relief wash over me. Having a professional on my side made everything feel more genuine and less dramatic. Crystal said she'd have the letter ready by Monday and would mail it certified, requiring my parents to sign for it. She advised not to be surprised if they reacted negatively. She advised me to document any threats or harassment. I thanked her, and she told me not to worry about the payment right now. She'd figure something out because she despised seeing parents take advantage of their children. I left her office feeling stronger than I had been in months. The letter arrived at my parents' home on Wednesday. I was at work when my phone rang. My father, I let it go to voicemail. He called 3 additional times. Then my mother called. I didn't respond. During my lunch break, I checked the voicemails. My father was furious about how I got lawyers involved in family business. He claimed I was destroying our relationship for a few $100s. My mother sent me a message in which she cried and said I was ruining everything. When I arrived home that evening, my father was waiting in the living room. He began yelling the moment I walked in. How dare I involve lawyers in this? How dare I threaten them in their own home? My mom was crying on the couch. I remained calm and stated that I was not threatening anyone. I was just asking for the same treatment that Ethan and Sophia received. My father's face turned red. He said, "If I want to play legal games, maybe Ethan and Sophia should start paying rent as well." He yelled for them to come downstairs. Ethan came down first, looking perplexed. Sophia followed a minute later. My father informed them that starting next month, they would both be paying $350 in rent. Ethan's mouth dropped open. He said he could not afford it. My father asked why not. Ethan stammered, "I don't have a job." My father said that was exactly the point. If I didn't have to pay, nobody would get a free ride anymore. Sophia burst into tears, explaining that she was building her career and couldn't afford to pay rent. My father said she should figure it out then. Ethan looked at me like it was my fault. I simply stared back at him. This was the first time he'd had to think about money, and it was obvious on his face. He asked my father if he was serious. My father replied, "Completely serious. Everyone pays or nobody pays." My mother was still crying on the couch. Ethan returned upstairs without saying another word. Sophia followed him. Sophia made a TikTok post the following day. I didn't notice it at first, but Katie showed it to me at work. Sophia was in her room, looking sad, with a text overlay about toxic family members causing drama. An audio track about being misunderstood played in the background. The video received maybe 30 views. Katie rolled her eyes and said, "My sister was ridiculous." That evening, my mother posted the video to Facebook with a lengthy caption about how difficult it is when your children turn against you. She didn't go into detail, only mentioning family struggles and staying strong. I read the comments. My aunt wrote that some children did not appreciate their parents' sacrifices. Other relatives agreed. Nobody knew what was happening. They all assumed I was the problem based on my parents' lies. On Saturday morning, my aunt called me directly. I almost didn't respond, but decided I was done hiding. She immediately started talking about how I was being selfish and tearing the family apart. I interrupted her. I asked if she knew I was paying $950 per month in rent. She became quiet. I told her the entire story. How I had paid since I was 18. How Ethan and Sophia refused to pay anything. My parents put my rent money into savings accounts for my siblings. How they informed everyone that I lived freely. My aunt didn't say anything for a while. Then she said, "I have no idea." She claimed my parents always made it appear as if I was the one taking advantage. She apologized for judging me without knowing the truth. She admitted that the favoritism was wrong and apologized for the comments she had made at family dinners. I thanked her for listening. She said she'd call my parents and get their perspective, but she believed me. After we hung up, I felt as if someone in my family had finally understood what I was going through. Within an hour, my phone began to light up with texts from relatives I had barely spoken to. My uncle wanted to know if I had been paying rent. My cousin questioned why my parents never mentioned it. Even my grandmother called to see what was going on with the family. I responded to each one with the same basic information. $950 per month since I turned 18. Ethan and Sophia didn't pay anything. My rent went into their savings accounts. My parents told everyone I lived freely. The responses came in fast. My uncle said that wasn't correct. My cousin said she'd always wondered why my parents treated me like I was lazy when I worked full-time. My grandmother said she needed to talk to my mother about this. By dinner time, my phone was constantly buzzing. My parents' phones must have been worse because I could hear my mother on the phone in the kitchen, becoming louder with each call. She kept saying it was a private family business that people should stay out of. At one point, my father grabbed the phone from her and told whoever was calling that I was intentionally making them look bad. I stayed in my room, locked the door, and let them deal with the mess they'd made by lying to everyone. My mother knocked on my door the next morning. She appeared tired, and her eyes were red. She explained that my father wanted to make me an offer to settle everything. I followed her downstairs where my father sat at the kitchen table, holding a calculator and some papers. He stated that they would refund 6 months' rent to demonstrate good faith. That cost $5,200. In exchange, I agreed to stop discussing family finances with relatives. I took a photo of the papers with my phone and told them I'd think about it. I then texted the photo to Crystal. She called back within 20 minutes. Her voice was sharp as she warned me not to accept anything without proper legal documentation. She said the offer was an attempt to control the narrative and silence me. She inquired whether there were any conditions attached. I read her the papers, and she made a disgusted sound. She claimed they were trying to buy my silence while admitting no wrongdoing. She instructed me to reject it and let her handle the negotiations. 2 days later, my father sent me an email with an attached document. I opened it and began reading. They'd refund the $5,200, but I'd have to agree to pay $350 per month from now on. I also had to sign a document stating that I would not discuss family finances with anyone other than my immediate family. There was an entire paragraph about protecting family privacy and setting respectful boundaries. I sent it to Crystal without responding to my parents. She called me that evening, sounding annoyed. She claimed that my parents were still trying to control me while pretending to compromise. She inquired whether I wanted her to respond. I said yes. She told me she'd send them a letter outlining her terms, and they could accept it or see me in housing court. Crystal's letter reached my parents' house 3 days later. I was at work when my father called, screaming into the phone. He claimed my lawyer was threatening them and making unreasonable demands. I inquired as to the specific demands. He stated that Crystal requested a full year's refund and no future rent. I told him those seemed fair because that's what Ethan and Sophia received. He told me I was being ridiculous and hung up. My parents said nothing to me during dinner that night. When Ethan asked what was going on, my mother told him it was between them and me. Sophia scrolled through her phone, ignoring everyone. The silence felt heavy, but I did not try to fill it. My parents went 4 days without speaking to me except when absolutely necessary. Then my father showed up at work during my afternoon shift. I was restocking shelves when I noticed him walking toward me. He began talking before he even approached me. He said we needed to talk about the lawyer situation as adults. I informed him that Crystal was handling everything, and that all communication should go through her. He raised his voice, saying I was his daughter and he had the right to speak to me. Other customers began looking over. My manager emerged from the back office. My father kept saying that I was tearing the family apart over money. My manager stepped between us and asked my father to leave. My father looked at me as if I had betrayed him. Then he turned and walked away. My manager asked if I was all right. I nodded, but my hands shook. She advised me to take my break earlier. That evening Katie called me. She explained that Barry wanted to know if I needed a place to stay. She stated that if things at home worsened, they could use their guest room. I felt a release in my chest that I hadn't realized was tight. Having somewhere to go made everything seem less scary. I thanked her and promised to let her know. She stated that the offer was valid at any time. After we hung up, I sat on my bed and looked around my room. Knowing I could leave if I needed to made staying feel like an option, rather than a trap. Crystal set a deadline of 1 week from her letter. On the 5th day, my mother visited my room. She said they would consult their own lawyer. She stated that fighting this in court would be expensive and embarrassing for everyone. She inquired as to what it would take for me to drop everything. I informed her that Crystal's terms were fair. My siblings pay no rent and have received a full refund for the previous year. My mother's face became tight. She stated that it was $10,200. I stated that was what I had paid them. She departed without saying anything else. Day 6 passed without a word. On day 7, my father knocked on my door in the morning before I left for work. He said they had agreed on Crystal's terms. His voice sounded flat. He said they'd refund me for the entire year and let me live rent-free in the future, just like Ethan and Sophia. I inquired whether he was putting that in writing. He stated that their lawyer was drafting the agreement. I told him to send it to Crystal. He nodded before walking away. I got ready for work, feeling strange. I won, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like something in my family had broken and wouldn't be repaired. The refund check arrived 4 days later. $10,200 was made out to me. I stared at it for a long time before going to a different bank than my parents did. I opened a savings account and deposited the entire amount. The teller smiled and congratulated me on beginning to save. I thanked her and took the receipt. Walking out to my car, I checked the balance printed on the paper. All of the money I had paid them was in an account with my name on it. It felt genuine in a way it hadn't before. I'd been correct to fight for fair treatment. The money proved it. The atmosphere at home changed completely after that. My parents stopped trying to talk to me about anything other than basic household chores. Ethan avoided me entirely, spending the majority of his time in his room. Sophia walked past me as if I were not there. Family dinners took place in complete silence, with everyone eating quickly and leaving the table. My mother attempted to strike up a conversation several times, but it fizzled out quickly when no one else joined in. I ate my food and returned to my room. The house felt cold for reasons other than temperature. My mother knocked on my door early the following morning. She entered without waiting for me to respond and sat on the edge of my bed. She began discussing household expenses and how they really needed my rent money to keep things running. I sat up, looking at her. I mentioned that she and Dad had been putting my rent into savings accounts for Ethan and Sophia. If they needed it for household expenses, why was it sitting in my siblings' bank accounts? She opened and closed her mouth again. Her face turned red and she stood up quickly. She left my room without saying anything more. 2 weeks passed with little conversation. Then one night at dinner, my father cleared his throat and made an announcement. Beginning next month, Ethan and Sophia will each pay $350 in rent. Ethan dropped his fork, which clattered against his plate. He started complaining that it wasn't fair and that he couldn't afford it. My father held up his hand and told Ethan to stop talking. He said that if I didn't have to pay, nobody would get a free ride anymore. Sophia's mouth dropped open, but she said nothing. I kept eating my food without looking at anyone. Ethan pushed his chair back and stomped up to his room. Sophia followed him a minute later. My parents sat in silence as I finished my dinner alone with them. The following week, Ethan was suddenly extremely busy. He printed out his resume and began applying for jobs online. He visited the mall and dropped off applications at each store. Within 5 days, he had an interview at a downtown music store. He returned home 2 days later and informed everyone that he had gotten the job. He'd be working 4 days a week to assist customers and organize inventory. My father nodded and said, "That's good." Ethan looked at me across the table, but I just ate my meal. It was funny how quickly he could find work when he needed it. He'd been saying for 2 years that no one was hiring and that he should focus on his music instead. It turned out that jobs were available the entire time. Sophia took a different approach. She stopped going to her boutique job and told my parents she couldn't afford rent while pursuing her influencer career. She needed to devote all of her time to content creation if she wanted to increase her following. My mother looked at my father, and he shook his head. He told Sophia she had 2 options. Pay $350 per month or find another place to live. Sophia's eyes widened and she began crying. She claimed they were ruining her dreams and being unfair. My father did not change his expression. He told her she had until the end of the week to decide. Sophia ran upstairs and I heard her door slam. The next day she was on her laptop applying for jobs. She was hired at a coffee shop near the mall within 5 days. Living at home felt wrong, even though I wasn't paying rent. The air was heavy, and nobody looked at each other during meals. I started considering getting my own place. I texted Barry and asked if he could help me figure out what I could afford and what I should look for in a lease. He texted back right away, inviting me to come by his office that weekend. Saturday morning I drove to his workplace, a property management company. He had a large desk filled with folders and a computer with 2 monitors. He pulled up a chair for me and we talked about my finances for about an hour. He showed me how to figure out what percentage of my income should go toward rent. He discussed security deposits and utility costs. He looked up apartment listings in my area and explained what I should look for in lease terms. By the end, I had a list of 5 places to look into and felt like I knew what I was doing. Annie approached me after my community college class that week. She taught my business fundamentals course and was always friendly to me. She mentioned that my assignments were improving and that I appeared to be more focused in class. She inquired if everything was fine. I told her about the housing situation with my parents and how resolving it had given me mental space. She nodded and explained that stress affects everything, including schoolwork. She told me she was proud of how I handled the situation and that I was doing well in her class. It was nice to have someone notice the positive changes. I thanked her and went to my next class, feeling better than I had in weeks. I spent the next 2 weeks looking for apartments. The majority of them were either too expensive or in bad neighborhoods. Then I discovered a small studio apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building. It had a small kitchen and bathroom, but the main room was quite spacious. The landlord showed me around and explained that the rent was $900 per month, which included all utilities. I did the math in my head. This was less than the $950 my parents had charged me. I'd pay less to live on my own than I did in their house. The irony was not lost on me. I filled out the application that day and was approved 5 days later. My mom's face changed when I told her I was moving out. She expressed genuine sadness and asked if we could mend our relationship. I told her honestly that I needed time to decide whether I wanted them in my life after how they had treated me. She began crying, and my father wrapped his arm around her. He said nothing, but his jaw was clenched. I went upstairs and started packing my belongings. I had a month until my lease started, but I wanted to be prepared. The week before I moved, Ethan knocked on my door. He asked if he could help me move my belongings to the new apartment. I was surprised, but agreed. On moving day, Ethan arrived with his car. We loaded boxes and furniture, making 3 trips back and forth. On the last trip, he told me that he had no idea how unfair things had been until he had to get a job himself. He apologized for laughing at me when I first brought up the rent situation. He admitted to living in a bubble, and our parents had allowed him to stay there. I told him I appreciated his apology. We carried the last box up to my apartment, and he assisted me in arranging the furniture. Before leaving, he hugged me and expressed his desire for us to remain close. Sophia did not apologize, but she did stop making vague complaints about me on social media. Katie showed me that Sophia had deleted all of her posts about family drama and toxic siblings. Sophia received her first real paycheck from the coffee shop 1 week after I moved out. She posted a picture of it with the caption, "Honest work and earning your own way." She was now working 4 days a week and appeared to be less concerned with becoming famous on the internet. Sophia had begun discussing the possibility of attending community college next semester, according to my mother. Reality had struck both of my siblings, and they were handling it differently, but they were dealing with it. Moving into my studio felt different from the beginning. I chose a small secondhand couch and dark blue fabric and positioned it against the wall near the window. The kitchen had just enough space for a small table and 2 chairs, and I bought real dishes instead of paper plates, as I had done at my parents' house, to avoid arguments over who would wash them. I hung up some posters I'd had rolled up in my closet for years because Sophia always said they were ugly, and my mother would take them down. They were now on my walls, and nobody could say anything. I cooked actual meals for myself and ate them whenever I wanted, without Ethan showing up to steal half of my food or my father helping himself to the leftovers I had been saving. My belongings remained exactly where I put them. My shampoo remained in my shower. My snacks remained in my cabinet. Nobody borrowed my laptop, towel, or phone charger. The level of freedom exceeded my expectations. A week after I moved in, Crystal called to inform me that she was closing my case file. She stated that she never charged me for any of her work because parents who exploit their children financially made her very angry, and she was happy to assist me in standing up for myself. I tried to offer her something, but she refused and told me to use the money for my future instead. I thanked her about 5 times before hanging up, promising to send her a card. Katie and I began hanging out on weekends after she helped me get through the worst of the conflict with my parents. We'd go get coffee, walk around the mall, or just watch movies at her place with Barry. Having a genuine friend who knew the whole story and still supported me meant more than I could express. She never judged me for my legal issues or made me feel bad for going against my family. She simply listened and said I deserved better treatment. After 3 months in my new apartment, I had established a routine that felt stable for the first time in many years. I worked my shifts, went to class, came home to my own space, and saved money every month because I no longer had to pay rent. My phone buzzed with a text from my mother, asking if we could meet for coffee and talk. I stared at the message for a few minutes before saying I'd meet her at a coffee shop near campus. Part of me wondered if she was really ready to admit what she'd done wrong, or if this was just another attempt to guilt me into returning. I arrived at the coffee shop first and ordered a regular coffee with cream. My mom arrived 10 minutes later, looking tired and older than I remembered. She ordered tea and we sat at a corner table away from the others. She started talking right away and expressed her genuine regret for the favoritism and financial exploitation. She explained that she had convinced herself that I was stronger and more capable than Ethan and Sophia, so it was acceptable to treat me differently and expect more of me. But now she realized how wrong that was, and how much damage it had caused. She admitted to using my supposed strength as an excuse to take advantage of me while babysitting my siblings. Hearing her say the words aloud made something tight in my chest loosen up slightly. I told her that I appreciated her apology, but that rebuilding trust would take time. She nodded, stating that she understood and would wait as long as I needed. 2 days after meeting with my mother, my father sent me an email. It was shorter and less personal than my mother's apology, but he admitted that he was wrong to charge me rent while allowing Ethan and Sophia to live freely. He apologized for not treating me fairly, and expressed hope that we could improve our relationship moving forward. The email felt stiff and awkward, as if he had struggled with every word. But I appreciated that he had at least attempted to admit his mistake. I responded briefly, thanking him for his apology. Over the next few months I began meeting my parents for dinner at restaurants every couple of weeks. We kept things neutral and talked about everyday topics like work, school, and the weather. They were learning to treat me as an independent adult, rather than a source of income or a problem to be solved. My mother stopped trying to give me advice on every decision I made, and my father stopped acting as if I owed him anything for raising me. The dynamic had changed, and it felt more balanced. Ethan and I actually became closer after I moved out. He began texting me more frequently, and we would occasionally grab lunch together after his shifts at the music store. He told me that after having to start working and paying his own way, he realized how unfair things had been. He apologized for laughing at me when I first complained about the rent situation, and he admitted to living in a bubble created by our parents. He was still working at the music store and seemed to enjoy having structure and purpose in his life, rather than just sitting around playing video games all day. He even began to take guitar lessons seriously and practice regularly. A year after moving into my studio apartment, I was performing better than I had ever done. My grades at community college were good, so I started looking into four-year universities to transfer to. The money I'd saved from the rent refund, combined with not paying rent during my final months at home, had laid a solid financial foundation. I had nearly $8,000 in my savings account and a solid plan for the future. My relationship with my family was better now because it was built on mutual respect rather than obligation and exploitation. Standing up for myself had been difficult and frightening, but it taught everyone in my family that fair treatment was not something they could bargain for. I was worthy of the same consideration as everyone else, and I would never accept anything less. Family ignored my welding dreams for years. As I refused to skip my exam for my golden brother, Mom called it selfish. I left, and never went back. When I was 16, I thought my family was just a little dramatic, not damaged, but loud, proud, and emotionally clumsy. But by the time I was 24, I realized that some families do not intentionally damage you. They aim. My name is Ethan, and I passed my welding certification exam last month. It took 7 years of odd jobs, late nights, and early mornings in community college to get there. 7 years of sweating through steel fumes and clutching flashcards until my hands were too weary to handle a coffee cup. And the night before my exam, the single most crucial day of my life, my mother approached me in the kitchen and said, "Your brother needs help moving his couch." I wish that was a joke. I did not grow up believing I was the invisible one. It merely started gradually, like a water leak beneath the floorboards. My older brother Liam was always the favored child. He was the child who had his name painted on the wall above his bed, along with a small football and 2 stars on either side, but I shared a room with peeling wallpaper and a bunk bed that groaned like it was demanding to be taken down. Liam was 4 years older than me and always seemed to be 3 steps ahead. My parents had a backyard cookout for him shortly after he graduated from high school. When I made the dean's list my first semester, Mom looked at the email and said, "That's nice, honey. Can you take the trash out?" Liam didn't do much school. He moved between occupations like a leaf in the wind. Gym receptionist, then real estate, then something involving cryptocurrencies that never made sense, and finally accidentally maxing out his father's second credit card. Meanwhile, I worked weekend shifts at a scrapyard and studied during breaks because welding and sleeping were not my strong suits. I am not the brilliant kind. I'm the grinded-out kind, who wakes up at 5 a.m. and learns by repetition. But in my house, Liam might breathe incorrectly and be complimented for his lung capacity. I might be bleeding from both hands and be asked why I was causing a mess. It wasn't entirely terrible, I suppose. My Nana, Dad's mother, was the only one who seemed to notice me. She used to nickname me Maze the Maker because I was always making things, even from leftovers. But she died when I was 17, and whatever little barrier I had against the family hierarchy disappeared with her. After that, I was simply the spare son, the assistant, the errand runner, the one who always had time since having goals didn't count unless you wore a suit or talked about it on Instagram. And Liam moved into an extravagant apartment last year with his now ex-girlfriend, and when it failed, as it inevitably did, he chose to downsize to something more humble. That modest property was a duplex 26 minutes outside town, with a second-floor walk-up and a couch that appeared to weigh as much as his ego. He didn't mention anything until the night before my exam. I was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the living room, my notes spread out like a temple dedicated to pipe angles and safety rules. He strolled in as if he still lived there. Although he had moved out, his aroma lingered in the home. Expensive cologne, and entitlement. "Yo, Maze," he shouted, flinging a rolled-up pair of socks at my leg as if we were 12 again. "No, tomorrow morning. Couch is a beast." I glanced at him. "Tomorrow is my welding test." He hesitated. "Oh, right. You're still doing that. Still doing that." I glanced over at my mother, who was preparing tea in the kitchen. She had not said anything yet. She did not even look at me. "I've been studying for months," I explained carefully, trying not to seem defensive. "I must arrive promptly at 8 a.m. This is the practical test." Liam grumbled. "Dude, it's only one morning. I am not asking for a kidney." Mom turned around and eventually set out. She didn't shout. Not yet. Her voice was kind. She used to pretend to be calm when she was about to do something bad. "Honey, your brother is attempting to construct a genuine life. He cannot accomplish anything on his own." My hands became chilly, and I am not. She didn't respond, just gave me that tired look as if I was being theatrical for attempting to place myself on the same playing field. Then she continued. "I just think you could reschedule or skip it. There'll be other tests." I chuckled. Actually laughed, not because it was amusing, but because it was unbelievable. I have already paid the price, and you cannot reschedule it for another 7 months. This is my shot. Mom pressed her mug down harder than required. So you are saying no? I'm stating that I can't. I will not. And that's when the shouting began. She snapped like a rubber band that had been twisted too tightly. He's attempting to create something for himself. You're just playing pretend with your small metal toys. Welding? Really? Do you believe that is a legitimate job? Do you believe that will take care of you? Every part of me wished to shrink. However, something sharp began to rise in my chest. I stood up gently. And for once, I did not apologize. I did not beg to be understood. I scooped up my notes, passed by Liam, and went to my room. My father, as usual, remained mute and pretended to scroll on his phone in the corridor. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I maintained my thoughts. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I should have just helped and rescheduled. But then I realized how many times I'd bent, said yes, and placed myself second so that Liam could be first, again and over. So I packed my belongings. Not all of them, but plenty. My boots, helmet, notes, and my favorite sweatshirt, which had burnt arms from that summer. I helped rewire a metal barn roof and then departed quietly. No speech, no drama, simply the front door closing at 2 a.m., and the sound of my old Civic starting up in the driveway. I slept in my car that night, and the next morning, I passed my welding exam. I imagined that would be the end of it. They'd ignore me as usual, pretend I was simply going through a phase, and wait for me to return with an apology and a wrench in hand. But that is not what occurred. I departed with more than just my backpack. I removed the final thread that held their sense of normalcy together, and without me to hold it all together, their entire little house of cards began to disintegrate. But I didn't realize it yet. Not then. I was simply a guy with a certification, a sleeping bag, and years of suppressed wrath. Anger that was finally beginning to show fangs. For the following several days after passing my welding exam, I was caught in a strange limbo between tiredness and pride. I had not told anybody at home. There was no text to Mom, no call to Liam, not even a "Hey, I passed." It felt too important to discuss with people who would simply roll their eyes or nod nicely and ask if I'd considered pursuing a business degree. I basically stayed to myself, crashing on a friend's old couch, nursing coffee like it was fluid, and wondering for the first time in years whether, just maybe, I might have a true life that belonged to me. I expected them to try to contact me, or at least make a little effort to appear concerned. But there was no radio, not even a thumbs-up emoji from Dad, which, as you know, is how my father communicates. The only ping I received was from Liam. 2 days later. Didn't expect you to actually flake. Nice. There was no question about the exam. No acknowledgement of what I've been working on for years. Just that. I did not react. A week later, the guilt campaign started. It all started with a text from Mom. "You've made your point. Could you please stop punishing your family for loving you?" I gazed at the message for a minute before putting my phone down without responding. I'm loving myself. That's what it was. Screaming at me for putting my future first, rejecting my whole professional path as fictitious. They had an amusing way of expressing affection, and I quickly became bored of justifying myself to folks who never listened. But I should have known that quiet would not be enough. The next morning, I received a call from Aunt Claire, Mom's sister. We weren't close, but she was always nice to me in a distant, smile at Thanksgiving sort of manner. So when I picked up, I expected to make small conversation. Instead, she sighed loudly and continued. "Ethan, I just got off the phone with your mom. What is going on?" I blinked, sat up taller. "What do you mean what's going on?" "She's in tears. Says, you've gone completely off the rails. She said you cursed her out and stormed out in the middle of the night." "Ethan, you know she's been through a lot lately. You can't just abandon your family." I wasn't expecting that. I actually laughed. "What?" "That's what she said." Claire said. "That you're having a rebellious episode. That you're staying with strangers and refusing to return home." Strangers? I've been living with Ryan, my best buddy since middle school. His sofa had more family significance than half the embraces I ever received growing up. "She's lying," I remarked, my voice cold. I didn't swear at anybody. I just informed them I couldn't bypass my welding certification. Then she yelled that I was not creating a true life. So I departed gently. There was a prolonged pause. Then Claire cleared her throat. "Well, that's not what she told the rest of us." And that's when it clicked. They weren't simply attempting to shame me into returning. They were attempting to change the tale to make me the unstable character, the ungrateful son who rushed away, rather than the one who eventually stood up for himself. And in that version of the narrative, Liam remained the hero, the one who tried and needed help, while I was the one who inflicted suffering. I swiftly stopped the conversation after that. I wasn't harsh, but I didn't sugarcoat anything either. Aunt Claire didn't say anything in response. I could see she did not want to get involved. 2 days later, Liam shared a picture on Facebook. Big thanks to all the real ones who showed up and helped me move. Appreciate the love. In the shot, he's standing next to 2 of his gym mates, smiling as if he just got a movie contract. Mom said, "So proud of you, sweetie, starting your new life with integrity and grace." Grace. Integrity. That was it. That was the exact moment I felt it. The snapping point. Nor wrath, nor even grief, but a profound bone-level clarity. They were never going to comprehend. Even worse, they didn't want to. They enjoyed the tale of me being the bitter failure who was too obstinate to see how fortunate I was. It was cleaner and simpler to stomach. But I was not going to play along. That week I began making moves. Ryan introduced me to a person he knew at a fabrication firm across town. It wasn't spectacular, but the compensation was adequate, and they need welders who understood what they were doing. I arrived with my certification in hand and a fire in my belly. The foreman shook my hand, examined my sleeve burns and stated, "You'll fit right in." It was not glamorous. I burnt through my gloves quicker than I could replace them. By day 3 my boots smelled like molten metal, and my lunch breaks consisted of 10 minutes of stillness in a gravel parking lot. But for the first time in years, I was not faking. I was working on something, earning money, but yet receiving nothing from home. No congratulations. No, how about the job? Just quiet. Except for the rare communication from Mom, which reads like passive-aggressive greeting cards. Family isn't supposed to be this hard. You used to have such a kind heart. Don't let strangers turn you against your blood. Family is life. They loved that word when it fit them. Then I received an unexpected phone call. I was 4 weeks into my new work when Dad called. He called, not texted, and said, "We need to talk in person." I hesitated, but something in his voice seemed strange, so I accepted. We met in a diner midway between my apartment and theirs. I arrived wearing my work boots and a hoodie I hadn't cleaned in 3 days. He walked in wearing his old jacket and appeared to have not slept. We sat. The hush was heavy. Then he continued. "Your brother got fired." I said nothing. He made some stupid decisions with the crypto nonsense. He spent more than he made. His lease went through. He needs somewhere to stay. I gazed at him. Dad looked uneasy as he said, "Okay. Your mother and I were hoping he could move back into the house for a while, just until he gets back on his feet." I nearly laughed again. "That's fine. It's your house." Dad scratched his temples. "Thing is, we were hoping you could move back too. Help out with bills, chip in." There was a sign. The actual cause. They asked me to bankroll Liam's return tour. I slumped back into the booth. "Let me get things straight. He blew his rent, lost his job, and now you want me to assist pay the mortgage while he sleeps in his old bed and runs a business in the living room." Dad did not respond. "I just got certified. I'm finally working. I have a shot at something, and you want me to give that up for him? He's your brother. He claimed he needed us." I looked him full in the eyes and responded, "So did I." Then I stood up and went. I did not weep. Not in the automobile. Not going back to Ryan's. But something inside me eventually relaxed. A choice. A turning point. I was done asking to be noticed. I'm done auditioning for a position I'll never get. But just when I thought the worst was past, and the ridiculousness had peaked, something occurred. The treachery. It was delivered in the form of a letter, not an email or a text message. When I arrived home from work one evening, Ryan gave it to me with furrowed eyebrows. "Looks official," he remarked. "From your parents." I opened it with grease-stained hands. Inside was an official notification, not legal but near. A prepared note on letterhead that basically read, "We've decided it's time to make some financial changes. Because Liam is in transition, we've enabled him to sublease your previous room. Please communicate directly with him to obtain your remaining stuff. Any things left unclaimed at the end of the month will be deemed forfeited." I reread it 3 times. They gave Liam my room without asking or saying anything. The cherry on top was Liam's signature at the bottom of the letter, which was simply written in blue ink as if it were a business transaction. I didn't enter Ryan's residence that night. Not straight away. I remained on his porch for perhaps 20 minutes, gazing at the letter, reading and rereading it, trying to persuade myself that I had misread something. Perhaps it was a joke, a prank, or a strange way of summoning me back home. But it wasn't. It was authentic, typed, signed, and mailed with intent. They gave Liam my room. They removed me again, as if I were a placeholder until their actual kid was back on track. I stepped down to the curb and sat on the side of the pavement, arms on my knees, a letter crumpled in my hand. That's when I discovered it was already crumpled down the center, folded neatly and purposefully, indicating that someone, most likely my mother, sat down at a table, wrote it all out, and folded it like she was delivering a wedding invitation. There was no indecision or conflict, just a simple rejection. That was my rock bottom. Not the letter, not even the room. It was understanding I was so simple to take out that they didn't even try to lessen the impact by lying. They did not say temporary. They didn't say, "We hope you understand." Instead, they used the word forfeited, as if my life were a parcel left on their porch for too long. Returning to cinder. I didn't tell Ryan that night, I simply nodded when he asked if I was okay and walked into the guest room. I lay on the pullout, turned toward the wall and let the weight of everything drop on top of me as if the ceiling had collapsed. Over the next few days I didn't say much. I went to work, welded whatever was necessary and kept my head down. I didn't discuss the letter or bring up Liam. I believe Ryan felt something was awry. He's the type of friend who understands when to back off. But I could feel myself shrinking, as if I were changing into someone else, quieter, numb. However, one night, I snapped a little. We were watching TV, some idiotic cookery show, when the presenter said something like, "You've got to know your worth before anyone else does." I murmured without thinking. "Unless your family convinces you it's zero." Ryan turned off the TV. "Okay," he said, not rudely. "Tell me what happened." And I did. I told him everything. The quarrel before the exam, the stillness that followed, the guilt texts, the Facebook post, the dinner chat with my father, and eventually the letter. He did not say anything straight immediately, but stared at me for a long time. Then he said something that I will never forget. "Maze, they're not your family. Not anymore. They're your origin story." It slammed me like a steel beam in the chest because he was correct. I'd spent years believing I was a flawed piece of the puzzle, attempting to shove myself into a spot that was never intended for me. But perhaps the aim was not to fit. Perhaps the goal was to make my own dang table. The next morning I asked my foreman if I might work extra shifts. I informed him that I needed the hours. He glanced at me, smiled, and said, "You're not going to sleep for a month, kid? You sure?" I agreed. "Yeah, I'm sure." That month, I worked more than ever before. Early mornings, late nights, and weekends. I took any junk shift that no one wanted. I welded through blisters, missed lunch breaks, and immersed myself in the task as if I were trying to get the pain out of my system. And gradually, silently, it began to assist. The buzzing in my mind diminished. My chest discomfort became less intense. I was still furious and sad, but I was also moving. And then, approximately 5 weeks into the grind, something unexpected occurred. I was promoted. Not formally. No title. No increase yet, but the foreman began pairing me with the fresher men, having me examine their joints, teach them how to adjust their arcs, and provide feedback without yelling commands. At first I assumed it was a coincidence, but then he grabbed me aside and said, "You've got an eye, Ethan, and you've got patience. That's rare." I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded. Later that week, I purchased a new set of gear, including high-end gloves, a new helmet, and a set of bespoke earplugs tailored to my ears. Sure, it felt luxurious, but for the first time in a long time I felt valued. And then something crazy happened. I have my own place. It was a modest studio, about the size of a garage, but it had a functioning heater, good water pressure, and a window that looked out into a scrapyard where the sun caught the rusty metal just perfectly in the morning. The landlord was mellow, didn't ask too many questions, and let me sign a month-to-month lease. I recall standing in the middle of that studio on move-in day. Just myself, a twin mattress and a folding table, and I'm feeling a wave of peaceful tranquility. I had nothing, yet it was mine. I didn't post about it or publicize it to the world. I just started creating a life slowly and silently, one bolt at a time. Of course, there were some difficult moments. One night I stopped at a gas station and noticed my mother filling up her car at the next pump. She didn't notice me, and if she did, she pretended not to. I looked at her for a second. She wore the same weary coat and unkempt bun while cleaning the home. And for a little while, I felt the familiar need to approach and say something, to inquire as to why and how. But I did not. I let her drive away without saying a thing. Because by then, I'd learned something significant. Closure isn't always a door that somebody else unlocks. Sometimes you're standing alone and deciding not to knock. Ryan dropped by over the weekend with a housewarming present. He described a beat-up microwave and a plastic plant that appeared to have survived a battle. We sat on the floor, eating microwave burritos. I eventually informed him about my idea. I want to start something on my own. Not huge currently, but perhaps mobile welding, bespoke metal work, and repairs. He grinned. May's the maker back at it. Maybe. Over the following few weeks I researched small company permissions, mobile rigs, and equipment pricing. It was not easy. After paying rent and food, I hardly had enough money to save anything. But I started saving money steadily, dollar by dollar. Then came the call from Liam. There was no caller ID, just a voice that I hadn't heard in weeks. Ethan, I haven't said anything. He went on. Look, I know things got weird, but I wanted to talk, maybe clear the air. I should have hung up, but something inside me wanted to see what excuse he'd come up with this time. You know how Mom is, he continued laughing. She freaks out. It's all intense. I did not intend for you to lose your room. That was not my idea. Have you signed the letter? I asked plainly. He paused. I mean, absolutely, but only because she stated you didn't care and wouldn't return. She lied, I said. And you contributed. He became silent. Then, in a quieter tone, he said, I'm trying, man. I really am. I got a new job. It's remote but decent pay. Trying to clean things up. I didn't respond. At last he said, I miss having a brother. And maybe once I would have cracked, would have reached across the void and tried to fix things, but not now. Not this version of me. I hang up. No wrath, no speech, only stillness. Because it was the true power I possessed now. I didn't need them. Not for validation, shelter, or purpose. I had created something from nothing. Just myself, a pair of gloves, and a back that never stopped hurting. And this was merely the beginning. Because while they were still pretending and playing home with their broken deck of cards, I was ready to begin stacking actual bricks. When I was finished, they'd know about it. But it's not from me. By the time October arrived and the morning frost began to bite, I had established my own pattern. Wake up at 6, have a fast coffee, weld till my back felt like a steel beam, return home to my little studio, eat whatever Ryan insisted on putting in my fridge, and fall asleep watching YouTube videos on welding rigs, tool storage, and small company taxes. I'd become obsessed, not in a desperate way, but in a focused, sharp way, as if my previous life was attempting to suffocate me, and now I finally had space to breathe. However, after you start breathing again, you will be able to think clearly. And once I did, the setup began. It began with a notepad, a simple spiral-bound item I picked up at the dollar shop on a whim. I opened it up on my workbench one night and scrawled 4 words across the first page in strong black marker. They believe I'm gone because that's what it all came down to. My parents, Liam, had erased me. Not out of wrath, but as if it were a filing error. A row that is silently deleted. They believed I was a ghost in a flannel hoodie who would vanish and never be heard from again, and this assumption was going to cost them. But I didn't want retribution based on pettiness, like a social media post or a family text feud. No, I wanted something clean, something planned, a retribution that seemed to be successful, sounded like stillness, and felt like a guy rebuilding his own life brick by brick while they sat there wondering why the home kept growing colder. So I devised a strategy. Page 1 of that notebook contained my objective. The following 30 minutes were spent going over steps, contacts, quotations, drawings, and timeframes. I had never been a planner before. Always the person who worked hard and thought everything would work out. But now, I was in surgery. The objective is to develop a mobile welding firm by spring. Not showy, not large, simply genuine and sustainable. The first step was to find a reliable rig. My Civic was ideal for short journeys, but I wanted something that could handle metal, gas tanks, and tools without throwing a rod. Ryan assisted me in scouring listings every weekend. We even went to an hour-away mechanic who was selling an ancient Ford F-250 that was bashed up and corroded at the base but had a strong engine and a reinforced bed. I stood in front of it, arms crossed, and asked, "Will it get me to work without killing me on the freeway?" The mechanic, a guy named Roland with a cigarette behind each ear, nodded and said, "Kid, this truck is uglier than my first divorce, but it'll outlive us both." Sold. I drained half my savings on it, but it felt right, like planting roots in motion. I spent the following 2 weekends cleaning it out, polishing the frame, painting it matte black, and putting in a set of used racks for my welding tanks and toolboxes. Ryan, who had become a cheerleader and co-founder, assisted me in branding it. We drew up a logo one night over beers, something basic, yet striking. Ethan works with metal. That sounds legitimate, he said. Sounds like a guy who doesn't live on a futon anymore, I told him. We both laughed, but there was a spark beneath my ribs that had never been there before. Something new. Pride. Step 2. Obtain a license. I won't get into the dull specifics, but between permit offices, company insurance, EIN registration, and safety compliance paperwork, I felt like I was swimming in red tape for a month. I'd work full shifts, get home, and then spend 3 hours immersed in forms and how-to instructions. But as I dug deeper, I became more determined. It wasn't simply about starting a business anymore. It was about becoming unmistakable. Nobody could accuse me of pretending. Step 3 was more personal. And this is where the true arrangement began to take shape. I understood that if I ever wanted genuine closure, I needed to tackle the source rather than ignore or outgrow it. So I went home, not to discuss or cry, but simply to get what was mine. I wrote Liam a polite but stern text message. Nothing big, just, "Hey, I'll be by this weekend to pick up my remaining items. Please don't touch them." He said, "Sure, whatever's left is in the basement." The basement? Not even my old room. Of course. Saturday arrived. I pulled up in my pickup, parked halfway down the street and strolled up the driveway, gloves in my back pocket and my pulse racing like a war drum. The home had not altered. The same damaged mailbox and plastic flamingo remained in the flower garden. It was smaller than I recalled, less like a fortress and more like a prison. Liam opened the door in gym shorts and a tank top, as if he had not aged a day. He nodded as if we were still youngsters in the backyard, tossing rocks at the fence. I did not return it. "You may go around back," he added, pointing to the garage. "Stuff around the water heater." I did not say anything and went by him. The basement smelled like mold and old memories. My boxes were there, dusty and crumpled at the edges, one of them partly open with a pair of my boots thrown on top like garbage. I went through them gently. My helmet, my first pair of gloves, a photo of me and Nana with the edges curled, a notebook full of welding schematics from trade school, and other items they presumably assumed I didn't care about. I placed everything into cartons I took from the truck, taped them, labeled them, and stacked them neatly. Nobody came down to chat the entire time. I could hear the TV upstairs and Mom laughing in the background, but no one recognized my presence, which was okay since I did one final thing before leaving. I pulled out a little envelope from my pocket, printed on heavy card material and beautifully embossed with my logo and new business name. A basic one-page leaflet contained information on mobile welding services, the debut date, the services supplied, and contact information. I slipped it into the kitchen's rubbish drawer, next to the extra scissors and expired coupons. Let them discover it. Allow them to sit with it. A few days later, the calls started. First it was my aunt again. "Sweetheart, I noticed your company ad on Facebook, which your mother placed. Congratulations." I blinked. "She posted it?" she asked, expressing her pride in your business drive. I almost dropped the phone. Not a word to me, just a proud Facebook post. A couple more days passed before I received a text from my father. Here's a snapshot of my truck parked outside a job location. The logo gleams with the phrase, "Looks good." Your grandfather would have liked this. There was no apology. But it didn't have to, because the following arrangement took the shape of a contract. One of my former co-workers, Raul, a senior welder, approached me about a subcontracting opportunity. He said he appreciated my work ethic, and his cousin owned a construction company that needed metalwork done for a new home development on the west side. "Cash flow is solid," he stated, "and your name appears on the invoice." I met the cousin. We shook hands and agreed on the scope and price. That night I signed my first genuine contract with Ethan Works Metal. When the check cleared, I photographed and printed it. I didn't send it or even wave it around. I merely pinned it to my workstation, next to the crumpled letter from my parents. One piece of paper read "forfeited," the other replied they had paid in full. I didn't intend to get engaged in the neighborhood association effort. Not at first. I just wanted to weld, construct stuff, and expand my customer list. But life has a weird way of silently plotting your retribution while you're busy reconstructing your life from the bottom up. It began with a woman named Beth. She was in her late 50s and led the local neighborhood organization for the Oak View Expansion Project, a middle-class suburban development on the outskirts of town. Her husband had noticed my vehicle at a job site, taken a picture of the emblem, and given her my phone number. She phoned me the next day. We're looking for someone to fabricate custom railings for 20 new units, she told me, and possibly assist with some gate restoration on the older properties. Your name came up, you come highly recommended. I thought I'd dropped the phone. It wasn't merely a massive task, this was a public job. High exposure, constant employment, and a contract that not only paid my rent 6 months in advance, but also provided me with something more important: credibility. I met her on site, gave her my pitch, and showed her images of past work, credentials, and insurance. I was scared, over-prepared and sweating, but she nodded, went through my folder and said, "You're the first guy we've met who actually came prepared. The board votes next week, but I'd say you're in good shape." I received the contract 2 days later, and then the cosmos did its thing. 4 weeks into the endeavor, I drove into the area early to get a jumpstart. I had barely finished unloading steel rods when a familiar voice echoed over the cul-de-sac. "Wait, Ethan." I turned slowly. There she was. Mom's hair was nicely curled, her Starbucks cup in hand, and she was wearing the same smug look she usually had when speaking to people she needed to impress. She was walking a little white dog on a pink leash, which she used to claim she despised. And next to her, Liam was dressed in joggers and sunglasses despite the fact that it was cloudy. I did not flinch, instead wiping my hands on a cloth and nodding. "Hey." She blinked, as if she had seen a ghost. "What are you doing here?" "I currently oversee metal fabrication at Oakview," I answered, indicating to the railing behind me. "Custom installations, gate repair, that type of stuff." Liam blinked. "Wait, this is your company?" I smiled slightly. "Yeah, Ethan Works Metal. You might have heard of it." Their faces were priceless. Turns out they just moved into Oakview. Apparently after Liam's cryptocurrency thing imploded and his rebound job fell through, they scraped together enough to co-sign a unit together, one of the pre-furnished townhomes built during the first expansion. "Wow," Mom said after a pause. "Good for you, sweetie." "Sweetie," I nodded. "Appreciate it." Then I went back to work. But something about that run-in stuck in my head. Not because I wanted to impress them, not anymore, but because I saw something behind their eyes that I hadn't seen in years. Over the next few weeks, the Oakview job became my second home, and the residents loved me. I showed up early, did the work cleanly, and didn't cut corners. Word spread, and I began getting calls from people outside the association asking about custom furniture, signage, and sculpture work. Beth called me one afternoon and said, "Hey, the board wants to recognize you at the quarterly meeting. You've had a big influence on the area. Could you please pop by and say something?" I agreed. I donned my finest shirt, clean pants, and carried a photo slideshow of before and after projects on my iPad. The meeting was held at the neighborhood clubhouse where they hosted family barbecues and wine evenings. About 40 people attended, including Mom and Liam. They sat near the back, and I didn't look at them once. Beth introduced me, and I spoke for 5 minutes about how I got into welding, what I like about it, and how grateful I was to be able to work in a community that values craftsmanship. When I finished, they all clapped, including Mom. Beth then pulled me aside during mingling and refreshments. She said, "A couple of the older apartments here are still officially under the initial HOA management business. They are a bit of a mess. Late on repairs and behind on paperwork. It is slowing us down. But next quarter, we'll vote on merging the board and bringing everything under one administration, so we'll be searching for a new maintenance and fabrication lead for the entire subdivision." I raised an eyebrow. "That's a lot of land to cover." She grinned. "You'd be well compensated. And you'd have authority over all property maintenance, including who gets prioritized, who gets skipped, and what gets postponed." I understood right away. Liam and Mom's flat was in the old block, and I kept my face neutral. I'd be honored. The vote passed a month later, and I was the man they had to call for help. Within a week, the first request came in. A service ticket from their address, a loose stair railing, a potential safety hazard. I marked it as received, then let it sit for 4 weeks. They sent follow-ups. Polite at first, then urgent. "Please advise. We have some elderly folks visiting. Stairs are still unsteady, this is a safety problem." Liam even called my work number, which I did not answer. When Beth eventually inquired about the delay, I told her the truth. "I'll get to it, but I have a backlog. Residents who have supported the work from the beginning will be given priority." She just nodded. "Makes sense." I eventually went, took my time, arrived late, made a lot of noise, drilled slowly and loudly, and left metal shavings in the walkway. I still did good work, but there was no small talk, no eye contact, just work. Cold, clean and professional. When I finished, I handed Mom the invoice, full price, no discount. Before I turned to leave, I remarked, "By the way, your faucet's leaking upstairs." She blinked. "What? Second floor? I heard it while working. Might want to correct that." She started to speak, but I was already walking away, and that's when I realized they got it. Not just the message, but the whole image. I hadn't screamed. I hadn't thrown a tantrum, written a Facebook post, or called the family together for some big dramatic reckoning. Instead, I'd done something worse. I'd succeeded without them, built something they couldn't touch, dismiss, or take credit for, and now they had to live in it. Every railing, gate, and polished weld they passed on the way to their car. I was there. I would always be there. But not for them, just around them, like a shadow they couldn't shake. Months later, Ryan and I sat outside my shop. Yes, my shop, because I'd finally rented a small warehouse on the outskirts of town. The business was steady. I had 2 part-time guys working weekends. I had a waiting list, and most importantly, I had peace. "Did you imagine you'd go this far?" he inquired, cracking open a Pepsi. I glanced about at the truck, the shop, the stillness, and grinned. "No," I answered. "But I knew I'd leave them behind." And that's exactly what I did. They attempted to bury me, but I wasn't gone. My sister tried to take all the inheritance and frame me in court. My parents backed her. Minutes later, a man walked in and turned them pale. The bailiff called the case like he was reading a grocery list, and my sister stood up before the final syllable was spoken. She was eager to claim my grandfather rather than to honor him. She wore a tailored cream coat over black. The kind of quiet luxury that makes people believe you're correct before you speak. Her hair was flawless. Her face was dry. And when she looked at me, her eyes were not filled with grief. It was a calculation. Her attorney, in a slick suit, soft voice, and expensive watch, approached the counsel table with a thin stack of papers and slid them forward like a blade. "Your Honor," he replied. "We're moving for immediate transfer of the estate to my client, effective that same day." My parents nodded together behind him, as if they had practiced it in the mirror. My mother's hands were folded solemnly, as if she were attending church. And my father stared straight ahead, jaw set as if this were a business meeting and I was the impediment. The judge did not look at them at first. He looked at me. "Mr. Hale," he said, his tone flat. "Do you object?" My sister's lips twitched, as if she could not wait to hear me beg. I did not. I sat up straighter, rested my hands on the table, and made certain my voice did not shake. "Yes," I answered. "I object." Her attorney smiled, faintly and patronizingly. "On what grounds?" he inquired, already certain he would walk through me. I didn't give him an argument. "Not yet. I want to wait until the last person arrives," I told them. The judge blinked once. "The last person?" he repeated. I nodded. "Yes, Your Honor." My sister let out a small laugh that was not humorous. "This is ridiculous," she stated. "There is no one else." My father finally turned his head slightly toward me as he used to do when I was a teenager, reminding me that I was embarrassing the family. "You always do this," he muttered loudly enough. The judge leaned back, adjusting his glasses. "Ms. Hale," he replied. "This is probate court, not the stage. If you have an objection, it must be legal." "It is legal," I said calmly. "But it is not my place to explain." My sister's attorney approached, voice smooth. "Your Honor," he explained, "we're requesting an emergency appointment because Ms. Hale has been uncooperative. There are assets that must be protected, and my client is the responsible party." Responsible. That word was always used as a weapon in my family. It meant giving us control and not asking questions. My mother sighed softly, as if she was distressed by my immaturity. "She's grieving," she told the judge. "She doesn't understand how these things work." My sister's eyes remained on me, bright and cold. "I'm just trying to keep everything from falling apart," she told me. "Grandpa would want it handled properly." I stared at her, thinking about how quickly she'd found a lawyer, how quickly the petition appeared, and how polished my parents appeared sitting behind her like backup singers. The judge turned the page in the case file. "This petition requests full authority over the estate," he informed me. "It alleges the respondent is unfit to participate and may interfere." My sister's attorney nodded. "Correct. And you want me to grant it that same day?" the judge stated. "Yes, Your Honor," the attorney responded. "Is it effective immediately?" The judge looked at me again. "Ms. Hale," he replied. "What's your objection?" I kept my posture constant. My objection is that they're asking you to act without the full record, I explained. My sister laughed more sharply. There is no hidden record, she retorted. He died. This is what happens. The judge's expression remained unchanged, but his patience thinned. Miss Hale, he informed my sister, you will not speak out of turn. My father's lips tightened. My mother's eyes narrowed, as if she disliked being corrected. My sister's attorney attempted to salvage the situation with politeness. Your Honor, if Ms. Hale wishes to delay, we object. The estate cannot wait. I did not look at him. I looked at the judge. It will not be a delay, I stated. It'll be a few minutes. The judge exhaled and looked toward the courtroom doors, clearly deciding whether to entertain me. Whom are we waiting for? He asked. I responded with the simplest truth I could express aloud. The person who actually controls the inheritance, I corrected myself. My sister's expression tightened for the first time. That's me, she said automatically, but stopped herself when the judge's gaze flicked her way. The judge leant forward slightly. Miss Hale, he told me. If this is a tactic, it isn't, I answered. I'm asking you to let the record arrive before you sign anything. A beat of silence. Then the courtroom doors opened. Not a dramatic swing, but a clean, controlled push, as if someone was doing something with a purpose. A man entered wearing a black suit so plain it resembled a uniform. There was no flashy tie or jewelry in his hand, only an envelope and a calm expression as if he didn't care who in this room had money. He walked directly to the clerk's desk, not looking at my parents or sister. He held up the envelope, spoke clearly, and mentioned my name. Ms. Hale. The judge blinked, reached for his glasses again, and regarded the envelope as if it did not belong in his courtroom. The man in the black suit did not raise his voice. He did not explain himself. He simply placed the envelope on the clerk's desk with one hand and stated, "This is for the court from the trustee." The judge opened the envelope, read the sender line, and moved his mouth as if he had spoken before he intended to. That can't be, he muttered. The judge did not open the envelope as if it were regular mail. He held it between two fingers, turned it once, and looked at the return address again, as if the ink would change if he stared long enough. Then he ripped it open. No flourish, just a clean rip, as if he wanted the paper to stop pretending it was more important than what was inside. The courtroom was so quiet that I could hear my sister's attorney shifting his weight. The judge began by pulling out a single folded document. Thick stock, embossed seal in the corner, and a signature block that appeared too formal for what my family had been treating as a family meeting. As he scanned the top line, his jaw tightened. Then he read the sender aloud. Hawthorne National Bank Trust Department. My sister's face flickered for a second before she regained her composure. She'd spent her entire life working with money. Hearing a bank's name in open court should have made her appear powerful. Instead, it made her appear caught. The judge continued reading. This is a notice of trust administration, he informed me. It states the decedent's assets were placed into a revocable trust, and that the trust became irrevocable upon death. My sister's lawyer rose quickly. Your Honor, we're in probate. The judge did not even look up. Sit down, he instructed. He turned another page. And this, he said softly, is a certification of trust identifying the trustee. He paused again, as if the next line contradicted his understanding of how lawsuits are supposed to work. Then he read it. Successor trustee, Hawthorne National Bank Trust Department. My parents stiffened because they were looking for control. A bank isn't concerned with control in the same way that families are. A bank is concerned about documents, terms, and risk. My sister's attorney attempted to recover with confidence. Your Honor, even if there is a trust, probate still has jurisdiction over the estate. The judge eventually looked up. Counsel, the lawyer replied. Your motion requested all of the inheritance effective immediately. He touched the paper once with his finger. This trust certification states in plain language that the probate estate is minimal and the majority of assets are held in trust. He turned to face the clerk. Mark this as received, he stated. Then he looked at my sister. Not as a sister. Not as a family member but as a petitioner who had just attempted to take something she didn't own. Ms. Hale, he said to her. Did you know your grandfather established a trust with a corporate trustee? My sister raised her chin. He was influenced, she explained. He didn't understand what he was signing. The judge did not disagree with her feelings. He held up the following page. This notice includes a copy of the trust's execution affidavit and the list of witnesses, said the lawyer. It also includes an attorney certification that the decedent signed with full capacity. My father's mouth tightened. My mother's eyes narrowed, as if she were trying to find a new angle. And then the judge came across a line that made him whisper, "That can't be in there in the first place." He read it slowly so no one could later claim they misunderstood. No contest clause was triggered. Any beneficiary who files a petition to seize trust assets in violation of the terms forfeits the distribution. My sister's attorney's face was drained. My sister's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed, as if she was attempting to intimidate the paper into backing down. My mother unclasped her hands for the first time. The judge looked up. "Counsel," he informed my sister's attorney, "you filed a motion for the immediate transfer of all inheritance to your client." "Yes, Your Honor," the attorney replied carefully. "You understand," the judge said, "that this clause is enforceable. The act of filing your motion may already have resulted in forfeiture." The lawyer swallowed. "Your Honor, we dispute the validity." The judge cut him off. "You can dispute it," he said. "But you don't get to pretend it isn't there." He looked at me again. "Ms. A. Hale," he replied. "You asked to wait until the last person arrived. Was this the person?" "Yes," I answered. Despite the fact that my pulse had risen to my throat, my voice remained level. "The trust department is the trustee. They have control over the distribution." The man in the black suit, still standing near the clerk as if he were part of a procedure, spoke for the first time. "Your Honor," he said calmly and clearly, "I am not here to argue. I'm here to provide notice and confirm the trustee's position." The judge gestured once. "State it," he replied. The man did not look at my parents. He did not look at my sister. He looked at the judge. "The trustee does not recognize the petitioner's request," he informed me. "The trustee will not distribute assets to anyone based on the motion filed that same day. The trustee will administer according to the trust terms and has asked the court to dismiss any attempt to seize trust-controlled assets through probate." My sister snapped. "You can't just—" The judge raised his hand. "Ms. Hale," he exclaimed sharply. "You will not speak out of turn." My sister shut her mouth, but her breathing pattern changed. Faster now. Thinner. Her lawyer stood again, attempting to regain ground. "Your Honor, at minimum, we move to compel production of the full trust," he said in response. "We question whether my client was improperly removed or whether there is undue influence by the respondent." The judge's eyes did not soften. "Undue influence is a serious allegation," he told reporters. "And you just watched audio evidence of attempted coercion aimed at the decedent, which did not come from the respondent." My father's jaw twitched. The judge turned back to the man in black. "Has the trustee delivered the trust instrument to counsel?" he asked. "Yes," the man replied. "A complete copy was delivered to both sides the previous afternoon via certified service." My mother's head snapped at my sister's attorney like a whip. The previous afternoon, implying they knew, or should have known, and thus filed anyway. The judge allowed that fact to sink in for a moment before looking at my sister with disgust. "Miss Hale," he asked, "did you get the trust documents the previous afternoon?" My sister's lips parted, and for the first time, she appeared less like an executive and more like a person trapped. She began. Her attorney intervened quickly. "Your Honor, we received a packet, but—" The judge interrupted him. "Counsel," he indicated. "If you received a packet containing a no-contest clause and still filed a motion demanding all inheritance effective immediately, I want you to understand what that looks like to this court." The attorney stood still. The judge turned to face the clerk. "Set a hearing," he insisted, "on standing and sanctions, and I want the trustee's letter entered into the record." He then looked directly at my sister. "And Miss Hale," he said with a colder tone, "if you are a named beneficiary and you triggered forfeiture that same day, you may have cost yourself more than you intended." My sister's face tightened into something unpleasant. Her eyes met mine, and the hatred there was not for money. It was about how the institution she expected to crown her had just labeled her as a risk. Then she did what she always did when she couldn't win at paperwork. She attempted to win with a new story. "Your Honor," she said abruptly, her voice loud, turning to the bench with practiced urgency. "I need to put something on the record." The judge's eyes narrowed. "What?" he stated. "Exactly." My sister looked at me directly and said the one word my parents had been saving like a bullet. "Elder abuse." The judge's expression changed, not because he believed her, but because the court now had to decide whether she had proof or if she was about to commit suicide with another false allegation. "Elder abuse," my sister said louder, as if volume could convert accusation into evidence. My mother's face softened immediately into performance grief. My father leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as if this was the plan they had been waiting to implement. Her attorney stood next to her, as if he had been given an emergency exit. "Your Honor," he stated, "we request an immediate investigation." The respondent isolated the decedent, restricted access, and coerced him into signing documents that benefited her. The judge did not react like a daytime television audience. He acted like a judge. He leaned forward and said, "Counsel, these are serious allegations. What evidence do you have from the same day?" My sister did not blink. "Witnesses," she said, gesturing behind her. 3 relatives stood awkwardly in the back rows, as if they had been drafted. My aunt and a cousin I rarely spoke with. Their expressions were tense and their gazes shifted away from me. My mother nodded encouragingly at them, as if she were coaching them silently. The judge looked at them, unimpressed. "Witnesses can testify," he said. "But I need something concrete. Medical reports, previous complaints, police reports, and APS involvement. Anything." My sister tightened her jaw. "He didn't want to embarrass the family," she explained quickly. "He was scared." The judge's expression remained flat. "Then explain why he called emergency services himself," he instructed. Silence. My sister attempted to pivot. "He was confused," she explained. "He didn't know what he was doing." The judge returned his gaze to the bank's envelope. "Ah, this trust was executed with a capacity affidavit and witnesses," a voice replied. "That's not confusion, that's formalized intent." My father's attorney rose, his voice smooth. "Your Honor, we also have evidence the respondent had access to accounts and controlled communications." Daniel Mercer rose immediately. "Objection," he stated. "This is argument without foundation." The judge raised a hand. "Counsel," he asked my sister's attorney, "do you have that evidence here?" My sister's lawyer hesitated slightly. Then he did what lawyers do when they have a narrative but not the evidence. "We would request discovery," he said. The judge's eyes hardened. "Discovery is not a fishing license," he explained. "You do not accuse someone of elder abuse in open court as a strategy to seize assets held in trust." My sister's cheeks flushed. "It's not a strategy," she retorted. The judge leaned back. "Then bring the evidence," he said. "Not theatrical relatives." My mom's voice trembled. "Practiced." "Your Honor," she replied. "She kept us away. She made him hate us." The judge took one look at her. "Ma'am," he replied. "This is not family therapy." Then he focused his attention on the one person in the room who had no emotional stake, only fiduciary responsibility. He addressed the man wearing black. "Sir," he asked, "does the trustee have any documentation of concerns about undue influence or abuse?" The man did not hesitate. "No, Your Honor," he replied. The trustee conducted a standard intake. The decedent and counsel met privately. He confirmed his intention. The trustee received a letter of instruction and supporting materials. The judge's gaze became sharper. "Supporting materials?" he asked. "Yes," the man responded. "A log and a statement. The decedent wanted them to be preserved." My sister's head snapped up. "Which statement?" she demanded. The judge did not look at her. "Provide it," he instructed the man. The man reached into another envelope he was holding, which I had overlooked because it was thinner and unmarked, and handed it to the clerk. The clerk handed it to the judge. The judge opened it and took out a single-page letter. He read quietly for several seconds, his eyes moving with careful attention. Then he looked up at me, not warmly, but with the weight of something he recognized. "Ms. Hale," he said, "did you know your grandfather prepared a written statement anticipating the allegations made that same day?" "Yes," I replied quietly. "He told me he did, but I didn't know what he wrote." My sister's breathing has changed. Her nails dug into the counseling table. The judge examined the top of the letter, then he read the first line out loud. "If you are reading this in court, it means my son and his family tried to take my estate by accusing my granddaughter." My mother made a sound as if she had been stabbed. My father's face became rigid. My sister's lawyer sat down slowly, as if he had realized he was standing on a trap door. The judge continued reading, not all of it, but enough to make the record unmistakable. He read that my grandfather had asked me to move in following his fall. He learned that he had met with counsel alone. He read that he had established the trust because he was afraid of pressure tactics and quick signature demands. The judge then reached a point where his lips appeared to press together. He read it once in silence. Then he read aloud. On the night I called 911, my son brought a mobile notary to my house to obtain new signatures. I refused. I asked for witnesses. If they call it elder abuse, they are projecting their own behavior. The courtroom was dead quiet. Not a whisper. Not a cough. My sister sat motionless, and I noticed her eyes flickering as if she was trying to find a way to survive the record. My father's attorney stood slowly, his voice cautious. Now, Your Honor, he replied, we object to hearsay. The judge cut him off. It's a statement of intent from the decedent and offered to show his state of mind, according to him. And it's consistent with the dispatch audio. He held the letter up slightly. This court is not going to entertain a last-minute elder abuse allegation used to seize assets held by a corporate trustee, he said, every word carefully chosen. If you want to file a petition with evidence, you can do so, but not on the same day. Not like this. My sister's attorney swallowed. Your Honor, he said. We'd like to withdraw the motion. The judge's gaze stayed cold. You can't withdraw consequences, he replied. But you can stop digging. He turned to face the clerk. Dismiss the motion, he said. And set an order to show cause hearing regarding sanctions for the filing and the false assertions made that same day. My mother's face went pale. My father's jaw clenched. My sister's mask finally cracked. So she gets everything, she snapped. The judge didn't flinch. The trust gets administered per the terms, he said. And yes, Miss Hale's petition to seize all inheritance effective immediately is denied. My sister's hands shook now. She tried to hide it by gripping the edge of the table. The man in black spoke again, calm like a machine, stating the next step. The trustee will suspend any distributions to parties who triggered the no contest clause until further review, he said. We will follow the trust language exactly. My sister's head snapped toward him. Suspend, she hissed. No, that's... He didn't argue. That is, he said simply. The judge leaned forward and said the last sentence my sister did not expect to hear. Ms. Hale, he said. You walked into this courtroom acting like it was already yours. Now you will leave with nothing decided in your favor that same day, and you will answer for the way you tried to obtain it. My sister's eyes turned to me again, full of hatred and humiliation. Then she whispered, barely audible. This isn't over. And that's when the bailiff stepped in close, quiet, unprofessional, and spoke to the judge in a low tone. The judge's expression changed slightly as he listened. He nodded once. Then he looked directly at my father. Mr. Hale, he replied. Remain seated. My father froze. Why? He asked. The judge's voice stayed flat. Because, he said. I've just been informed there's a deputy in the hallway with paperwork for you, and it isn't from this court. My father's face tightened. The courtroom doors opened again, and a uniformed deputy walked in holding a document with a bold header across the top. I couldn't read it from my seat, but I saw my father's face turn gray as the deputy said, Sir, you've been served. My father didn't stand. He didn't demand respect. He just stared at the deputy like the badge had suddenly become heavier than his money. What is this? He asked, voice tight. The deputy held the packet out. Service of process, he said. You can accept it here or in the hallway. My father's attorney leaned toward him and whispered something urgent. My father ignored it and snatched the papers, flipping the first page with shaking fingers. His eyes moved across the header. Then he froze because this wasn't probate. This was criminal. The judge watched him read, expression flat. Mr. Hale, he said. This court has nothing to do with that paperwork, but I will remind you that you are still under oath from earlier testimony. My father swallowed. Your Honor, he said, forcing calm. This is harassment. My family is being targeted because my daughter. The judge cut him off. Stop, he said. Your daughter is not the one who called emergency services to report a coercion attempt. Your daughter is not the one who filed a false motion in this court. Your daughter is not the one who attempted to seize trust assets held by a corporate fiduciary. My mother's mouth tightened. We were trying to protect the family, she whispered. The judge didn't soften. Then you protected it into a referral, he said. The deputy shifted his stance slightly, and I realized he hadn't come alone. 3 uniforms stood near the doors, quiet, not approaching, just present in the way law enforcement gets present when they expect people to run or explode. My sister's attorney cleared his throat. Your Honor, he said carefully. We would request a brief recess to confer with our clients. The judge looked at him like he was exhausted by the idea of more talking. "You can confer," he said. "But this motion is dismissed. The trustee will administer the trust, and I will see counsel back for the order to show cause hearing." He picked up his pen, already turning away from them. Then he stopped and looked back once, like he'd remembered something important. "One final matter," he said. The room stilled again. He addressed the man in the black suit. "Sir," he said, "does the trustee request any protective order?" "Yes, Your Honor," the man responded immediately. "Given the attempted interference, the trustee requests an order prohibiting the petitioners from contacting financial institutions, custodians, or third parties in an attempt to access trust assets, and prohibiting harassment of the primary beneficiary." My sister's head snapped up. "Harassment?" she scoffed. The judge's gaze shifted to her. "Miss Hale," he said, "you just accused someone of elder abuse in open court without providing any evidence. You are in no position to scoff." He turned back to the trustee's representative. "Granted," he said. "Draw it. I will sign that same day." My mother's face was drained. "You can't keep us from our own daughter," she said softly, her voice shaking. The judge's voice remained flat. "You can keep yourselves from committing misconduct," he told me. Daniel Mercer leaned in and said, "This is the cleanest order we could have hoped for." I nodded once, but my gaze remained fixed on my parents. My father now held the criminal paperwork in his hands, and I could see the calculation changing behind his eyes. No remorse. Damage control. The judge called the proceedings to a close. "The court has recessed," he said. My mother lunged toward me in the aisle as the gavel fell. Not physically, but close enough that the air shifted. "You did this," she hissed. "You ruined your father." I did not flinch. "He ruined himself," I remarked quietly. Victoria stepped in, her voice a tight whisper and her eyes wild. "You're going to lose everything," she stated. "I'll make sure you do." I looked at her and kept my voice calm. "You've already tried," I replied. And the trustee didn't even have to raise its voice. My sister's expression twisted. "Do you believe you're safe because a bank sent a suit?" She spat. I leaned in slightly, close enough that she could hear me over the hallway noise. "I think I'm safe because Grandpa planned," I claimed. "And because you can't bully a record." Her lips parted, and I could see her preparing to scream. Instead, she acted coldly. She turned her phone face down, as if she had just sent something she did not want anyone to see. Daniel noticed it as well. His gaze moved to her hands, then to mine. "Don't engage," he muttered. "We're leaving." We walked out via the side exit. The courthouse air outside was sharp and bright, as if it didn't care what families did to one another inside. Daniel paused on the curb and looked me in the eyes. "Here's the concrete ending you wanted," he said quietly. "Trust controls everything. The petition was dismissed. The no contest clause has been triggered and will be enforced. Your parents do not have access, and the court has just signed an order preventing interference." I nodded. "And your sister?" I asked. Daniel's mouth tightened. "If she's a named beneficiary, she likely forfeited that same day," he told me. "That's what her lawyer is realizing right now." We stood there for a moment, simply breathing. Daniel's phone vibrated. He examined it, and his expression changed in the same way it did at the airport when the officer's tone changed. "What?" I asked. Daniel held the screen up. "A notification. Official. Short. Hawthorne National Bank's Trust Department. Security alert. The attempted access has been blocked." My stomach turned cold because the hearing had ended. The order had been signed, but someone was still trying to touch the money. Daniel's voice became quiet. "They're doing it right now," he explained. I stared at the alert. And at that moment, I understood. My sister had not turned her phone face down to keep from screaming. She had turned it face down as she moved. Daniel did not waste a second. He called the trust department while we were still standing on the curb, the courthouse doors behind us, and my parents inside, pretending they hadn't been humiliated. A woman responded with the steady, rehearsed calm that you expect from people whose job it is to prevent disasters. "Hawthorne Trust," she explained. This line was recorded. "How can I help you?" "This is Daniel Mercer," he said. "Counsel for Mary Ann Hale. I've just received a security alert. The attempted access has been blocked. I need specifics." There was a brief pause with the sound of keys tapping. The woman's tone sharpened slightly. "Do not panic. Procedure." "Yes," she answered. "There was an attempt to log into the beneficiary portal. It failed the dual authentication process. Immediately after that, an attempt was made to change the phone number on file. My mouth became dry. Change it to who? I asked. The trust officer did not respond directly. She asked Daniel, "Are you giving me permission to disclose the attempted change request data to your client?" "Yes," Daniel replied instantly. The trust officer proceeded. The attempted phone number change request was submitted from a device associated with the petitioner, Victoria Hale. I closed my eyes for a half second because I could see it perfectly. Her flipping her phone face down in court, as if she were hiding shame, when in fact she was concealing action. Daniel's voice remained calm. "Did she authenticate?" he asked. "No," the trust officer responded. "The system denied the request. A manual flag has been placed. The distribution status has been changed to hold due to fraud risk, pending review." Daniel let out a slow breath. "Good," he said. "Stop all changes. No changes to portal contacts, phone numbers, emails, or addresses without verified in-person identification." "Already done," she said. "And a report has been generated." Daniel's jaws tightened. "Send that report to my office," he requested. "And note, there's an active court order issued that same day prohibiting interference." "Understood," she replied. "We have a court order on file. The trustee will comply." The call ended, and the silence felt sharp. Daniel looked at me. "That alert," he said. "This is exactly why corporate trustees exist. They aren't bullied. They aren't guilt-tripped. They logged and blocked." I nodded slowly. "So, she tried to get in," I responded. "And failed." "Yes," he responded. "And she just created a record that will follow her into sanctions." We drove straight to Daniel's office. Not for drama, but for one reason: to secure everything. While my family was still spinning, Daniel had me sign a brief written instruction requiring all trust communications to be routed through counsel, no direct contact from family members, and any attempted changes to be treated as fraud. He then sent the bank's security report to the judge's clerk with a note. Within a few minutes of the court recess, attempted access was blocked. No threats or speeches, just a timestamp. After a short while, Daniel's assistant entered and announced, "The trustee representative called back." The man in the black suit, Hawthorne's representative, appeared via video call. Same calm expression. Same plain suit. Similar to a uniform. "Ms. Hale," he said, "I'd like to make something very clear." I did not speak. I let him. "The trust will distribute only according to the trust terms," he added. "There will be no exceptions based on family pressure. There will be no temporary transfers. There will be no advancement." He looked down at a note and then back up. "And as a result of the same-day petition and attempted portal interference, the trustee has formally determined that Victoria triggered the no contest clause. Her distribution has now been forfeited, pending court confirmation." My chest tightened. Part relief, part disbelief. Daniel inquired, "And the parents?" The trustee representative's face did not change. "Richard and Elaine Hale's contingent distributions are under review," the politician said. "Given their participation in the petition and coordinated behavior, the trustee is treating their involvement as interference." He paused and then said, "We will file a declaration with the court." That was when it felt complete. Not because it was emotionally satisfying, but because it was administratively final. 10 days later, the court heard the sanctions case. My sister's attorney did not make eye contact with anyone. He stood up, cleared his throat, said, "Your Honor, we withdraw all contested claims," and apologized to the court. The judge did not smile. He did not accept the apology as if it erased the attempt. He imposed sanctions for the bad faith filing, ordered my sister to pay a portion of her attorney's fees, and, most importantly, issued an order acknowledging the trustee's enforcement of the no contest clause. He then addressed my parents directly. "Your daughter did not take anything," he told you. "Your father's documents took control from you, and you reacted with manipulation. This court will not take part in that." For the first time, my mother shed genuine tears. Not grief, but a lack of control. My dad did not cry. He just stared at the floor, as if looking for a loophole. There was not one. Within 3 weeks, Hawthorne National Bank finished the initial formal distribution under the trust terms. The house was still protected by title. The remaining assets were managed using receipts, confirmations, and a paper trail that my family could never erase. And as for my sister, her wealth did not shield her from a forfeiture clause she had ignored because she believed courts existed to reward confidence. They do not. Courts reward records. On the night the final confirmation email arrived, I sat at my kitchen table and opened the same folder that my grandfather had created years before. Not to repeat the pain, but to remember the lesson. When people try to erase you with a story, you don't fight back with another story. You fight the story with evidence. 17 days after the hearing, the court entered the trustee's declaration into the record. Hawthorne completely shut down the trust. There will be no changes without in-person verification. My sister's forfeiture was upheld under the no contest clause. My parents' family settlement request was denied, and the sanctions order required them to reimburse legal fees related to the false filing. Within 21 days, the trustee completed the first distribution exactly as written, and the deeded property remained protected outside of probate. No more motions. No more emergencies. Just the record was finalized. My sister booked her wedding on the same day as mine. My parents said, "It's important for her." I screamed, "What about my future?" They stayed silent. As we cut the cake, my phone lighted up with a message from my mother. "We need to discuss now." This was followed by 43 missed calls. The title pretty much says it all. But brace up, because this story has it all. Family treachery. Gold mining gone horribly wrong, and retribution so flawlessly performed that it should be taught in business school. This is a long one, but I assure that every word is worth reading. Grab some popcorn. Quick history on myself because context is critical for understanding what happens next. My name is Michael and I am 30 years old, although this nuclear explosion occurred when I was 27. I'm a construction project manager that started from nothing and worked tirelessly to get to where I am now. I grew up in a firmly middle-class environment, where my parents continually taught the value of hard work and earning everything via honest effort. Instead of attending college, I went to a vocational school. Started as a simple worker earning the minimum pay. I worked my way through every position possible: electrical work, plumbing, general contracting, construction supervision, and quality control. My sister Emily is 2 years younger and has never worked a genuine day in her fortunate life. She realized early on that being conventionally gorgeous and understanding how to emotionally manipulate others takes you far further than genuine work, aptitude, or skill development. I've been jumping between affluent lovers since high school, constantly looking for the next financial upgrade and bigger bank account. My parents adored this trend since she frequently brought home males with outstanding wages and prominent work titles that made them appear attractive socially. My wife Olivia and I have been together for 7 years, after meeting in an evening class at a community college. She's a qualified nurse who sincerely wants to serve others and has worked extremely hard to achieve her success. We both sacrificed and battled for years to get what we now have via meticulous preparation and discipline. There are no freebies, trust funds, or wealthy relatives writing checks. Only pure resolve, honest effort, and sound financial judgments. This is a thorough account of how my whole family selected my sister's superficial bullshit over my wedding day, and how I made them regret their decision in ways they never believed imaginable. 2 years ago, I was busy organizing my wedding to Olivia. We'd been engaged for 8 months and managed to save $17,000 for a beautiful ceremony through diligent budgeting and working additional hours. Nothing extravagant or out of the ordinary, but we wanted our special day to be memorable and meaningful for everybody involved. We issued comprehensive save-the-dates in January for our September 14th wedding. Emily had been dating an investment banker called Ethan for around 5 months by this time. This guy symbolized everything my parents had ever hoped their daughter would bring home. MBA from a renowned university. Drives a fancy BMW worth more than most people's annual wage. Works at a large financial business downtown, earning well over $190,000 per year plus hefty incentives. Emily was already sharing really cringeworthy Instagram images of them at nice restaurants with phrases like, "When he treats you like the queen, you deserve to be," along with crown and diamond emojis and hashtags about living her best life. Here's all you need to know about Emily's role in our family dynamics. She has always been the uncontested golden child, and not in a subtle or quiet way. She has had complete royal care since birth. When I graduated from trade school with honors and got my first professional project management job, my folks replied, "That's nice, honey," and promptly shifted the subject. When Emily finished with a communications degree despite changing courses 3 times, they planned a lavish graduation party and spent months boasting to everyone they knew about their extremely talented daughter. She also lacks actual intelligence, but has convinced herself that she is a skilled manipulator who uses everyone around her as puppets. The sort of person who honestly feels she is playing advanced mental chess while in reality she is simply moving checkers about the board with no clear strategy. Emily reveals with much hoopla in July, exactly 2 months before my meticulously planned wedding, that Ethan proposed to her over an expensive rooftop supper that most likely cost more than my monthly rent. Isn't this an absolutely startling development? But this is where the scenario becomes utterly nuts, and my blood pressure rises. She immediately begins arranging this enormous over-the-top engagement party, and purposefully chose September 14th as the date, the same day as my wedding, which had been planned, advertised, and saved for more than 8 months. When I confronted her directly about this obvious and deliberate conflict, she simply shrugged her shoulders and said, "Oh, I didn't even realize there was a problem with that date." But Ethan's parents are flying in from the West Coast, and this is literally the only weekend that works for everyone who matters in our lives. Everyone who really matters. Just let that statement soak in and consider what she was actually saying. My mother immediately began her standard, "Can't you guys work this out among yourselves?" routine. Like I should definitely consider delaying my wedding, which we'd been diligently planned and saving for, simply because Princess Emily suddenly need that precise date for her engagement party. I carefully explained that it was only an engagement party. Those can occur at any moment during the year. Weddings are intended to be once-in-a-lifetime events that families plan for. Emily rolled her eyes at me, as if I was being overly theatrical. "Alex, you're becoming very emotional about this. We aren't just having a random party. Ethan's father is a senior partner at the business, and this event will be attended by all of their most significant clients. This might be extremely important for Ethan's job progress and our future together. Your wedding will be attended only by family members and school buddies, just family and schoolmates." In her self-centered viewpoint, my wedding was discarded as nothing more. The absolute worst aspect of the entire affair. My parents instantly nodded heartily, as if she were making excellent logical sense rather than being absolutely selfish. 6 weeks before my wedding, instead of the ecstatic affirmations I expected, I began receiving unusual evasive comments from various family members. Instead of just confirming their presence, as most people do at family weddings, everyone kept saying vague things like, "We'll see how everything develops." Or, "We're still trying to figure out our schedule situation." Which made no sense. My best man, James, who I've known since middle school and consider to be my closest friend, contacts me one evening and says he has to talk to me about something very important. His tone was strange and unpleasant. Emily had been texting him behind my back for weeks, trying to convince him that I was being completely unreasonable and selfish about the date conflict situation and that, as my closest friend, he should help persuade me to be more flexible and understanding about the whole thing. During the wedding preparation process, she attempted to turn my best man against me. The breaking point came when my father contacted me one evening and said, "Look son, your sister's engagement party is genuinely important for her future prospects and financial security. Perhaps you and Olivia could consider moving your wedding back a few months. You're both already established and steady in your jobs." I lost my cool and began raising my voice. "Dad, are you honestly asking me to postpone my wedding so Emily may have her engagement party on the same day? This isn't just any random party, Michael. It's all about Emily's future financial security and social status. Ethan comes from an excellent family with business connections that could set them up for life financially. What about my life, Dad? What about my future and what matters to me and Olivia?" There was this really long, uncomfortable pause where I could hear him thinking, "You're already doing well for yourself, son. You've created your job, you're financially secure and self-sufficient. Emily needs this chance more than you need a large wedding ceremony." That's when I understood I was hopelessly screwed in this familial dynamic. In their twisted imaginations, my sister's blatant social rising was far more vital and important than my marriage to the woman I adored. 3 weeks before my wedding, all of the RSVP answers arrived in the mail. My parents, Emily, both sets of grandparents, my uncles and aunts, and nearly every other member of my extended family had formally denied my wedding invitation with polite reasons. They were all going to attend Emily's engagement celebration rather than my wedding. Even James, my putative best man and boyhood buddy, phoned me 2 days before the wedding to abruptly cancel. "I'm really sorry, man, but Emily makes some valid points about this situation. This could be genuinely important for their future together financially, and your wedding will still be meaningful and special with Olivia's family there to support you." I wanted to reach through the phone and physically shake him until his teeth came free. My wedding day turned out to be both the finest and worst day of my life up until that moment. Olivia looked very gorgeous and glowing in her outfit. Her family was very friendly and helpful throughout the procedure. Despite everything, our true friends that turned up made it truly unique and unforgettable. But there was a large gaping empty section where my purportedly loving family should have been seated and celebrating with us at this significant milestone. Olivia's father even offered to accompany me down the aisle because my own father preferred an engagement party over his son's wedding day. When he said, "I'm truly honored to call you my son," just before we reached the altar, I nearly burst into tears in front of everyone. During the reception party that followed, I kept constantly checking my phone, like an emotional masochist who couldn't stop poking at a wound. Emily had been sharing Instagram tales from her party all evening long. Exquisite ice sculptures, delicious culinary settings, live musical entertainment, and expert photography are the absolute works. She even shared a video of Ethan delivering a poignant speech about how he felt immensely privileged and glad to be joining such a lovely, caring family. My family, the same family who couldn't be bothered to go to their son's wedding because they had anything else to do. 3 months after my wedding, my grandpa on my mother's side died unexpectedly while sleeping. He was 89 years old and had been slowly deteriorating for some months. So no one was especially surprised by the death. What transpired during the official will reading ceremony stunned everyone and caused considerable family conflict. It turned out that my grandfather had been paying far more attention to our family dynamics than anyone had previously known or given him credit for. He left me his entire house, a stunning 4-bedroom craftsman-style home in one of town's most desired districts, properly valued for $475,000. He also gave me his totally restored vintage automobile collection, which included 3 classic Mustangs that he had personally worked on in his garage for decades, as well as an $80,000 life insurance policy that I had no knowledge about. Dear Emily, he left behind his own book collection and a $2,500 government savings bond that had sat undisturbed for years. The family attorney read this information out in front of our entire family, and I witnessed Emily's face change from smug assurance to full amazement to pure wrath in a matter of seconds. Her mouth actually dropped open. "That's completely impossible," she said loudly. "Grandpa always told me that I was his favorite grandchild and that he was preparing something special for me." The attorney merely glanced down at his professional paperwork, emotionless. Mr. Patterson was quite clear and detailed about his dying desires. He really updated his whole will just before his death. Later, I found through my cousin Sophia that my grandfather had updated everything exactly 2 weeks after my wedding day. The wise old guy had meticulously kept track of who showed up when it genuinely meant most to the people they professed to love. My parents were furious about this development and continued complaining about unfairness. However, because everything was adequately documented, they had no legal recourse. So there I was at 30 years old, married to an absolutely great woman who supported my aspirations, living in a $475,000 property I owned outright, with 3 valuable classic automobiles and a lot of money in the bank. But rather than simply sitting on this unexpected windfall, as some people may do, I took the strategic decision to use it as a strong basis for something far greater and more meaningful for our future. My first significant move was selling one of the Mustangs for $38,000 to a collector who'd been admiring it for years, and I used the proceeds, together with the life insurance payoff, to make down payments on 2 well-positioned rental homes in up-and-coming areas. The real estate market in our neighborhood was just starting to heat up, and I was able to buy in just before prices skyrocketed. At my normal work, I was already doing well as a project manager and had acquired the respect of my colleagues. But now I had the courage and the resources to take considerably larger professional risks. On weekends and nights, I launched my own construction consulting firm, focusing in project management services for large-scale commercial renovations and new construction projects. With a fully paid-off property, I was able to take on contracts with longer payment schedules and drastically undercut the cost of more established organizations while keeping excellent profit margins. Within 18 months of establishing my side business, it was earning more money than my normal work at the construction firm. I exited the firm on good terms and went full-time with my own business. By the end of year 2, I was earning roughly $195,000 per year, and owned 4 distinct rental properties that generated consistent passive income every month without requiring any hands-on maintenance. Olivia and I were indeed enjoying our absolute ideal life together. We traveled extensively to locations we'd only read about previously, threw lavish dinner parties for friends and colleagues at our lovely home, and began serious discussions about establishing a family in the near future. Meanwhile, my biological family had written me off totally as the ungrateful son who had just gotten lucky with a fortune he didn't deserve and would most likely mismanage. They had no idea that I was methodically documenting and recording everything that transpired with our family dynamics. Every disparaging remark said about me behind my back. Every family function I was not invited to. Every social media post in which Emily boasted about her opulent lifestyle while taking subtle but deliberate jabs at my personality and life choices. Because Emily's engagement to Ethan was revealing some severe structural flaws that were becoming increasingly difficult to conceal from the public eye. Ethan had imagined he was receiving a low-maintenance trophy bride who would appreciate his financial support and would not make unreasonable demands. But Emily is extremely high maintenance, bordering on insane. She quickly resigned her part-time administrative position. She had never taken her employment seriously, and she expected him to pay her whole lifestyle without inquiry or complaint. We are talking about $600 meals many times each week, shopping sprees that cost more than most people's monthly rent payments, and an $80,000 premium Mercedes SUV for her birthday that she said was practical. Ethan was clearly making good money in his investment banking job, but Emily was methodically depleting it more quicker than he could earn it, even with his generous bonuses. And, unlike the trust fund kids she had previously dated, Ethan had to work exceedingly hard for every single dollar he made, which taught him the value of money. My cousin Sophia, who was literally the only family member who kept in touch with me after the wedding fiasco, would give me detailed updates on how Emily was systematically draining Ethan's savings account and how my parents were becoming increasingly concerned that their golden goose was getting tired of being plucked clean. By the time I was 31, my company was shattering every performance statistic conceivable and outperforming my wildest aspirations. I'd successfully grown operations into 3 other regional markets, hired 12 full-time employees whom I treated well and paid competitively, and was on course to earn $320,000 that year before taxes. Olivia and I paid cash for a gorgeous lake cottage as a weekend hideaway, and were having more serious conversations about establishing a family within the following year. Meanwhile, Emily's seemingly flawless fairy tale existence was methodically collapsing, and she was much too oblivious and self-absorbed to notice the calamity approaching like a freight train. Ethan had been working much longer hours and traveling much more frequently for business objectives, which Emily took as his unwavering commitment to establishing their financial future together. In actuality, Sophia informed me during our monthly coffee dates that he was frantically dreading coming home since Emily had become totally unbearable to live with on a daily basis and would continually harass him about money. She changed into one of those utter nightmare fiancés who truly felt that wedding preparation entailed spending an infinite amount of someone else's money with no boundaries, restraints, or regard for financial reality. The location she had determined she really required for their dream wedding cost $55,000, only for the basic room rental charge, which did not include catering, decor, or any other services. Her dream wedding dress cost $9,000 from a designer store. She envisioned a lavish 3-week honeymoon in Europe that would cost over $28,000, including first-class flights, luxury lodgings, and exquisite dining experiences. Emily's carefully produced presentation during their first encounters had originally impressed Ethan's parents, but they were beginning to see through the surface act she had been maintaining. At family dinners, she'd make passive-aggressive remarks about how certain individuals didn't appreciate the value of investing in relationships, as well as keeping suitable social appearances and community status. The breaking point came over a Christmas dinner at my parents' place, which I was not invited to since I was now persona non grata. Sophia discreetly videotaped sections of the chat on her phone and emailed me the footage later that evening, knowing I'd be curious to see what I was missing. Emily was conspicuously displaying her engagement ring, 4.5 diamonds and $45,000 according to her continual bragging on social media and passionately discussing expensive wedding preparations in great detail. When Ethan's mother posed what appeared to be an innocent inquiry, "What kind of work does Emily do professionally these days?" the dining room went completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Emily then laughed dismissively and stated, "Oh, I'm presently considering professional options while focusing on our relationship." Ethan and I mutually decided it would be much better for me to focus entirely on planning our life together rather than getting distracted by some meaningless job. Ethan's facial expression in that video was absolutely priceless and worth watching multiple times, as you could literally see the exact moment he realized his fiancée had just openly admitted to being a professional gold digger in front of his parents and extended family. Emily's wedding was officially scheduled for June 12, exactly 2 years after my own modest celebration. Unlike my carefully budgeted ceremony that focused on meaning over materialism, this was going to be a $125,000 spectacular extravaganza funded entirely by Ethan and his increasingly concerned family members. I met a forensic accountant who specializes in conducting financial investigations for family law cases and divorce proceedings through my expanding business network and professional associations, and we developed a genuine friendship through a professional association. During one of our regular coffee conversations, I casually mentioned my sister's increasingly problematic financial situation. "Your sister sounds like a real piece of work," he said thoughtfully after I described her spending habits. Exactly the type of woman who would systematically drain someone's accounts and disappear if she thought she could get away with it without consequences. That conversation sparked an idea that would eventually change everything for everyone involved in this family drama. I began systematically documenting Emily's spending habits using her own proudly posted social media content as evidence. Every expensive dinner she boasted about attending. Every elaborate shopping trip she documented with photos, and every luxury vacation she photographed and posted online with detailed captions. Emily had been consistently living a lifestyle that cost around $9,000 per month for the past 20 months of her engagement. I created an extremely detailed spreadsheet tracking her lifestyle costs based entirely on her own evidence and constant bragging about her lavish lifestyle, and the results were absolutely staggering when compiled and objectively analyzed. I'd been keeping track of Ethan's career advancement through various industry connections and professional contacts in the financial sector, so my plan was nearly foolproof. It was entirely funded by Ethan's earnings and savings, with no contribution from her. The big promotion Emily was constantly bragging about to justify her extravagant spending was never going to happen, according to my sources. His company had been struggling with major market changes and regulatory pressures, and there were serious rumors of significant layoffs coming soon to cut costs. 2 months before the wedding, I began making carefully calculated strategic moves that would set everything in motion. First, I contacted Ethan's father through legitimate business channels and professional networking, introducing myself as a fellow professional and expressing my genuine concern about some troubling industry rumors regarding Ethan's firm's overall financial stability and future prospects in the current market. "You've heard about Meridian Capital's major problems too?" He immediately responded with obvious concern. "We're becoming increasingly concerned about Ethan's position. He's been quite secretive about work problems lately, and some of Emily's statements contradict what we've heard from other credible industry connections." I planted just enough legitimate concern to get him asking all the right questions without seeming suspicious. Second, I reached out to a guy I knew who worked directly at Ethan's company in a different department, and without ever mentioning my personal connection to Emily, I asked general questions about the firm's stability, claiming to be considering some potential business partnerships with them. "Honestly, I'd strongly recommend staying far away from any deals with them," he cautioned me. "We have had 3 significant layoff cycles in the last year alone. The partners are losing money quickly, and Ethan has been on very thin ice for months. He'll most likely be gone before the summer, according to workplace gossip." Everything was falling into place perfectly, according to my plan. 3 weeks before Emily's elaborate wedding, which she'd been obsessively planning for months, the perfect storm struck with devastating force, changing everything. Ethan was laid off completely from his investment banking position. Emily had no idea what had happened because Ethan was too embarrassed and terrified to tell her the truth about their financial situation. Not only was he fired for poor performance, but his entire division was eliminated as part of a massive company. Restructuring and downsizing to cut costs. Emily had been counting on his $210,000 annual salary, substantial bonus structure, and valuable stock options. He had been frantically putting wedding expenses on multiple credit cards for months, hoping to land another comparable position before anyone discovered his true financial situation and the house of cards collapsed. This was my perfect moment to strike decisively and execute the plan I'd been developing. I created a completely anonymous email account and sent Ethan's father a comprehensive analysis of Emily's documented spending over the past 2 years. I included detailed screenshots of her social media posts constantly bragging about expensive purchases, luxury restaurant visits, designer shopping sprees, and elaborate vacation trips. The report clearly demonstrated that Emily had been systematically burning through approximately $165,000 of Ethan's money each year on pure lifestyle expenses and status symbols with no regard for their actual financial situation. I included a carefully worded note stating that I was a concerned business associate who believed the family should be fully aware of the financial situation before making any major commitments or investments. Ethan's father immediately forwarded this detailed information to Ethan with an urgent message stating that they needed to have an emergency family meeting about Emily's spending habits and their growing concerns about the upcoming marriage and financial obligations. Meanwhile, Sophia informed me that Ethan's mother had been conducting her own investigation and discovered that Emily had been actively telling people that Ethan had been promoted to partner, which was completely false, and that they were seriously looking at houses in the $900,000 range, which was absolutely impossible given their current financial situation. The final confrontation occurred at what was supposed to be their final wedding planning meeting with vendors. Ethan arrived with both parents and presented Emily with printed bank statements, clearly showing he'd accumulated $50,000 in credit card debt funding her lifestyle demands. His father presented the comprehensive spending analysis I'd provided. "Emily," Ethan said, his voice shaking with emotion and stress. "We need to postpone the wedding indefinitely until we can figure out our financial situation and get back on stable ground." According to Sophia, who later heard every single detail from my mother, Emily completely and utterly lost her mind in spectacular fashion. She started screaming about how they couldn't postpone because everything was already planned and paid for with money Ethan didn't have. She accused Ethan's parents of being jealous of her success and happiness, and that they were purposefully sabotaging the wedding because they never thought she was good enough for their precious son. Then Ethan unleashed the nuclear bomb, which annihilated everything. "Emily, I lost my job a month ago. We cannot afford this wedding. We cannot afford your lifestyle. We can't afford anything you've been planned." Emily's response was pure gold and revealed her true character. "So, get another job right away. This is my special day, and I'm not going to cancel it because you can't handle your career responsibilities." Ethan walked out immediately, followed by his parents. The wedding planner gathered her materials and left without saying anything else. And the $125,000 wedding that was supposed to take place in 3 weeks was completely destroyed and over. Emily had to move back in with my parents after Ethan kicked her out of his apartment and changed the locks, and the wedding venue kept the entire $17,000 deposit in accordance with their contract terms. As an outside observer, I watched the aftermath from a safe distance, and it was breathtaking. The caterer kept another $8,500 for food that would never be served, and Emily was stuck with a $9,000 wedding gown she'd never wear, as well as approximately $33,000 in other deposits and payments that were completely non-refundable according to the contract she'd signed. But the story gets much better from there, and I was just getting started with my revenge. Within a week of the wedding cancellation, Ethan's parents sent Emily an official legal demand letter for $78,000, representing everything they had invested in the wedding, which had now been completely lost due to Emily's unreasonable financial expectations and irresponsible behavior. They had receipts for everything. Emily had no savings and had never held a legitimate job in her adult life. She tried desperately to get Ethan back with tearful phone calls and apologies, but he had already started dating a co-worker who was a certified financial planner with her own apartment and a fully funded retirement account. My parents, who had tolerated Emily's entitled behavior for years without consequence, suddenly found themselves supporting a 29-year-old daughter with no job, no savings, no boyfriend, and lifestyle expectations they couldn't possibly afford to maintain on their retirement income. That's when the increasingly desperate phone calls to me began coming in on a daily basis. First, my mother spoke in a guilt-tripping tone. "Michael, I know things have been strained between us lately, but Emily is really struggling right now and needs family support. Perhaps you could assist her find work with one of your business contacts. You now know successful individuals." I immediately dialed voicemail and did not even listen to the entire message. Then my father said in an authoritative tone, "Son, I know we haven't always agreed on everything, but family is family, and we stick together. Emily made some mistakes in judgment, but she has learnt from the experience. Maybe you could lend her some money to help her get stable and back on her feet." I listened to voicemail, savoring the solitude. Finally Emily called, screaming hysterically, "Michael, I know I made awful errors and wounded you deeply. I know I wasn't supportive of your wedding situation and I apologize for everything, but I'm your sister, and I really need assistance. Ethan's parents have threatened legal action, and I don't know what to do. Could you kindly assist me get through this difficult period?" I opted to answer this phone because I wanted to hear her beg. "Hey Emily." "Oh, thank God, Michael. I was terrified you wouldn't speak to me anymore. Look, I understand that the wedding date situation became problematic, and sentiments were hurt, but it is all in the past now. I really need—" "Stop talking immediately." "What? I do not comprehend." I told to halt. "Here's exactly what will happen. You're going to acquire a job, a real one where you can work for money and be paid. You're going to repay Ethan's parents every dime you owe them. And you're going to do all of this without any support from me." "But Michael, I do not understand why you are being so rude. We are family. Grandpa left you all of that money. You have a profitable business. You could easily—" "Let me stop you right there. Grandpa handed me the inheritance since I attended his funeral while you were shopping. You remember where you were that day, using Ethan's credit card in the mall. He left me that money because he realized that I had achieved something valuable in my life through hard effort. That's not fair. I didn't know Grandpa was keeping track of who." "Of course you did not know. You never pay attention to anything that does not immediately benefit you, just as you did when you purposefully booked your engagement party on my wedding day after I had publicized the date months in advance." Long, uncomfortable stillness in which I could hear her breathing. "Look," she continued, shifting into the manipulative tone she'd cultivated since infancy. I realize I've made some errors in the past, but I'm your baby sister. Don't you want me to be satisfied and successful? Do you mean I don't want you to be comfortable without having earned it? No, Emily. I honestly do not want that for you anymore. Thank you, Emily. I am practically begging you and swallowing my pride. I will do everything you want of me. Here is what you can do. Get a job at a retail store, a restaurant, or any other place that will hire someone with no genuine work experience or valuable abilities. Move into a little apartment that you paid for with your own money. And maybe in a few years, once you've demonstrated your ability to operate as a responsible adult, we can talk about starting a relationship again. But what should I tell people? Ethan's parents are suing me, and all of my friends will know. This is really unpleasant and degrading. Emily, welcome to the consequences. Emily eventually found work folding clothes at a mall department store, earning $13 per hour. She moved into a tiny one-bedroom apartment with a roommate and drives a 2010 Honda Civic she purchased from a used car lot. When I hung up, I felt better than I had in years. She's only had 4 dates in 10 months, all with men who can't or won't afford the lifestyle she used to demand, and most of her old friends stopped hanging out with her when the money ran out and she couldn't afford to go out anymore. Her Instagram feed has shifted from boasting about her luxurious lifestyle to generic inspirational quotes that no one believes or engages with. My parents have started contacting me again, but only because they need advice on their retirement planning, and they've realized I know a thing or two about money management. Ethan got a job at a smaller firm with a salary of around $140,000, and he proposed to the financial planner. They're planning a small wedding that they're paying for themselves, with no family drama. Last month, James, my former best man, sent me a long apologetic text, saying he didn't understand the full situation and asking if we could meet up to talk things through. I never responded and deleted his phone number. Olivia and I recently purchased a second vacation property in Costa Rica and plan to start trying for our first child next year. My business is expected to make $400,000 this year, and I'm thinking about expanding into 2 more markets. I never gave Emily a dime throughout her ordeal. Not even when Ethan's parents sued her and she had to settle for $38,000 over 5 years. Or when she was evicted from her first apartment for failing to pay rent. Last month, Olivia and I went to our friend Mike's wedding at a beautiful downtown venue, which was the absolute best part of the whole thing. When my parents suggested that I help my family during difficult times, I reminded them that family is supposed to attend weddings and important life events. Emily didn't notice me, but I saw her clearly throughout the evening. She had her hair pulled back in a regulation ponytail, was dressed in a black uniform polo shirt and slacks, and was carrying trays of appetizers to guests, celebrating someone else's perfect day, while earning minimum wage plus tips. Life has a great sense of justice and irony at times, and sometimes the most satisfying retribution isn't ruining someone's life personally, but rather stepping back and letting them trash their own while you construct something incredible and watch from afar. I'm at the spa, my mom said after my car crash. I canceled the $504,000 I'd quietly paid her. 36 hours later, Grandpa changed his will. I am Lauren Bennett, and I am 30 years old. 4 weeks ago I woke up in a hospital bed with a fractured collarbone, 4 broken ribs and a concussion so severe that physicians were concerned about brain bleeding. My 8-week-old daughter Mia was with a stranger. I hired a skilled newborn care specialist over the phone while paramedics were cutting me out of my destroyed Honda. The accident was not my fault. A delivery truck went 55 miles per hour through a red light and T-boned my automobile on the driver's side. My vehicle spun across 4 traffic lanes as a result of the incident. I remember the screech of metal, the explosion of the airbag, and then nothing except blackness and the distant sound of sirens. When I woke up in the ambulance, my first words were about Mia. "Hi baby," I said through the breathing mask. 8 weeks old, at home with a neighbor. Need someone? The paramedic, a woman in her 50s with warm eyes, squeezed my hand. "We'll help you figure it out. Stay calm." But I couldn't. Mia was exclusively breastfed. She'd never taken a bottle. Mrs. Liu, my neighbor, was 72, and she had only consented to watch Mia for the 25-minute drive to the grocery store. It had now been 55 minutes, and I was on my way to the emergency room instead of home. I contacted my mother from the ambulance despite my shaky hands and foggy vision. She answered the 3rd ring. "Lauren, I'm at the spa." "Mom, what is it?" My voice cracked. "I have been in an automobile accident. A bad one. I am in an ambulance. Mia is at home with Mrs. Liu. Could you please go grab her? I'm not sure when I will." "Is it an accident?" She let out a big sigh, like she always did when I inconvenienced her. "Lauren, Are you sure it's really serious? You know how dramatic you are about these things. I could hear flowing water in the background, spa music. The champagne glasses clinked together. Mom, my automobile was totaled. I sustained a head injury. They are transporting me to County General. Please, I only need you to get Mia. County General? That is 90 minutes distant from me. I'm getting a seaweed wrap right now. Can't your hubby handle it? Daniel is in Dallas for work. He will not land for another 4 hours. Mom, please, she's 8 weeks old. She needs... Hold on. I overheard muted chatter. Then I heard my sister's voice in the background giggling about something. Mom got back on the line. Lauren, your sister and I will leave tomorrow morning on our Caribbean cruise. We have the pre-cruise spa package today. It is already paid for. My head was throbbing. Each phrase seemed like it drained my energy. Mom, there is an emergency. Your granddaughter needs... Your sister never has these emergencies, Lauren. Her voice became sharper now. Samantha has 2 children, and she has never called me in a panic over a vehicle accident or a catastrophe. You need to be more organized and accountable. Something in my chest snapped, and it wasn't just my fractured ribs. I didn't plan to get hit by a truck, Mom. Well, you should have backup plans. This is what responsible parents do. I can't just drop everything whenever you have a problem. We've been planning this cruise for 8 months. The ambulance struck a pothole. Pain erupted across my torso. I gave a gasp. Are you actually listening to me? Mom added. This is exactly why I am concerned about you. Always in chaos and in need of rescuing. I raised you to be independent, but you still call mother whenever something goes wrong. The paramedic watched me with concern on her face. She could hear every word over the phone speaker. I'm not asking you to cancel your cruise, I insisted, forcing the words out. Just to watch Mia for a few hours until I can arrange something else. Please, Lauren. I'm getting on a ship tomorrow. I need to pack. I need to prepare. Your father and I both deserve this vacation. We have worked hard our entire lives. We will not let your poor planning mar our trip. My lousy planning. My voice cracked. Mom, I was hit by a truck. And I am sure you're okay. You're chatting, right? You're always overly theatrical about medical issues. Remember when you thought you had appendicitis, but it was just gas? Or when you thought you had pneumonia but instead had a cold? I closed my eyes. The memories ache differently now. She was dismissive then too. I'm annoyed that I bothered her. This is different. You said they were all different. Look, I need to go. My shawl is becoming cold. Call a friend or hire a babysitter. Do you make excellent money? Problem solved. The call went dead. I looked at my damaged phone screen, and my mother's contact photo smiled back at me. It was from last Christmas. She was holding Mia, her first grandchild, and smiling proudly for photos. I expected things to change once Mia was born, and that becoming a grandma would soften her. I was mistaken. The paramedic carefully stroked my arm. Do you have anyone else you could call? I scanned through my contacts with shaky fingers. Rachel, my best friend, was in Seattle attending a conference. Daniel's parents were in Arizona. Mrs. Liu, my neighbor, was unable to handle a newborn for more than an hour. Then I found it. I stored a business card in my phone 8 months ago when I was pregnant and we were looking for childcare choices. Elite newborn care and 365 emergency services. With the paramedics' assistance, I called them. A calm voice responded promptly. Elite newborn care. This is Karen. I need assistance. The words spilled out. I am in an ambulance. Car accident. My 8-week-old daughter is at home with an elderly neighbor who is unable to care for her in the long run. I need someone now. Someone capable of caring for an exclusively breastfed infant. Someone who can remain as long as necessary. We can get someone to you within 50 minutes. Where is the baby now? I gave her Mrs. Liu's address. Karen posed calm, professional inquiries. Did Mia have any medical issues? Were there supplies in the house? What was my hospital destination? Our specialist Emily will be there in 45 minutes. Karen stated that she is a registered nurse with 18 years of neonatal care expertise. She will coordinate with the hospital for pumped milk if you are able, or we will give formula if necessary. Do not worry about anything. We have your daughter. How much will it cost? Our emergency cost is $85 per hour with a 5-hour minimum. However, for the time being, you must prioritize receiving medical attention. We will manage the rest. I nearly cried. Someone was truly assisting me. There is no judgment or guilt, only help. Thank you. I muttered. You are welcome, Mama. We'll care for her like she's our own. If you're enjoying this story and want to know what happens next, could you please hit the like button? It truly helps me keep writing these stories. The year was chaotic. Doctors, nurses, machines beeping, and bright lights made my head hurt even worse. They performed a CT scan of my head and X-rays of my chest and shoulder. The pain medication made everything hazy, but one thought remained crystal clear. My mother had refused to aid her granddaughter. My phone rang as they were sewing a cut on my forehead. Daniel, sweetie, oh my God. I just landed and noticed your messages. Are you okay? Is Mia okay? I told him everything. The accident happened. Mother's reluctance. The care service I had hired. Your mother said no. His voice increased. She declined to monitor her own grandchild during a medical emergency? Does she have a cruise tomorrow? I don't give a damn if Hillary meets with the Pope. You were in a car accident. He took a breath. I'm taking a trip back right now. I will be there in 2.5 hours. How about your presentation? Screw the presentation, my wife is at the hospital. That's when I began crying. Not because of the agony or anxiety, but because Daniel's instant response demonstrated what a real family should be like. And it made my mother's rejection much more painful. After being admitted for overnight observation, I did something I had been thinking about since the ambulance trip. Something I'd been too terrified to do for 10 years. I opened my banking app and went to automatic payments. There was the transfer I initiated when I was 19 years old. When I started my first professional work after college, my parents indicated that they were having trouble paying their mortgage because Dad's hours had been reduced, which was $4,200 per month for 120 months. I hadn't informed them it was me. The funds were sent to a separate account that I had set up, and then automatically transferred to their mortgage company. They assumed Dad's pension had grown, or that Mom's part-time bookkeeping earned more than it did. They never asked any questions. They simply relished their financial security. That $4,200 paid their entire mortgage, leaving extra money for their car payment. It's how they could afford spa days, Caribbean cruises, and shopping excursions with my sister. This is how Dad was able to retire at the age of 63 rather than working until 67. $4,200 times 120 months equals $504,000. I had paid over $500,000 to keep my parents comfortable, yet my mother couldn't spare 2.5 hours to hold her granddaughter while I was in the hospital. I canceled the automatic payment. Then I tried something different. I've opened a new savings account. I dubbed it Mia's Future. I set up the same automatic transfer this time to my daughter's account, for $4,200 per month. My mother couldn't bring herself to help her daughter. My finger hovered over the confirm button for just a second. Then I pushed it. A nurse came in to check my vital signs. You're looking better, she commented. Color's back in your face. I just made a decision I should have made years ago. She smiled. Those are usually the best kind. Around 7:30 p.m., I heard a knock on my hospital room door. I was expecting Daniel, but instead a tall man in his 70s strolled in. Gray hair, bright blue eyes, and a cardigan despite the California heat. Grandpa is my mother's father. The man who taught me to fish, paid for my college textbooks when money was tight, and gave me $200 every birthday for something special long after I was an adult. Grandpa. I attempted to sit up, wincing. How did you? Mrs. Liu summoned me. He drew a chair closer to my bed. Said you were in an accident and my daughter refused to help with the baby. She claimed she overheard your phone talk when you stopped by to get Mia earlier. I had picked up Mia from Mrs. Liu's residence before the paramedics transported me to the hospital. Emily, a care specialist, had met me there. Mrs. Liu seemed appalled by what she had heard. Grandpa, I'm fine. Mia has a professional caretaker. Everything's... Stop. His voice was kind yet forceful. Do not do that. Don't minimize what happened. He sat in silence for a bit, only looking at me. Then he added, Your grandmother and I paid for that cruise. I blinked. What? Your mother has been talking about the Caribbean cruise for months. We've paid for it. I bought it for her and your father's anniversary. We paid $14,500 for the premium package. He shakes his head. I thought we were giving them a lovely gift. I didn't aware we were paying their justification to abandon their daughter and grandchild. Grandpa. You didn't know. I called your mother an hour ago. His tone sharpened. I told her I knew what she did. Are you aware of what she said? I waited. She said you were being dramatic, that you were fine, that you'd always been too dependent and needed to learn to handle things yourself. He leaned forward. Then she added, Mia isn't even my responsibility. Lauren decided to have a kid. She has to deal with the repercussions. The words struck me like a second collision. Consequences? I repeated. She referred to my daughter as a consequence. That's when I told her the cruise was cancelled. My eyes expanded. What? I called the cruise line. I've cancelled the booking. As the buyer, I have that right. They are refunding the money to my credit card. He smiled, but there was no warmth to it. Your mother and father will not be going on any cruise tomorrow. Grandpa, you didn't have to. Yes, I did. He reached over and cautiously grabbed my hand, avoiding the fourth. Lauren, I need to tell you something. Before she died, your grandmother made me pledge to care out for you. Said she was concerned about how your mother handled you differently than Samantha. I could feel tears welling up. I wondered if she was seeing things that were not there. Grandmothers can be protective, but I've been watching for years. I have seen the patterns. The way your sister is praised for the same things you are criticized for. The way your accomplishments are overlooked while hers are lauded. The way you're always expected to be understanding, while she's free to be selfish. It's just how Mom is, I said softly. That is how you have let her be. How we all let her be. He grasped my hand. Not anymore. Not after this. There was another knock. This time it was Daniel, still dressed in his conference suit, carrying flowers and looking frantic. When he saw me, his expression collapsed in relief. I'm fine, I replied, as he softly kissed my forehead. We're okay. Grandfather stood up. I'll give you both some solitude. But Lauren, before I leave, is there anything I should know? Anything else happened? I paused. Then I told him about the $4,200 monthly payments, the 10 years of financial support, and how I had just canceled them. Grandpa's face became very still. You've been paying their mortgage and car payment. I set it up when I was 19. They had no idea it was me. $4,200 per month for 10 years. He completed the math quickly. That's nearly $500,000. $504,000, I confirm. Daniel stared at me. You never told me. I did not tell anyone. I simply offered assistance as needed. So I did. Grandpa remained quiet for a long time. Then he asked, did they ever thank you? Have you ever acknowledged the help you received? They had no idea it was me, but they knew their financial situation had improved significantly. They realized they had extra money every month. Have they ever questioned it? Ever wondered? Ever wonder if they should be more cautious with money that appears out of nowhere? I'd never considered it that way. They just spent it, I said carefully, on cruises and shopping and spa days and helping Samantha with her down payment. And I paused. They used my money to help Samantha buy her house. When you were involved in a car accident with an 8-week-old baby, your mother couldn't spare 2.5 hours. Grandpa's voice was icy. She took your money for 10 years and couldn't give you 2.5 hours. He took out his phone. I'm making a call. You rest. He entered the hallway, but I could hear his voice through the door. Hi Evelyn, it's Dad. No, I'm not talking about the cruise again. I am calling about something else. Something I just learned. Pause. Did you know that Lauren has been paying your mortgage for 10 years? Silence. Then Grandpa's voice returned, stronger. $4,200 per month. The total amount is $504,000. Evelyn, your daughter, the one you called dramatic today, the one you refused to help, has been keeping you financially afloat since she was 19 years old. Another pause. She canceled the payments this afternoon from her hospital bed after you abandoned her and your granddaughter. I could hear my mother's shrill voice now, even over the phone. Grandpa let her speak for a moment. Then he spoke the words that changed everything. You have 36 hours to make things right, Evelyn. 36 hours to apologize to your daughter, meet your granddaughter properly, and express even a fraction of the gratitude and love she deserves. If you don't, I'll change my will. Everything I plan to leave you, the house in Pasadena, the stocks, the savings bonds, all of it, goes to Lauren and Mia instead. More shouting from the phone. I'm not kidding, I had already contacted Robert Klein, my attorney. He'll draft the changes tomorrow morning. Do you think I'm going to leave my estate to someone who treats their own daughter as garbage? Who describes their granddaughter as a consequence? His voice lowered. Your mother would be ashamed of you. I know I am. He hung up. Daniel and I sat in stunned silence. Grandpa walked back in, looking 10 years older but more determined. That woman is my daughter, and I adore her. But love does not imply accepting unacceptable behavior. Your grandmother taught me that. Grandpa, your will. You don't have to. It's already done in my head. Whether she apologizes or not, you'll receive the majority. But I'm giving her 36 hours because your grandma would want me to give her daughter the opportunity to do the right thing. He kissed my forehead. Take some rest. I'm going to meet my great-granddaughter. Daniel, text me the address of that care service. After he departed, Daniel carefully climbed into the hospital bed next to me, clutching me like I was made of glass. $500,000, he muttered. Babe, we could have paid off our house. I understand. We could have established Mia's college fund years ago. I know. Why haven't you told me? I remained quiet for a long time. Because then I'd have to admit something I already knew. That I was paying for love when it should have been free. That I was purchasing my parents' approval. That no amount of money I gave them would be enough to make them treat me the same way they treat Samantha. He gripped me tightly. I'm sorry, he replied. For what? For not noticing it sooner. For failing to protect you from them. You did protect me. You flew home from Dallas in the middle of your most important presentation of the year. That is fundamental human decency, Beck. That is the bare minimum. Exactly, I commented. And my mother couldn't even manage that. My phone began ringing at 9:45 p.m. I declined the call. She called again. Declined. Then the texts started coming in. Lauren, we need to discuss this misunderstanding. Your grandfather is being totally unreasonable. I never said I would not help. You didn't give me an opportunity to explain. You're tearing this family apart over a simple misunderstanding. I blocked that number. Then my sister called. What the heck have you done? Samantha's tone was caustic. Mom is hilarious. The cruise is canceled. Grandpa has threatened to cut her out of the will. All because you got an fender bender and Mom couldn't drop everything right away. There was no fender bender. I have 4 broken ribs and a fractured collarbone. You're obviously fine enough to cause family drama. Do you know how much Mom was looking forward to the cruise? Do you realize how hard she has worked? Working? I nearly laughed. Samantha, I have been paying their mortgage for 10 years. $4,200 per month. That is how Mom can afford not to work. This is how Dad retired early. That's how they assisted you with your down payment. Silence. You're lying. Check with Grandpa. Or better still, ask Mom. Ask her where she thought the extra $4,200 per month came from over the last 10 years. Even if that's true. It is true. It does not grant you the right to manipulate Grandpa. He is elderly. He is not thinking clearly. He thinks more clearly than anyone. He sees exactly what Mom, you and I are. Her voice increased. I'm not the one blackmailing my own mother with Grandpa's inheritance. No. You are the one who receives everything while I pay for it. The golden child who can't go wrong. But I'm always the issue. I took a breath. I am done, Samantha. I'm finished paying your lifestyle. I'm done being the family's ATM. I'm tired of accepting scraps of attention while you're celebrated for simply existing. You're acting insane. Mom loves you. Mom tolerates me as long as I am useful. Today I found out how much my usefulness is worth. 2.5 hours. She could not give me 2.5 hours for her grandchild. She had plans. I suffered a head injury. Samantha was quiet for a minute. Then, you know what? Fine. Keep Grandpa's money. Keep your victim mindset. But don't expect me to feel sorry for you if you end yourself alone because you drove everyone away. She hung up. Daniel had been listening to the entire talk. Are you okay? Actually, yeah. And I meant it. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I can breathe. The following morning, I was discharged with strong instructions to rest for 3 weeks. Daniel took Mia to the hospital, and I held my baby for the first time since the accident. She was perfect, healthy, and hungry. Emily, the care specialist, did an excellent job. She took meticulous records on feeding times, diaper changes, and sleeping patterns. She'd even pumped and saved the breast milk that the hospital had helped me express. You have a beautiful daughter, Emily said as she packed her belongings. And you are a strong mama. Not many ladies could make the calls you did while in an ambulance. I got help. Thank you for being there when my own mother couldn't. She smiled sadly. Family is who shows up. Remember that. We got home to flowers. I received dozens of bouquets from friends, Daniel's co-workers, neighbors, and messages wishing me a swift recovery. Nothing from my parents, Nothing from my sister. However, there was something from Grandpa. A huge box containing a note. For Mia's future, because she deserves grandparents who put her first. Love. Grandpa Henry. Inside there were savings bonds. $60,000 value. I cried. The 36-hour deadline has passed. Nobody apologized. No telephone call. There's no text. Grandpa's attorney called the next day to confirm that the will had been modified. Lauren and Mia Bennett were now the main beneficiaries. My mother would receive $15,000, which would be enough for a lovely trip but insufficient to sustain the lifestyle that my money provided. My mother's mortgage payment bounced 3 weeks after the accident occurred. Then their automobile payment. I know because she called from a number that I hadn't banned. Lauren, there's an error with our mortgage. The payment did not go through. Can you verify your end? I took a deep breath. There is no mistake, Mom. I canceled the payments. What? Why should you? She paused. Wait. Was that you? Since I was 19 you've been sending me money every month. But we thought your father's pension was barely enough to cover your utilities. I covered everything else for 10 years. Lauren, you cannot just stop, we'll lose our house. We will lose everything. I feel like I almost lost everything when that truck hit me. When I was alone in the ambulance, afraid, calling my mother for assistance and being denied. I apologized for that. I contacted Grandpa, and you called him to save your inheritance. You have never apologized to me. Silence. Mom, you received 10 years of financial assistance from me, and I gave freely, asking nothing in return except to be treated as if I cared. As if I were worth 2.5 hours of your time during a medical emergency. You couldn't even give me that. Lauren, please, we are your parents. You can't simply abandon us. The irony was so deep that I nearly choked on it. You are the one who abandoned me initially. You abandoned your grandchild. You chose a cruise over your daughter's emergency. Now I'm building mine. How about family loyalty? How about it? Where was your loyalty when I was cut out of a car? Where was your loyalty when your 8-week-old granddaughter needed it? We can work something out. We can attend family therapy. We can... No. The word had a strong sense of power. Final. I'm finished working things out. I'm done being the only one who tries. I'm done paying for love that should be free. I hung up. The calls continued in waves after that. Mom, Dad, Samantha and some cousins I barely knew. All of them convey the same message. I was pulling the family apart. I was being vindictive. I overreacted. No one asked if I was okay. No one asked about Mia. No one accepted that my mother's refusal to assist during a medical emergency was the real issue. I blocked them all. Grandpa came every week. He would hold Mia and tell her stories about her great-grandmother. He'd ask about my rehabilitation. He would bring groceries and help around the house. You're doing the right thing, he said one afternoon. It takes bravery to move away from poisonous relationships, especially if they are family. Especially if it's family. Do you think she'll ever understand? Honestly, probably not. People like your mother regard themselves as the victim in every story. You'll always be the ungrateful daughter who abandoned her, not the generous child who supported her for years or the injured mother who need basic assistance. That's sad. It is. However, it is not your obligation to change her perspective. Your responsibility is to Mia, to yourself, and to create the family you deserve. He was correct. 3 months later, I learned from a common friend that my parents had downsized to a smaller condo, sold their car and purchased something more affordable, and that my mother had taken on a full-time bookkeeping position. They were learning how to live within their means for the first time in 10 years. I felt no delight in their struggles, but also no guilt. 8 months after the accident, Daniel was promoted. We used his bonus to start Mia's college fund, with the $4,200 per month I had been sending my parents now going into an account for our daughter. Mia would have just over $850,000 for her studies in 17 years if she continued at her current rate. A sum she would never have to repay. A generous gift presented with love, as is customary for parents. 18 months after the accident I received a letter. Not from my mother, but from my sister Samantha. I'm writing because I finally understand what you tried to tell me. Mom urged me to start assisting with their finances. She explained that it was only temporary, until they could get back on their feet. That escalated into monthly requests for money, then weekly, and finally virtually daily. She has already requested for $52,000 this year. I have given her $26,000. My hubby is furious. My marriage is straining. When I informed Mom I couldn't offer any more, she labeled me selfish. Ungrateful, just as she used to call you. I understand now. You were not exaggerating. You weren't overly theatrical. You were being utilized. And when you couldn't be used anymore, you were discarded. I am sorry I did not believe you. I am sorry I chose her over you. I understand if you never want to talk to me again. But I wanted you to know you were right about everything. Your sister Samantha. I reread the letter 3 times. A part of me wanted to feel vindicated. To say I told you so. To welcome her to the group of daughters who had finally seen through our mother's deceit. But basically I felt sleepy. I responded with a simple note rather than a long letter. Thank you, Samantha, for being honest. I hope you find the strength to create limits. Like I did. You deserve better than to be used. I am not ready to rebuild a relationship yet. Maybe eventually, but I appreciate you seeing the truth. Take care of yourself. I didn't hear from her again, and that was fine. Mia is 3 years old now. She's hilarious and fierce, and she knows nothing about the grandmother who labeled her a consequence. She recognizes Grandpa Henry, who comes every Sunday and tells her the same stories he used to read to me. She knows Daniel's parents, who went from Arizona to aid her with croup and never complained. She understands that family members are the ones who turn up. We were at the park last week when another mother inquired if Mia's grandparents ever come to visit. Oh yes, I replied, seeing Mia grin as Grandpa pushed her on the swing. Her grandfather comes every week. How about your parents? I smiled. That is my parent, the one who matters. The woman appeared perplexed but did not press. Here's what I've learned in the 3 years after my car accident. Some individuals will only value you based on what you can supply. When you quit providing it, they'll reveal who they are. Believe them. Don't squander years attempting to earn love that should have been freely given. Sometimes I think about the $504,000. Money I will never get back. Money that could have impacted my life in dozens of ways. But I also consider what I got from cutting them off. Peace. Self-respect. A distinct sense of my worth. A family founded on true love rather than obligation and guilt. That is worth more than any dollar number. My mother gives Mia a card every year on her birthday. I do not open them. They go immediately into a box in the garage. Mia may one day be interested in learning more about that side of her family. Perhaps she will want to read them. But right now she has all she needs. Her parents chose her every day. A great-grandfather adores her. And a future built on love instead of guilt. If you're listening to this and you've been the family ATM, paying for affection that should be free, and you've been reduced, disregarded and told you're dramatic when you voice valid demands, I'd like to tell you something. You do not have to fund your own torture. You are not obligated to fund people who refuse to show up for you. You are free to save your money, time and energy for those who truly value you. And if stepping away means losing those who merely wanted what you had to offer, you have not lost family. You are losing users. There is a distinction. My name is Lauren Bennett. I am 32 years old. I am a mother, wife, and granddaughter. I used to be both a daughter and a sister. However, I'm realizing that DNA alone does not constitute family. Loyalty works. Respect does. Showing up works. 18 months ago my mother declined to watch my newborn after my car accident since she had cruise tickets. She now works full-time to afford the lifestyle she used to take for granted. My grandfather modified his will to safeguard both his granddaughter, who needed protection, and myself. I'm thriving. We are prospering. Because sometimes the finest payback isn't vengeance at all. It's about creating a beautiful life with people who deserve to be in it. If you found strength in this story, please leave a comment below and tell me where you're listening from. If you've established comparable boundaries with toxic family members, you're not alone. We're all out here making better families, one decision at a time. I'm Madison Harrington. My sister signed emails with my name and called my fiancé's job to add herself to his insurance. My sister Madison had been plotting this identity theft since the day Ethan proposed to me. She had watched from the restaurant window as he dropped down on one knee at our anniversary meal, her face plastered against the glass like a stalker in a horrible film. She had already begun her campaign by the time we arrived home to spread the news. I just think it's funny that Avery gets engaged right when I'm up for promotion, she informed our mother. Obviously she is attempting to steal my thunder. She was up for a promotion to shift supervisor at the accounting business where she worked data entry. But, in Madison's perspective, everything was a competition that she was bound to win. Madison started wearing a ring to work 4 days after we were engaged. Not just any ring, but my real engagement ring, which she would remove from my jewelry box every morning after I departed for my hospital shifts. She has a wonderful understanding of my timetable. I departed at 5:45 a.m. for rounds. She departed for her office at 9 a.m., 3 hours to be me. Her coworker Melissa was the first to notice. "Oh my God, is that an engagement ring?" Madison reached out her hand. My hand. "Really? I'm showing off my 2.25 carat cushion-cut diamond," Ethan eventually proposed. "We've kept it hidden since his family is so discreet. Old money, you know, owns hotels." Ethan's family owned only one business, his uncle's pizza restaurant. But Madison had created a complete mythology about my fiancé. She had stolen our engagement images from my phone while I was sleeping and cut them out, substituting my face with hers using an app. She presented them to everyone at her office. She would lie and say that this is us in Aspen. We're at his family's Hamptons mansion. The Aspen shot was taken on our camping trip to Big Bear. The estate was Ethan's parents' backyard in Riverside. Within 10 days, Madison had informed her whole staff of her wedding preparations. She was having it at the Ritz-Carlton. She was flying flowers from Holland. Her clothing was being fashioned by someone who had previously worked with royalty. She had acquired all of this information from the wedding magazines I'd purchased, where I'd marked financial alternatives and wrote maybe someday in the margins. Every evening she'd put my ring back in my jewelry box before I arrived home. I had no suspicions until Melissa contacted our house and asked Madison to check catering options. When I responded, she remarked, "Oh, Mrs. is soon to be Harrington. Your voice sounds different." I informed her that she had the wrong number. "No," Melissa protested. "Madison provided me this number for wedding-related emergencies. She'll marry Ethan Harrington next spring. I am her maid of honor." I hung up assuming it was a hoax until our cousin Carmen phoned. "Hi, I just saw Madison's announcement in her corporate newsletter. It's strange that you both got engaged to people called Ethan at the same time. What are the odds?" That night I addressed Madison. She was seated at the vanity, trying on my bridal earrings, which I had purchased to match the ring. "Those aren't yours?" I inquired. Madison did not even flinch. "Besides, you can't prove they're yours. There's no receipt, no evidence, just your word against mine." I reached for them, but she'd already locked them in her jewelry box, which had a combination only she knew. The following day she escalated. She took Ethan's photo to work, the one from my nightstand, and placed it on her desk. She began signing emails as Madison Harrington. She even contacted Ethan's office, pretending to be me, and inquired about adding her name to his insurance as his fiancée. Ethan's supervisor was perplexed, so he phoned him personally. "Why is this woman claiming to be your fiancée? Her name is Madison something." Ethan phoned me immediately. "Your sister is insane. She's telling folks that we're engaged. I know I'm managing it, but I wasn't before. I didn't know how." Madison told our mother that it was all a misunderstanding, that her co-workers had mistakenly believed she was engaged, and that she had not corrected them. Mom told me I was being dramatic, and that sisters share everything. Madison's breaking point came when she arranged an appointment at Tiffany's to have the ring cleaned. She snatched my ring that morning. She invited Melissa and 2 other co-workers to watch her get her engagement ring serviced. Graham, Tiffany's associate, was all grins. "What a gorgeous ring. Is this for cleaning?" Madison purred. "Yes, my fiancé purchased it here 6 weeks ago. We are getting married at the Ritz." Graham's face changed slightly. "Oh, it's one of ours. Let me check our system." He scanned the ring with a specialized gadget for authentication. His screen flashed up with information. Madison leaned over the countertop. "Is everything okay? It's a really precious item. I want to ensure that it is appropriately recorded." Graham nodded slowly. "Of course. Can I view the warranty card? It should have been in the blue box when bought." Madison laughed uncomfortably. The ring had not even been purchased from this retailer. The system found no records matching the ring's serial number to any Ethan Harrington. Graham walked back from the counter and pointed to his manager's office. Madison's expression changed from confident to pallid in seconds. She attempted to laugh it off, but her voice sounded wobbly and incorrect. Melissa leaned forwards and caressed Madison's arm. "Is everything okay? You seem quite pale." Graham maintained his professional demeanor, but his eyes had altered. He sensed something was wrong. The manager emerged from the back office, a woman in her 50s with keen eyes and impeccable posture. Graham handed her his screen, and they chatted quietly as Madison stood still. Her 2 co-workers shuffled uneasily, looking at each other with perplexed faces. The manager approached the counter and smiled at Madison, but it was not a kind grin. "We need to confirm certain details about this purchase. Do you have your original receipt or warranty documentation?" Madison's hands began trembling. I don't bring them around with me. It's at home in a secure location. The manager nodded slowly. Of course. And when precisely did your fiancé get this ring? 6 weeks prior, just before he proposed. Which place did he buy it from? Madison paused for just a second too long. This is the one. This place. The manager looked at Graham, who shook his head slightly. According to our data, no purchases that match the characteristics of this ring have occurred in the last 8 months. Madison's face flushed hot. Perhaps that was a different Tiffany's. He travels much for work. Melissa's phone rang, so she moved aside to answer it. Madison watched her leave with panicked eyes. The manager kept a calm, professional manner. I understand. However, before we can service this piece, we must first talk with the original purchaser to verify ownership. Company policy on high-value products. Madison took the ring off the counter. You know what? I'll just move it somewhere else. But this is ludicrous. Graham shifted slightly, blocking her passage to the door. Ma'am, we need to finish our authentication procedure first. Madison raised her voice an octave. You cannot keep me here. I have the right to depart. The manager raised her hand. Of course you do. But we also have a responsibility to ensure that the products brought to us for service are not stolen. I am sure you understand. Melissa returned inside, perplexed and concerned. She walked directly to Madison. That was your sister Avery, on the phone. She claims she's on her way here and you're wearing her engagement ring. The other 2 co-workers gasped. Madison's lips opened and closed, but no words emerged. Melissa continued, her voice becoming stronger. She said Ethan proposed to her, not you. She has both the receipt and the original packaging. Madison attempted to grip Melissa's arm. She is lying. She's envious because I got engaged first. Melissa backed away. But you told us Ethan proposed to you 6 weeks ago. Avery said he proposed to her 10 weeks ago. Your chronology doesn't make any sense. The manager walked forward. Perhaps we should all wait for Avery to arrive and have this resolved properly. Madison gazed toward the door, as if she was about to rush away. Graham had placed himself between her and the exit. Except for the classical music playing through concealed speakers, the store felt quite modest and silent. Madison's respiration became quicker and shallower. She continued gazing at her co-workers, who were staring at her with emotions ranging from surprise to outright dread. 25 minutes seemed like 25 hours. I stormed through Tiffany's door, holding my handbag loaded with evidence. The blue Tiffany box, a receipt with Ethan's signature, and a date dated 10 weeks ago. My phone has the original, unedited engagement images of me wearing the ring. Madison was seated on a chair near the counter, appearing as if she was about to throw up. Her co-workers formed a crowd at the window. The manager greeted me with a professional grin. Are you Avery? I nodded and took out my receipt. This is my ring. My fiancé, Ethan, bought it here 9 weeks ago. I have all of the documents. Graham collected my receipt and scanned it into his system. His face cleared up instantly. Yes, this fits our records exactly. Purchase date, ring specs, everything. He gazed at Madison with barely contained disdain. The manager inspected both my blue box and the images on my phone. She matched Madison's ring to images of me wearing it in the restaurant when the proposal. Madison tried one more time. She let me borrow it for a few photographs. We were just messing around. Melissa cut her off abruptly. That makes no sense, Madison. You have been telling us for weeks that you are engaged to Ethan. You showed us the wedding locations. You've asked me to be your maid of honor. You can't claim you were only borrowing a ring for pictures. The other 2 co-workers nodded in accord. One of them seems close to tears. I cannot believe you lied to us about everything. The manager's voice remained calm yet forceful. Ma'am, I'll require you to return the ring to its proper owner immediately. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to notify security and the police. Madison's hand trembled as she removed the ring off her finger. She clutched it for a moment, as if she couldn't bear to let go. Then she virtually hurled it at me. Okay. Take your silly ring. This whole issue has been blown out of proportion. I retrieved the ring and placed it back on my finger where it belonged. The manager turned to me. I apologize for the issue. We take authentication extremely seriously, and I'm delighted we could help to fix this. Madison sprang up so quickly that her chair scraped noisily against the floor. Her co-workers backed away from her. Melissa's expression was a mix of anger and embarrassment. I trusted you. We all trusted you. You made us appear like idiots. Madison's eyes welled up with tears, but they appeared to be furious rather than sad. Whatever. You all are overreacting. She attempted to push by Graham, but he did not move. The manager spoke again. "Before you depart, I need to capture the event for our records." Madison finally appeared to understand how much danger she was in. She spoke in a flat monotone while the manager took notes. Her co-workers departed first, going away without saying goodbye to her. Melissa hesitated at the door and looked back at me. "I'm so sorry. If I had known." I shake my head. "It is not your fault. She is adept at lying." Madison attempted to escape after Melissa, but I stopped her. "We're not finished. You snatched my ring. You claimed to be engaged to my fiancé. You lied to innocent people." Madison's face twisted. "You always receive everything. Perfect Avery, with her perfect life and engagement. I deserve to be happy too." The manager cleared her throat. "Maybe you should take this conversation somewhere." I nodded and stepped aside, allowing Madison to exit. She almost raced out of the store. I remained there for a time, just breathing and staring at my ring, which had returned to its proper place on my finger. Graham approached me silently. "For what it's worth, I am sorry you had to go through that. The most difficult issues are always family-related." I thanked him and exited the store. Outside in the parking lot, I sat in my car and called Ethan. He responded on the first ring. "Did you receive the ring back?" "I did. It is over." But his tone turned serious. "Avery, this is not over. Your sister needs assistance, and your family should quit enabling her." He was correct. I drove directly to Madison's office building. When I wanted to speak with a human resources representative regarding employee conduct, the receptionist seemed taken by surprise. She called, and 7 minutes later, a woman in her 40s arrived. "I am Brooke Sullivan from HR. How can I assist you?" I recounted the entire thing in the private meeting room she directed me to. Identity theft, a stolen ring, falsehoods to coworkers, and a forged engagement. Brooke made notes on a legal pad, her demeanor becoming more serious with each detail. She requested copies of my proof, so I submitted everything to her email immediately away. Melissa provided photos, receipts, a timetable, and witness accounts. Brooke thoroughly studied everything. "This is definitely odd. While this is essentially a personal family dispute, your sister used corporate time and resources to spread misleading information. She used co-workers as unknowing partners in her deceit. That deviates into workplace conduct area." I felt relief sweep over me. Finally, someone in authority was taking this seriously, rather than simply encouraging me to forgive and forget since it was family. Brooke kept going. "We'll need to conduct an internal investigation. I'll be speaking with the co-workers who are involved and reviewing any company communications where your sister may have misrepresented herself. This could take a few days." I gave her a smile. "Thank you for listening. I understand this sounds ridiculous." She offered me a kind gaze. "Unfortunately, job malfeasance takes many forms. This incident definitely caused harm to many people and fostered a hostile environment based on lies. We take it seriously here." I left the workplace feeling as if things were finally going in the right way. That afternoon, Ethan and I met in the office of his boss, Vincent. Vincent was a tall guy with gentle eyes who had always been nice to Ethan. He listened to our account of Madison's attempted phone call to add herself to Ethan's insurance. As we chatted, his eyebrows rose higher and higher. I felt the phone call was weird, but I wasn't sure how to handle it. "The woman claimed to be your fiancé, Avery, but something about the talk felt odd." Ethan revealed that it was his future sister-in-law pretending to be his fiancé. Vincent shook his head, disbelieving. "That is an example of identity fraud. If you want a formal statement on that call for any investigations, I am delighted to supply one." We thanked him and departed. Sloan arrived at my place that evening, bringing pizza and wine. She had been my buddy since nursing school and was more familiar with my family problems than anybody else. She listened to the entire Tiffany story with her mouth hanging wide. "Your sister is crazy. This is not typical sibling rivalry. This is deliberate identity theft." We arranged all of my evidence on the dining room table and made a thorough chronology. On day 0, Ethan proposed. Day 4, Madison began wearing my ring to work. She exhibited the false images in week 2. Week 3, she contacted Ethan's workplace. In week 4, everything exploded at Tiffany's. Sloan documented every witness, piece of evidence, theft, and impersonation. She compiled it all into a paper that appeared professional and detailed. This demonstrates a definite increase. She began small and gradually increased her risk tolerance. I felt ill looking over the timeline. My sister had been steadily taking my identity for about a month. The next morning, while I was getting ready for my hospital shift, someone hammered on my front door. I peered through the peephole and saw Madison standing there, looking anxious. I opened the door, but did not welcome her inside. She pushed past me anyhow. "You must call my office. You have to explain that everything was a misunderstanding." I crossed my arms. "No." Madison's voice became louder and more frantic. "Brooke has planned a formal meeting with me for this afternoon. I know you talked to HR. You are attempting to get me fired." I remained cool despite the fact that my heart was racing. "I am not trying to get you fired. I reported what you did because it was wrong and affected your coworkers. You created the situation." Madison began weeping, but these were furious tears. "You always do this. You're always making me seem horrible. You always have to be the victim." I reflected on all the years of this pattern. Madison competes with me on everything. Madison manipulates things to make herself the hero, and me the evil. Madison was able to get away with behavior that would have gotten anyone else in severe trouble because her mother constantly made excuses for her. "I won't be covering for you anymore. You snatched my ring. You impersonated me. You lied to everybody. Those are the facts, and I am not going to pretend they did not happen." Madison's cheeks turned crimson. "Fine. When I lose my job and am unable to pay my rent, that is your responsibility." She rushed out, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the frame. I stood there shaking for a few minutes before picking up my keys and heading to work. My job was lengthy and tiring, but at the hospital, I could concentrate on helping others rather than dealing with family issues. My mom phoned 3 hours after my shift finished. I could detect the guarded tone before she finished saying hi. "Madison came over today, weeping about how you're trying to fire her and ruin her life. She claims you've always been envious of her coworkers, and now you're pushing it too far. Sisters must support one another, Avery. Family comes first, no matter how much pride you have." I stopped her before she could start her typical diatribe about how I needed to be the larger person. Madison's mother committed identity theft. She took my engagement ring every morning for 4 weeks. She came up at Tiffany's with my ring and lied to the employees. She contacted Ethan's office pretending to be me and attempted to add herself to his insurance. She impersonated me for dozens of people. "If you don't recognize the gravity of the situation, you're contributing to it." The line became silent. I counted to 10 in my brain before Mom spoke again. "Send me all you've got. All of the evidence you've mentioned." Her voice sounded unsure rather than scornful. "I'd like to see the timeline, receipts, and everything else." I opened my laptop and attached the whole documentation file that Sloan had helped me construct. The purchase receipt from the jewelry retailer. Madison's false engagement images have been screenshotted. Melissa's written statement concerning the Tiffany incident. The email from Vincent verifying the strange insurance call. The timeline depicts how Madison's falsehoods became more serious over the course of 4 weeks. I pressed submit and gazed at my phone for another minute before Mom said she'd call me back after she had examined everything. Brooke phoned me on my cell phone after 3 days. "Avery, this is Brooke Sullivan from Madison's Human Resources Department. I wanted to give you an update on our investigation. We've placed Madison on administrative leave while we investigate the situation." Following the Tiffany's incident, several of Madison's co-workers raised further concerns about occasions in which she exaggerated or distorted aspects about her personal life. "We take this extremely seriously since it reflects on our company's judgment and has produced a hostile work environment based on lying." She hesitated, as if she were selecting her words carefully. "The study should be completed within 10 days. Thank you for giving such detailed documentation. It made our procedure extremely clearer." I thanked her and hung up, feeling uncomfortable. Part of me was glad that someone in authority was taking this matter seriously. Part of me was sickened that my sister's falsehoods had grown so terrible that her own co-workers were reporting them. An hour later, my phone began humming with text messages. "Madison, you are wrecking my career. Everyone at work believes I'm a liar and a scam because of you. You couldn't just give me something nice for once. You have to create everything about yourself and your ideal life. I cannot believe you went to my HR department like a tattletale. We are sisters. We're meant to defend one another." Another communication arrived before I could react. "This is a light-hearted joke that you exaggerated, because you are envious because my coworkers adore me and want to celebrate my engagement. You always do this. You're always making me seem horrible." I took screenshots of every message and saved them in my documentation folder. The messages suggested she still didn't grasp what she'd done wrong. In her opinion, taking my name and ring was simply a prank that I had overreacted to. Ethan's parents asked us to supper on Friday. His mom answered the door and instantly drew me into a hug. "I have to apologize to you, Avery. When that woman contacted Ethan's office to inquire about insurance, we should have sensed something was off. We knew Madison was competitive with you for years, but we never expected her to go this far. Ethan's father was grilling burgers in the backyard and joked that now everyone knew which sister was joining their family. His mother whacked his arm, yet she was smiling. We spent the evening discussing common topics such as wedding preparations and Ethan's uncle's new pizza oven. It was nice to be with individuals who recognized how serious the situation was, without making me feel theatrical for my distress. Melissa texted me the next morning, asking if I'd like to meet for coffee. She chose a location near her office and was already seated at a corner table when I arrived. I need to express how bad I feel about it all. Several of us at work feel deceived and silly for having believed such intricate falsehoods. She stirred her cappuccino without glancing at me. We all found it weird that Madison never invited us to meet her affluent fiancé or visit his family's alleged mansion. She was continually making excuses for Ethan's hectic schedule and his family's privacy, but we wanted to trust her since she appeared joyful and thrilled. We're outraged with her but also humiliated that we were drawn into her dream world. I assured her it was not her fault. Madison had lied to me our entire lives. She'd become better at it over time. Melissa nodded, saying that most of Madison's co-workers were no longer speaking to her. Those that went to Tiffany's felt particularly foolish for taking part in what turned out to be a theft. Mom phoned me Sunday afternoon. Her voice sounded scratchy, as if she had been weeping. I need to apologize for enabling Madison's actions for so many years. I always made allowances for her because she appeared more frail and needy than you. You were always so capable and independent. I believed Madison needed more help and protection, but now I understand how it just made everything worse. I created an environment in which she believed she could get away with anything, because I would always protect her. Her voice broke as she continued. I'm embarrassed that my daughter felt the need to take her sister's identity because she couldn't be content with her own situation. I'm not sure how to correct this or make things right. I told her I didn't have any answers either. All I knew was that I couldn't keep pretending Madison's conduct was normal and acceptable. Mom said she understood and would back any boundaries I set. Brooke Sullivan phoned me the next Tuesday with the results of the inquiry. Avery, I wanted to let you know that our workplace inquiry has ended. Madison violated several business standards: time, misrepresenting to co-workers, and engaging in unprofessional behavior. She is being terminated immediately and will not be eligible for rehire at our organization. I felt a complex mixture of relief and melancholy rush over me. My sister had recently lost her job because she couldn't stop competing with me, and she'd created a complete phony life instead of being content with her own. Brooke thanked me again for my assistance and stated that they were examining their procedures to avoid such incidents in the future. Mom called 9 days later to inform me that Madison had moved out. She located a tiny apartment across town. I believe she is currently too ashamed to see her family on a daily basis, but she began visiting a therapist, including misusing work. She is addressing her jealousy and low self-esteem issues. I told Mom I was delighted Madison was getting assistance, but I wasn't ready to communicate with her yet. Perhaps not for a long while. I wanted room to comprehend what had transpired and figure out how to proceed. Ethan and I sat on the couch that night, gazing over our calendars. We had planned a wedding for next spring, but it suddenly felt too far away. Too much waiting and anxiety about what Madison may do next. Let's move it up. Let's do a little ceremony with only those who genuinely support us. Ethan clasped my hand and took out his phone to check up locations. Planning our actual wedding without the shadow of Madison's falsehoods was freeing and enjoyable. We were done allowing her turmoil to dictate our pleasure. Sloane greeted me at the bridal store on Saturday morning with 2 coffees and her trademark direct honesty. She strolled right past the ornate dresses with cathedral trains, pointing to a plain A-line dress with lace sleeves. That's the one. It's elegant yet not overly so. Plus, your sister can't take it because she didn't get an invitation. We both chuckled, but I felt a twist in my chest. I never imagined I'd arrange my wedding without Madison present. Growing up, we had always spoken about becoming each other's maid of honor, but that was before she realized my life was more exciting than hers. The sales worker helped me into the dress, and for the first time in months, I could see myself properly in the mirror. Madison did not want to be me, but I was. Sloane dried her eyes and said I looked great. I bought the outfit that day and felt lighter as I walked out the store. Madison didn't contact me for 4 months. Ethan and I concentrated on our minor ceremony arrangements, while Mom remarked that Madison was doing better in treatment. Then, on a Tuesday evening, Mom called and asked if I'd want to meet with Madison's therapist to discuss family issues. The therapist believes it would benefit everyone if we discussed limits and what occurred. I promised Mom I'd go to 2 sessions, but I wasn't promising anything else. The therapy office was in a plain medical facility with beige walls and motivating posters. Mom sat on one side of the room, while Madison sat on the other, appearing smaller than I recalled. Madison had worked hard to understand her behavior patterns, according to the therapist, and she wanted to accept responsibility. Madison took out a folded paper and began reading in a trembling voice. She apologized for taking my identity, ring, and causing me so much misery. Her therapist stepped in to explain that Madison had been diagnosed with narcissistic personality characteristics and was learning healthy techniques to boost her self-esteem. I listened to it all and felt largely numb. When they ended, I informed Madison that I accepted her apologies, but trust does not rebuild in a few months. It takes years of constant altering behavior. I needed room to recover, and she had to respect that. Madison nodded, wiping her face. 5 months later, Ethan and I married in a garden ceremony attended by 45 guests who genuinely cared about us. Mom came and obeyed every rule I made, including not mentioning Madison once. Ethan's uncle supplied pizza from the family eatery. Sloane made a humorous toast about how she knew we'd make it because we had weathered identity theft together. When Ethan and I had our first dance as husband and wife, I understood something very essential. Protecting my peace was not selfish. Refusing to tolerate harmful conduct was not cruel. Sometimes the biggest gift you can give yourself is the freedom to walk away from those who have injured you, even if they are family. The evening concluded with sparklers, laughing, and the realization that I had chosen myself for once. My family called me the thrift store girl for years. As I became a millionaire, they begged me for $450,000. I turned them down and walked away forever. I realized early on that I was the family letdown. My name is Claire Thompson, and I've spent my whole life being the punchline to my family's failure jokes. My sister Olivia has the beauty, the charm, and presumably all the brain cells as well. According to our mother, I received hand-me-downs and lessons on being realistic. My moniker began when I was 16 years old. Olivia required a dazzling and pricey homecoming outfit from Nordstrom. I needed new clothing for school because I had outgrown everything during the summer. Mom brought us both shopping, but our budget only went so far. Olivia went away with a $250 outfit that she had worn once. I was dropped off at Goodwill with $50 and instructed to make it work. That day, I bought a vintage leather jacket for $10 that was real leather and had scarcely been used. I was quite proud of it. I wore it to school the next Monday, and when I returned home, Olivia was laughing with her pals in the living room. She noticed me and exclaimed loudly, "Look everybody, it's the thrift store girl. Did you get a good deal on those sad little secondhand dreams?" Her pals laughed. Mom, who was in the kitchen, did not say anything to protect me. Dad was on a business trip, which was essentially his constant status. The name stayed. Olivia used family meals, holidays and odd Tuesday nights to put me in my place. Out comes the thrift store girl. I grew strong skin out of necessity. While Olivia pledged sororities at USC and posted countless photographs of beach parties, I worked 2 jobs to pay for community college. My tiny apartment smelled like the Indian restaurant downstairs. I ate ramen and learned how to hem my own clothing. Nobody was handing me anything, so every dime counted. My parents paid for Olivia's whole schooling. When I asked if they might assist with even a semester's tuition, Dad mumbled something about teaching me the importance of hard work. Olivia had already received her degree on a silver platter, but I obviously needed character development. I majored in computer science since I excelled at it and the jobs paid well. My classmates were chatting, but I was coding. I constructed websites for small businesses, developed applications, and studied all I could about software development. I finished with honors and no debt, which felt like winning a secret battle. My first serious work was with a tech startup in Austin. The compensation was reasonable, and I could finally breathe without having to check my bank account every 5 minutes. I rented a 1-bedroom apartment and purchased my first new clothing in years. I posted a snapshot to the family chat, proud of my small place. Olivia commented, "Cute. Very minimalist. I guess thrift store furniture is making a comeback." She had purchased everything new. The remark hurt less than it might have years ago, but it still hit. I'd relocated 500 miles away for work, but also to avoid the continual comparisons. Austin seemed like a fresh start, a place where no one recognized me as the disappointed daughter. I could simply be Claire, the coder who writes clean code and meets deadlines. My flat was in a development close to the office. Nothing fancy, just mine. My balcony overlooked a courtyard where other young professionals gathered on weekends. I gradually gained acquaintances at work, largely co-workers who loved my dry sense of humor and knew nothing about my home dynamics. When asked about my background, I remained evasive. Parents live in California, and one sibling is not very close. The startup culture was strong and thrilling. We had ping pong tables and complimentary food, yes, but we also had a mission. Everyone there thought we were creating something significant. Late nights seemed more like investments than sacrifices. I was learning from folks who had previously sold firms and knew the game we were playing. I began saving aggressively. Every payday, I estimated the precise amount I needed for rent, electricity, food, and a modest amusement budget. Everything else was either saved or invested. My coworkers thought I was paranoid. They spent money on excellent dinners and weekend getaways. I recalled being broke too well to be reckless with money. Around this time, Olivia revealed her pregnancy. The family discussion erupted with delight. Mom was ecstatic about becoming a grandma. Dad started discussing legacy and family continuity. I gave Olivia my congrats and a gift card, which she accepted with a generic thank you. Days later, the baby shower was held in California. I couldn't afford the airline ticket, the present, and the time off from work, so I opted to work. Olivia sent images from the occasion, including extravagant decor, fancy baby outfits, and a cake that likely cost more than my monthly grocery budget. Mom remarked on each shot, saying how lovely everything was and how lucky they were. I worked extra hours that weekend and accomplished a big portion of a tough job. My boss noticed. That notification resulted in increased responsibility, more money, and more prospects. I met Daniel Stevens, one of the company's co-founders at the startup. He was intelligent, uncomfortable, and absolutely preoccupied with creating software to improve data security. I started as a junior developer, but Daniel saw something about my work. Within a year, I was managing my own staff. Within 2 years, I had become his professional partner in many aspects. Daniel resembled me of myself in several ways, underappreciated and motivated by something deeper than money. He was the strange kid in school, the one who programmed instead of socializing. His parents had intended him to become a doctor. He disappointed them when he dropped out of medical school to establish a technology firm. We connected over familial expectations and the freedom to disappoint folks who never truly knew us. Our working connection was purely chemistry-based. He'd draw impossible concepts on whiteboards, and I'd find out how to make them happen. We complemented each other. His vision, mine execution. The rest of the squad noticed. They began dubbing us the Brain Trust, which was both flattering and little obnoxious. We worked 80-hour weeks. We survived on coffee and resolve. Brian had the vision, but I had the practical ability to make it happen. Our software was excellent, it was revolutionary. Companies began licensing it. Contracts that were formerly small become larger. Tech behemoths started paying heed. Daniel and I celebrated at a dive bar when a Fortune 500 firm licensed our software for the first time. We were not champagne people. We ordered whiskey and sat in a booth that smelled like decades of spilled beer, laughing at each other like idiots. "We've done it," he remarked. "We built something that mattered." "Your family must be proud," Daniel remarked, somewhat inebriated. I laughed. "They don't really understand what I do. My sister thinks I fix computers." "Seriously?" She once asked me if I could help her printer connect to Wi-Fi. When I tried to explain what I truly do, she became bored and switched the topic to her kitchen makeover. Daniel shakes his head. "My parents still ask when I'm going back to medical school. Some people can't see past their own expectations." We clinked glasses to that, to being seen by those who mattered, even if our families weren't there. As the firm expanded, so did my role. I wasn't only coding anymore, I was making strategic decisions, employing teammates, and negotiating contracts. Daniel absolutely trusted me, therefore I had equity that mirrored my worth. When we finalized the ownership structure, I ended up owning 40% of the firm. Daniel had 40%. The remaining 20% will be shared amongst early investors and important workers. I didn't tell my family anything about work, and why should I? Every time I cited an achievement, Olivia found a way to undermine it. When I informed them that I had been promoted to senior developer, she announced her engagement to Adam Walker, whose father controlled a chain of auto dealerships. The talk quickly turned to her princess-cut diamond and her wedding preparations. The interaction occurred in my second year at the startup. Olivia revealed it in the family chat, sharing a snapshot of her hand with a massive ring, at least 2 carats, possibly 3. Adam proposed on a beach trip in Maui, dropping down on one knee at twilight as a photographer documented the scene. The photographs were properly altered and uploaded within hours. Mom called me crying with joy. "Your sister is so blessed," she kept repeating. "Adam is such a catch. He's going to take such good care of her." I was troubleshooting a serious system breakdown when she phoned. I had 3 developers waiting for my feedback and a customer presentation in 2 hours. I said, "Congratulations." And then I had to go. Mom expressed disappointment because I wasn't more thrilled. The fact was that I felt nothing. Olivia's happiness had lost meaning to me somewhere along the road. Her life was hers. It was my. The only intersection was obligation. I went to the wedding alone. I was 25, wearing a dress I had purchased fresh from a department shop, and I still felt invisible. Olivia's bridesmaids were all sorority sisters who appeared to have walked out of a magazine. I sat at a table with distant relatives who had spent the whole reception on their phones. The wedding was held at a resort in Napa Valley, with 3 days of celebrations leading up to the ceremony. I could only afford to attend the wedding itself, flying in Saturday morning and departing right from the reception that evening. I missed the welcoming supper and the morning after breakfast. No one appeared to notice. The ceremony was gorgeous, but in an overpriced, impersonal manner. White flowers everywhere, accompanied by a string quartet. Olivia looked lovely in a couture gown that was probably more expensive than my vehicle. Adam sobbed as she walked down the aisle, which the cameraman filmed from several perspectives. I sat 17 rows back on the bride's side, between a great-aunt who kept inquiring who I was and a family acquaintance whom I'd never met. Olivia walked by on her way down the aisle, and her gaze swept over me. I don't think she even realized I was there. During the toasts, Olivia's maid of honor discussed how Olivia was always meant for success, knowing precisely what she wanted and how to attain it. Dad's toast highlighted how proud he was of his accomplished daughters, but he only provided instances of Olivia. Mom shed tears of delight. I sipped champagne and pondered why I had bothered to come. The celebration was held in a vineyard with golden hour lighting, which made everything appear like a movie. I attempted to socialize, but I kept finding myself in discussions where I was the odd one out. Olivia's pals discussed spinning lessons and vacation houses. Adam's family talked about golf handicaps and investment properties. I nursed my drink while checking my phone for business emails to keep myself occupied. At some time, a groomsman approached me. He was inebriated yet nice, asking how I knew the pair. When I told him I was Olivia's sister, he seemed shocked. Really? She never mentioned having a sister. We're not close, I said. He nodded as if it explained everything and went on to find someone more fascinating to chat to. I departed during the dance, stating I had to catch a flight. Nobody attempted to stop me. I got an Uber to the airport, changed into comfy clothing and a toilet, and worked on coding for a project due Monday as I waited for my red-eye flight. It was a better use of my time than trying to enjoy a party where I didn't fit in. Flying back to Austin, I felt relieved. I had completed my familial commitment. I had shown up. I had been nice. Now I could return to my normal life. The one I was creating. Brick by brick, the one that truly mattered. I texted Olivia from the airport with another congrats. She answered with the heart emoji. This was the extent of our conversation. Olivia revealed her first pregnancy about 8 months after the wedding. By then, she'd completely committed to being a lifestyle influencer, chronicling everything online, including gender reveal parties, nursery design blogs, and pregnancy photo shoots. Her pregnancy was a meticulously planned performance. She had Ella in the summer, and her birth announcement received thousands of likes. I gave a gift of useful baby goods from the registry. Olivia shared a boilerplate thank you story on Instagram, identifying everyone who had contributed presents. I wasn't sure whether she knew which products came from me directly. Being underrated means that no one pays attention to you. While my family was obsessed with Olivia's Instagram perfect existence, I was creating something genuine. Daniel and I had created software that was receiving significant attention. Technology businesses were no longer merely licensing it. They wanted to purchase the entire firm. 3 months after the wedding, I received a call from Daniel around midnight. A prominent firm wanted to speak with us about a potential purchase. He could scarcely speak, his voice quivering with excitement and dread. We had anticipated this moment, but the combination of theoretical potential and actuality seemed different. We met with their team the next week. Corporate executives in fancy suits address technical inquiries and make financial estimates. Daniel addressed the vision questions. I handled the technical aspects and actual execution. We were a good squad. By the end of the meeting, they were more intrigued than when we began. The paperwork began to pour, including NDAs, tentative offers, and due diligence demands. Our lawyer, a lady Daniel had previously dealt with, guided us through each stage. She was forthright about the odds. Most acquisitions failed. Don't get excited until the money's in the bank, she told me. I took her counsel. I did not inform my relatives. I didn't inform my buddies. I merely kept working, living in my tiny apartment, and saving money like I always had. If the deal went through, that's excellent. If it didn't, I'd still have a nice career and shares in a rising firm. I was 26 years old when I received the first serious offer. $14 million. Daniel and I both owned 40% of the firm, while the other 20% was distributed among early investors. My portion would be worth $5.5 million. I couldn't grasp the number. It felt like monopolistic money. Daniel wanted to wait. He believed we could construct something larger. I trusted his instincts. It had been correct about everything else. We rejected the offer and continued working. 6 months later, another offer came in. $22 million, then $32 million. We repeatedly said no. Every rejection seemed like a gamble. What if we reached our peak? What if we turned away life-changing funding only to see the firm fail? I stayed up several nights crunching numbers, calculating how long $5.5 million would last, and how different my life could be. But Daniel's confidence was contagious. He gave me predictions, market research, and growth possibilities. Our software was becoming the industry standard. Companies didn't merely license it, they built entire security systems around it. We were becoming crucial. That meant leverage. We hired a CFO who has experience with successful exits. She was in her 50s, as sharp as a razor, and would not take any crap from anyone. She examined our records, contracts, and development trajectory, and declared us fools for thinking anything less than $37 million. You're not just selling software, she explained. You're selling the future of data security. Price accordingly. This is what we did. When the next offer came in at $40 million, we replied at $80 million. They laughed. We walked away. 3 corporations were interested by then, implying rivalry. Competition meant better terms. I was still living in my little apartment. I still browsed sales. The money was imaginary, attached to a corporation that existed mostly as code and contracts. My family had no knowledge since I never informed them. What was the point? They had already determined who I was. Olivia had resigned her marketing career following the wedding. Adam's family money meant she didn't need to work. She spent her days practicing yoga, having her nails done, and sharing her wonderful life on social media. Mom would send me Olivia's posts with captions like, "Your sister looks so happy." The inference was obvious. Olivia had triumphed at life, but I was still fighting. Olivia's second kid, Jacob, was born by this point. 2 children before the age of 30, both planned and fully publicized on social media. Her life appeared flawless, at least in the meticulously managed squares of Instagram. Beautiful home, lovely children, and gorgeous apparel. She'd become a lifestyle influencer with a small following, receiving free things in exchange for postings. What I didn't realize was that Adam's financial condition wasn't as steady as it looked. Adam's father had many dealerships, but he insisted on owning his own location to show himself. He'd taken out large amounts to invest in a franchise, sure he could make it lucrative. When things began to go wrong, his pride prevented him from asking his father for aid. However, I would not discover any of this until much later. I watched from a distance, enthralled and repulsed. How much of it was real? Did she truly adore the life she portrayed? Or was she trapped in the same way I had been, performing for an audience that expected perfection I didn't want? We scarcely communicated outside of the traditional Christmas texts. She was preoccupied with her wonderful existence. I was engaged creating something tangible. That Christmas, Mom attempted to plan a family meeting. I rejected, citing job constraints. It was somewhat true. We were in the midst of heated negotiations, but largely I didn't want to spend a week watching Olivia's highlight reel and being reminded of my own perceived incompetence. Mom was hurt. She sent a long email on how important family is, how I should not let work rule my life, and how I was losing out on witnessing my niece and nephew grow up. She made no mention of the fact that I had only met Jacob twice, both of which were quick encounters. She didn't add that Olivia had never inquired about my life, or indicated an interest in seeing me. It appeared like I was solely responsible for maintaining family connections. I did not answer to your email. I worked through Christmas and was happy with it. Thanksgiving that year was very harsh. Olivia and Adam had recently purchased a house in a gated neighborhood. She spent the entire evening discussing crown molding and granite countertops. When Mom inquired about my life, I answered that we were in acquisition discussions. "That's nice, dear," Mom remarked ambiguously. "Olivia, tell us more about the master bathroom renovation." I stopped attempting to explain after that. The last bid arrived in February, $80 million for the entire deal. Daniel contacted me at 11 p.m., his voice trembling. The purchasers were serious. They wanted our software, personnel, and vision. This was it. The moment we'd been working towards for 6 years. My portion would be $34 million. After taxes and repaying early investors who had chosen lower returns, I'd have around $8.5 million in liquid assets. $8.5 million. I sat on my apartment floor for an hour, staring at the wall. Daniel and I signed the paperwork in March. The money arrived in my account 2 weeks later. I watched my banking app update and noticed an unusual balance. I was a billionaire before I reached 27, but no one in my family knew. I didn't purchase a mansion, I did not buy a sports vehicle. I hired a financial advisor and invested the most of it cautiously. I did purchase a wonderful condo in a reputable area that was fully equipped with new items. I purchased clothing that fits properly. I contributed to causes that I cared about. I lived comfortably, but not extravagantly. The secret felt fantastic. For the first time in my life, I had something completely mine, something my family couldn't take away, claim, or make about Olivia. My financial advisor had handed me a package of paperwork to peruse and sign. I grabbed them on my way out the door one morning and planned to glance through them around lunch. Instead, I was called to back-to-back meetings. I slipped the folder into my handbag, figuring I'd deal with it later. Among the documents was a recent portfolio statement that showed my whole balance. I absolutely forgot it was there until Olivia discovered it. Easter was coming, and Mom called to demand that I come to supper. I normally avoid holidays, but something compelled me to agree this time. Perhaps I was feeling charitable. Maybe I wanted to see things from a different angle. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that their opinions weren't important anymore. I drove to their home in my new automobile. Nothing showy, simply a dependable premium vehicle. I parked on the street and strolled up to my childhood home, carrying a store-bought pie because I wasn't much of a baker. Olivia answered the door. She looked me up and down, and I realized right away that my clothes were costly. Very costly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Claire," she explained. "You look different." "Thanks," I said, walking inside. "You look great too." The house was adorned for Easter with pastels everywhere. Adam was in the living room, watching basketball with Dad. Mom was in the kitchen finishing up dinner. Olivia's 2 children, Ella and Jacob, were running around high on chocolate. I hugged my parents and tried to relax into the usual awkwardness of family reunions. Dad inquired about my employment in the generic manner he normally did, not actually listening to my response. Mom admired my blouse and asked where I bought it. I said Nordstrom, and she seemed astonished. "Splurging a bit," Olivia murmured from behind me. "Did you get a raise?" "Something like that," I said. Dinner was the typical production. Olivia held court, discussing Jacob's soccer squad and Ella's dancing recital. Adam made periodic comments regarding his dealership's sales performance. Mom and Dad nodded, completely engrossed. I ate ham and scalloped potatoes and felt as if I were watching a performance I'd watched before. My phone rang after dinner, just as Mom was presenting the dessert. My financial advisor and I exchanged glances. I excused myself and went to the back porch to receive the call. It was nothing important, simply a query about some papers that needed to be signed. The chat lasted around 5 minutes. When I returned inside, the mood had shifted. Olivia stood in the hallway, holding my purse. My stomach sank. "You left this on the chair," she said, her voice weird. "Your wallet fell out when I picked it up. Things spilled everywhere." She held out a bank statement that had dropped from the folder. The equilibrium was obviously evident. $8.5 million plus change. The room became silent. Mom's pie server clattered on the dish. Dad's eyes expanded. Adam leaned forward. Olivia's face showed a variety of emotions. Shock, perplexity, and fury followed by calculating. "Is this real?" Olivia insisted. I took the statement from her palm, folded it neatly, and returned it to my wallet. My heart pounded, but my voice remained firm. "It's none of your business." $8.5 million. Mom's voice sounded low. "Claire, where did you get $8.5 million? "I earned it," I explained simply. Olivia laughed, but it was not a pleasant sound. "You earned it. Doing what?" "You work in computers. Programmers don't make $8.5 million. "This one did," I answered. "My company was acquired. That's my share." The hush that ensued was deafening. I could see them all recalculating what they believed they knew about me. The thrift store girl was a billionaire. The family disappointment possessed more wealth than any of them. Dad discovered his voice first. "Claire, that's wonderful. Truly, why didn't you tell us?" "Because it's my business," was my reply. "And because I knew this would happen." "What would happen?" Mom inquired, her expression wounded. "This," I motioned to their faces. "You've never cared about my success before. Why would I share this with you now?" Olivia's horror was deteriorating into something worse. I could see the wheels spinning and the entitlement coming to the surface. After everything this family has done for you. Like what? I interjected. Please enlighten me. What has this family done for me? We raised you, Mom explained. You raised both of us. You paid for Olivia's entire college education while I worked myself into exhaustion to afford community college. You've celebrated every one of Olivia's accomplishments while barely acknowledging mine. You allowed her to mock me for years, calling me thrift store girl like it was funny. That was just teasing, Olivia explained defensively. It was cruel, I said back. And you all let it happen. You all participated. Adam, who had been quiet, now piped out. Claire, Olivia is just surprised. We all are. This is a lot to process, but family is family, right? And family helps each other. There it was, the underlying source of the tension in the room. They wanted my money. Help each other. How? I inquired, already knowing the answer. Olivia rushed in, her voice taking on a plaintive tone that may have worked on me once. Claire, Adam's dealership has been struggling. The economy, supply chain issues. You know how it is. We might lose the house. We have kids to think about. You don't have children. You don't have a husband. You don't have anyone depending on you. You have more money than you could ever spend. I gazed at her. This lady had made my upbringing unpleasant, criticized my challenges, and never inquired whether I was all right or needed help. And now, she wants my money. So, let me get this straight, I began carefully. You want me to just give you my money? The money I earned while you were posting selfies on Instagram? The money I made while you quit your job to play housewife? You want me to hand over what I worked for because Adam made bad business decisions? It's not like that, Adam argued. It's a loan. We'd pay you back. No, you wouldn't, I said bluntly. And even if you intended to, you couldn't. If you can't manage your own finances, why would I trust you with mine? Mom walked closer, her expression sincere. Claire, honey, please. Olivia is your sister. Those are your niece and nephew. You wouldn't let them lose their home, would you? How much are you asking for? I inquired, truly intrigued by their chutzpah. Olivia and Adam shared a glance. $450,000 would cover everything, Olivia remarked. The mortgage, the debts, enough to get us back on our feet. It's nothing to you. It's barely 5% of what you have, but for us, it would mean everything. I sensed a change inside me. The years of being disregarded, dismissed and mocked crystallized into perfect clarity. These individuals did not love me. They never had. I was just someone they kept around to boost their self-esteem. And now that I had something they desired, I was treated like family. No, I said. Olivia blinked. What? No, I'm not giving you money. Not $450,000. Not $500. Not 5 cents. Her cheeks turned crimson. Are you serious? After everything? After everything. What? I said, raising my voice. After you spent our entire childhood making me feel worthless. After you called me thrift store girl at every opportunity. After this family made it clear that I was worth less than you in every way that mattered. Now you want me to rescue you? We're family, Olivia said. Family supports each other, I remarked coldly. Family doesn't mock each other. Family doesn't play favorites. You want to know what family is? It's not this. It never was. Dad tried again, his voice taking on the authoritative tone he used when we were youngsters. Claire, you're being selfish. Your sister needs help and you have the means to provide it. This is what decent people do. Something inside of me cracked. I began laughing. I couldn't get past the ridiculousness of it all. They called me selfish after a lifetime of selfishness. It was too much. The laughter kept pouring out of me in waves. Decent people, I said between laughter. Where were decent people when I was eating ramen for dinner so I could afford textbooks? Where was family when I was working 2 jobs and going to school full-time? Where was support when I was building a career from nothing? We didn't realize you needed help, Mom answered faintly. You didn't ask, I said, my laughter fading. You never asked because you didn't care. As long as Olivia was happy and successful and posting pretty pictures, I could suffer in silence. I was just the thrift store girl. Remember? I wasn't worth your attention. Olivia's expression was contorted with hatred. Now you're really going to let us lose everything? You're going to let your niece and nephew be homeless because you're petty and bitter? You're not going to be homeless, I murmured, exhausted. You're being dramatic. Sell the house, downsize, live within your means like I had to. Figure it out like I had to. Work for it like I did. I have children, Olivia said. Then set a better example for them, I fired back. Show them that hard work matters. Show them that you can't just coast on charm and good looks. Show them that actions have consequences. Adam stood up, his expression harsh. You're making a big mistake. We're family. You're going to regret burning these bridges. I grabbed my handbag and hurried out the door. They pursued me, their voices overlapping, pleading, demanding, and threatening all at once. Olivia grabbed my arm and dug her claws in. Please, she pleaded, and for a moment, she appeared truly desperate. Claire, please. I'm sorry about the stupid nickname. I'm sorry I wasn't nice. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Just help us, please. I gazed at her, really stared at her. She was still lovely and nicely put together, but her eyes were wild. Her entire existence had been constructed on the generosity of others, and now it was disintegrating. I felt nothing. I'm sorry too, I answered gently. I'm sorry you're in this situation. I'm sorry you made choices that led here, but I'm not your bailout. I'm not your backup plan. I'm not the thrift store girl you can dismiss and ignore until you need something. I released my arm and went for the doorknob. Olivia's apologies immediately turned into fury. You're selfish, she hissed. After everything we've done for you, we gave you a home. We fed you. We raised you. And this is how you repay us. You did the bare minimum that parents are legally obligated to do. I responded. That doesn't entitle you to my money. Mom was crying now. Dad was red-faced and enraged. Adam was pacing. Olivia seemed to want to physically assault me. I opened the door. Claire, if you walk out that door you're not welcome back, Dad stated sternly. If you choose money over family, you're no daughter of mine. I hesitated in the doorway and turned back to face them. You chose Olivia over me. My entire life, you heard me say. You chose appearances over substance. You chose comfort over fairness. You made your choice a long time ago. I'm just finally making mine. You'll regret this, Olivia yelled after me. When you're old and alone with nobody who loves you, you'll remember this moment. You'll remember that you chose money over your own family. I smiled at her, and she took a step back, so it had to be a bad one. I'd rather be alone with $8.5 million than surrounded by people who only love me for what I can give them. Get out, Olivia yelled. Get out and don't come back. That's the plan, I explained. She surged forward, slamming the door in my face. I heard the lock click through the door. I could hear yelling, sobbing, and the pandemonium of a family disintegrating. I stood there for a time, expecting to feel anything. Regret, despair, or anything. Instead, I felt lighter. I walked to my car, got inside, and drove away from that house for the final time. My phone started ringing before I got to the freeway. Olivia. I refused the call. She called again, declined yet again. I banned her phone number. Then I blocked Mom's, Dad's, and Adam's. The stillness was amazing. Over the following few weeks, they tried everything. Mom wrote me emails imploring me to reconsider, stating Olivia was having breakdowns and the stress was impacting the kids. Dad's emails began reasonably, but became progressively irate when I failed to answer. Olivia generated new email addresses when I blocked the existing ones. Her communications alternate between apologies and threats. Adam tried everything to reach me, including LinkedIn messages and Facebook friend requests from false profiles. I disregarded it all. When Dad's lawyer wrote a threatening letter concerning alleged inheritance claims, my lawyer promptly issued a cease and desist letter, thereby closing that option. The harassing slowly lessened, then altogether. I learned via a mutual acquaintance that Olivia and Adam did lost their home. They moved into a rental in a less desirable area. Adam's dealership closed. Olivia had to find a real job, working in a mall's retail department. The gated neighborhood and the Instagram perfect existence had vanished. I felt a glimmer of pity, but it faded fast. They had made their selections. They had constructed their lives on unsustainable grounds. Their financial difficulties were not my job to resolve. It was entirely up to me how I spent my money. I provided scholarships for students from low-income families pursuing computer technology. I gave to organizations that support women in technology. I invested in businesses started by people that reminded me of myself, eager, brilliant, and underappreciated. When my grandmother moved into assisted living, I acquired her house. It was the one spot from my youth that brought back happy memories. I meticulously restored it, preserving all of the important details. I currently reside there, surrounded by objects. I pick stuff. I've earned things that are genuinely mine. I began dating someone I met via work. Another developer with their own success story. Someone who recognized the significance of hard labor since he experienced it firsthand. When I informed him about my family, he did not tell me to forgive them. He just grasped my hand and stated, "Some people are family, some are related. There is a distinction." 6 months after Easter, I received a wedding invitation. Olivia and Adam were renewing their vows as a PR stunt to demonstrate their enduring strength. The invitation was addressed to Claire Thompson and her companion. There was a handwritten message. "Despite everything, you're still my sister. I hope you'll come. We can talk." I threw it out without answering. A year after that Easter, Olivia sent me a message using a technique she had discovered that I hadn't blocked yet. It was lengthy, rambling, and full of apologies that seemed scripted rather than real. She discussed how difficult things had been, how much she had learnt, and how she now understood what I had been through. Finally, she asked if we might meet for coffee. She wrote that she did not want to ask for anything but rather to communicate an attempt. I reread it 3 times. I recalled the girl I'd been, yearning for morsels of acceptance from people who'd never seen me. I reflected on the woman I'd become, strong enough to walk away from those who harmed me. I erased the mail without replying. Some bridges are not worth repairing. Some doors, once slammed, should remain closed. Some family are best left behind. I learnt throughout treatment. Yes, I went to therapy because money allows me to afford treatment, that I had spent my entire life attempting to earn affection that would never be freely given. I had been performing in front of an uninterested crowd. When I stopped performing and wanting their approval, I became free. The money didn't help me. It provided me alternatives, stability, and comfort, but it did not heal my wounds. That task was more difficult and took longer. I had to unlearn the idea that I was worthless, deserved less, and should be grateful for scraps. I am enough. I always was. The thrift store girl who pieced together ensembles from discarded pieces was just as valued as the billionaire I eventually became. The only difference is that I now understand it. These days my life is tranquil. I work on projects that I find interesting. I travel whenever I want to. I have friends that choose me not out of blood or obligation, but because they truly enjoy who I am. My boyfriend thinks my thrift shop discoveries are beautiful, who like hearing stories about the antique leather jacket that I still have hanging in my closet. I created a life that is mine. Nobody can belittle, disparage, or take credit for it. When I look in the mirror, I see someone who has endured, worked, and refused to let others to determine her value. Sometimes I wonder if my family remembers that Easter supper, if they could relive the moment they found I was wealthy and insisted I share it. Most likely, they will not comprehend why I laughed in their faces and went away. People like these seldom comprehend. They will constantly feel entitled to what others have earned. They will always believe that family means claiming each other's achievement without contributing to it. But occasionally, late at night, when I'm in the house that I genuinely own, I recall standing at that doorway with Olivia shouting at me, ordering me to go. I recall the sound of the door slamming in my face, and the finality of the lock clicking into place. I can recall how it felt to walk away. And I grin because they actually did me a favor. They relieved me of the last remaining duty I felt toward them. They revealed their true selves to me one final time. They slammed the door on a connection I had been striving to keep because of guilt and habit. I walked away feeling lighter than I had ever felt. The thrift store girl became a billionaire. The family's disappointment became more successful than they could have dreamed. The girl they passed over became someone they couldn't ignore. And when they finally saw me, wanted something from me, and required what I made, I declined. Nobody warns you about the power of stepping away, the power to choose oneself, the strength of refusing to put yourself on fire in order to keep others warm who would never do the same for you. I do not regret it. Not for 1 second. Not while I am laying in bed in my lovely house. Not when I'm sponsoring scholarships for females, as I was. Not when I'm living the life I choose rather than the one chosen for me. Olivia was correct about one thing though. It's not how she intended it. I am occasionally alone, yet I am not lonely. There is a distinction. Loneliness is being surrounded by people who do not notice you. Being alone allows you to breathe without having to apologize for taking up space. I'd rather have alone than to be unloved. The last time I considered reaching out was on my birthday last year. I awoke to messages from friends, my boyfriend, and others who decided to be in my life. I reflected on how different it was from previous birthdays, when my family would give me practical presents, while Olivia received jewels and trips. I considered calling briefly to see if anything had changed. Then I remembered Olivia's expression when she saw my bank account, the calculating in her eyes, and how quickly affection transformed into demands. I prepared pancakes instead and treated myself to a spa day. Some individuals spend their entire lives seeking approval from people who never offer it. Some people injure themselves attempting to fit into areas that were never intended for them. Some people accept crumbs and call them love. I did this for 26 years. Now I live differently. I now know better. Now I understand that stepping away does not mean giving up. It is growing up. My relatives used to nickname me, the thrift store girl, as an insult. They assumed that secondhand meant second-rate. They believed that bargain hunting meant cheap living. They believed I was inferior to them because I lacked what they have. They were incorrect about everything. The thrift shop girl learned to recognize value where others saw garbage. She learned to make damaged things beautiful. She discovered that worth is not decided by price tags, family acceptance, or Instagram likes. She learned to gamble on herself, and won. So, no, I will not reconcile with my family. I will not support Olivia's lifestyle or serve as the family ATM. I will not attend holidays, pretend everything is normal, or accept half-hearted apologies intended to manipulate rather than heal. I'll be here in my house, living my life and making my decisions. I'll be the thrift store girl who became a billionaire and discovered that some of life's finest things cannot be purchased, such as self-esteem, real connections, and the tranquility that comes from finally putting yourself first. They slammed the door in my face, assuming it was punishment. It was freedom. I'm your mother. I have the right. She said after secretly draining $41,000 from my savings to fix my brother's debt. I made one call that silenced her. I am 41 years old and I have spent the most of my adult life as the person my family calls when something needs to be mended. There are no damaged pipes or electrical problems. Money is always money. It started simply when I was 26. Linda's auto payment was a few hundred here and there. Then it increased. My brother Ryan's rent for the 8 months he was between jobs. Dad's insurance ran out, leaving him with unpaid medical bills. I was alerted about family vacations after I scheduled them with the understanding that I would give my fair share. I've never said no. That is the thing about dependability. People stopped asking questions and instead made assumptions. Ryan is 3 years younger than me. And if there is one constant in our family, it is that he has always been the golden child. The athlete in high school. The kind guy at family gatherings. The one who could do no wrong, even while he did everything wrong. He worked 5 different jobs in 11 years, bought a truck he couldn't afford, and married a woman who shared his taste for luxury goods. Linda and Mark grew softer with each passing autumn. I was the one holding the pillow. Ryan bought his home 5 years ago and I realized it was a stretch. His credit was weak, and he barely had enough money to make a down payment. But Linda was overjoyed. She called me that night, full of pride, to tell me how Ryan was finally settling down, building equity, and becoming a true grown-up. I congratulated him. I sent a housewarming gift. I didn't mention that I'd been renting the same small unit for 6 years since I was too focused with keeping everyone else afloat. What I didn't tell anyone was that I had created a separate savings account 3 years ago, a true emergency fund that no one in my family knew about. I had learned the hard way that if they knew there was money available, they would find an excuse to spend it on someone else's emergency. 20% of each paycheck was deposited into the account. There is no debit card or check associated, only a gradual and consistent level of security. $45,000 is mine. That number mattered. It represented each time I ate ramen to pay someone else's tab. My entire trip was canceled because my family urged me to stay hydrated. I used to smile whenever Ryan got a new fancy device while I wore the same jacket for 4 winters. But Linda was unaware that I had taken extra precautions. When Mark attempted to access an old joint account that we had forgotten to close, I grew concerned. I established multi-factor authentication, biometric security transfer limits, and a fraud alarm set to activate on transactions over $600. The account was secure, which gave me peace of mind, or so I thought. Last Tuesday afternoon everything changed. I'd just gotten home from work, dressed in business casual, tie loosened, and ready for a peaceful evening. Then I recognized Linda's car in the guest parking lot. She never simply stopped by. We had Sunday meals, planned visits, and not impromptu trips. The second surprise was her grin when I opened the door. Not her usual welcome. This was unique, triumphant, and nearly euphoric. She held a folder in her hands. Manila, affordable, somewhat bowed edges. I have something to show you, she said, passing me without asking. You're going to be so proud of me. I cautiously shut the door, a strange weight descending on my chest. She sat on my couch and patted the cushion, like if I were 10 years old. I remained standing. This is when she accessed the folder. The folder contained bank statements. Mine. For a moment my mind couldn't process it. Those were my account numbers, balances, and emergency fund put down as proof. How did you get these? I asked. Linda waved her hand. That doesn't matter, sweetheart. What matters is that I found a solution to Ryan's problem. My stomach dropped. What's the solution? She took out another sheet of paper. A payment confirmation for yesterday. I deposited $41,000 of my savings to a mortgage company. Ryan's mortgage firm. The room sloped. My legs made the decision to sit down. You took my money. I used family money to help family, Linda added, as if I had overreacted. Ryan was 3 months overdue on his mortgage. 3 months. They were beginning the foreclosure procedure. He could have lost everything. I looked at the document, my account number, and the sum, which had abruptly changed to $4,000 from $45,000. This was my emergency fund. And it was an emergency. Your brother requires practical support, not a budgeting lesson or a small loan. He wanted someone to step up and protect his home, so I did. Yes, you are using your money, but you may rebuild the account. You're an excellent saver. Ryan needs it right now. 20 replies fought for my throat. What came out was, you stole from me. Do not be stupid. You can't take from your family. Besides, Ryan will repay you. I almost laughed. When? When he gets back to his feet. Once he gets this next promotion, he'll have enough money to repay you with interest. Probably. Probably. Lucas, I don't understand why you are so tough. Your sibling was in turmoil. We are family. Families benefit one another. I thought you'd be pleased that your money could be utilized for something beneficial rather than sitting in an account collecting dust. It was gathering security. It was building up peace of mind. Now it's time to thank your brother. He is quite relieved. You should have seen his expression when I told him the mortgage was current. He almost cried. He kept mentioning how fortunate he was to have a brother like you. I finally looked up at her. Really looked. She smiled, apparently proud of herself. She had taken $41,000 from me with no consent or discussion. And she sat on my couch, hoping for praise. How did you gain access to my account? It has security protocols. Linda appeared nervous for the first time. Well, I might have saved some of your old documents from when you lived at home. Social security card, birth certificate, and other related documents. I recall you proposing that you utilize our previous street address as a security response. It wasn't really difficult. Just a few phone calls and some forms. She had committed identity theft, fraud, and other crimes. She described it as if she had done me a favor. You had no right. I had every right. I'm your mama. I raised you. I fed, clothed, and provided for your educational needs. If anyone has the authority to decide what is best for this family, it is me. Something hot plunged into my chest. Clarity. You will thank me later, Linda said quietly as she stood and adjusted her clothes. You will understand once you have had enough time to think rationally. I did it for my family. I smiled as I glanced at her and the packet she had placed on my coffee table as a gift receipt. Not a genuine smile. Something else. If you think so, I replied kindly. She studied my countenance, trying to figure out if it was agreement or something else. She shrugged, kissed my forehead as if I were a child, and then left. The door clicked shut. I sat for 45 seconds. Then I picked up the phone. Except for the clicking of my refrigerator and computer, the flat was quiet. I sat at my kitchen table, a folder open beside me, and began documenting everything. Screenshots of my account history, photographs of payment confirmations, audio recordings that capture exactly what Linda said, timestamps and details, everything a lawyer would want. It was not a misunderstanding. This was a deliberate theft, with meticulous planning and execution. She had received my personal documents. She had impersonated me. She had bypassed security measures designed to prevent this. However, calling the bank immediately appeared inappropriate because it was overly reactive. If I reported this as fraud right now, Linda would get a lawyer. Ryan would circle the wagons. Mark would mediate, which meant encouraging me to drop it. I have seen this pattern before. Problems were absorbed. The consequences were spread. And those who create difficulties have learned nothing. Not this time. I spent an hour looking into bank fraud and identity theft protocols. The information was evident. If I reported it soon away, the bank would freeze everything, reverse the transaction, and possibly file a report with law enforcement. Ryan's mortgage payment would bounce. He'd be right back where he started, only worse, because bounced payments incur penalties and late fees. Linda would know exactly what I had done. There was poetry in that immediate outcome. But it seemed unnecessarily simplistic. They would simply feel abused by the bureaucracy. They would blame the system rather than themselves. 4 years ago, after the event with Mark and that old joint account, I decided to try something new. A fraud prevention method that goes beyond basic security. Any suspected action triggered an automated review period. Transfers may be reported and stored for 72 hours before being completely processed. I was paranoid back then, but it served as a safety net. I accessed my bank's app and proceeded to the security settings. The fraud review process was still in operation and Linda's payment confirmation date indicated that the transfer had place yesterday afternoon. Thus it was still inside the review window. I called the bank's fraud prevention service. When the individual responded, I respectfully informed them that I needed to report unlawful access. The representative's tone changed to professional and efficient. Then she asked what I wanted them to do. I want the transaction reversed and my account frozen. No one may access it except me in person with photo identification. We can definitely do that, Mr. Hale. Given the circumstances, we will need to file a formal fraud report. Because the amount surpasses our threshold, legal action will most likely be taken. I paused. This was the nuclear option. Nuclear. Can we postpone the law enforcement element for 36 hours? I would like to address this internally first. The representative paused. I understand the sensitivity, but I'd like to be explicit. If we reverse the transfer, we will tell the receiving institution. There will be fines and costs incurred. This will have immediate consequences. I understand. Reverse it. I'll handle this right now. The reversal will occur within an hour. I hung up and looked at the phone. Within an hour, $41,000 would be returned to my account and Ryan's mortgage firm would be notified that the payment had been blocked due to fraud. Linda's phone would ring, Ryan would worry, and we'd both realize I hadn't just accepted what had happened. I looked at the clock. 5:51. I wondered how long it would take. I made dinner, warmed up the leftover spaghetti and ate it at my table while working on my laptop. It was just another Tuesday, except that my phone was resting next to my plate. I turned up the volume and checked in every few minutes. 6:22. Nothing yet. 6:41. Still quiet. At 7:05 it buzzed. Linda sent a text message. Call me when you get a chance. There was no sense of urgency or dread, only a casual demeanor that suggested she had no idea what was coming. I didn't react. My phone flashed up at 7:12 with her name. I let it ring 5 times before responding. Thank God, Lucas. I've been trying to comprehend something. Her voice was perplexed. I'm not worried yet. Just perplexed. What is happening? It's the oddest thing. The mortgage company called about an hour ago to say there was a problem with the payment I made for Ryan. Something about it being reversible. I do not understand. I have the confirmation right here. I took a drink of coffee. That is strange. They say that the payment was recognized as illegal and reversed, but this makes no sense. I have all of the documentation. I followed the correct procedures. What techniques exactly? Linda stopped temporarily. I utilized your account details to complete the transaction. You are aware that we discussed this earlier, Linda. We did not talk about anything. You told me what you had previously accomplished. Yes, absolutely, but the point is that the payment was made appropriately. Therefore, I don't understand why it would be reversed. Do you think it's a bank error? I put down my coffee. It is not an error. This time, the pause lasted longer. What do you mean? I mean, I phoned the bank this afternoon to report the transaction as fraudulent, which it was, so they reversed it. The silence was so long that I pondered, checking to see if the call had been disconnected. When Linda spoke again, her tone had completely changed. What have you done? I reported fraud. You accessed my account without authorization, using stolen personal information, and transferred funds without my permission. That's typical deception. The bank agreed. Lucas, this is ridiculous. I'm your mama, and we are family. You cannot accuse your own kin of fraud based on a misunderstanding. This was not a misunderstanding. You knew exactly what you were doing. You were the one who planned it. You have my documents. You impersonated me. Linda, these are crimes. Several offenses. I was assisting your brother with my money without my consent. I heard movement on her end, including footsteps and a door closing. When she spoke again, her voice was lower and tighter. Do you have any idea what you just did? Ryan's payment failed to clear. The mortgage company is enforcing fines. He is about to lose his house because of you. He is likely to lose his home since he has not paid his mortgage in 3 months, and you committed fraud believing there would be no repercussions. This is ridiculous. You are willing to end your brother's life for money. I am ready to defend myself against theft, even if the perpetrator is my mother. After everything we've done for you and what this family has given you, something within me snapped, not into rage, but into ice-cold clarity. What has this family offered you, Linda? Was it actually handed to me? Because from where I sit, I've given you thousands of dollars throughout the years. I've bailed Ryan out more times than I can recall. I have paid Mark's medical expenses. I paid for family trips to which I was not invited. So what did I get? My mother believes that my bank account is community property. Nonetheless, my brother struggles to pay his own mortgage. That's not fair. Fair. Is it fair that Ryan got a new car for graduation and I got a card? Is it fair that you pay for his wedding while advising me to keep mine small? Was it right that you took my $41,000 emergency fund, which I had accumulated for years, and gave it to him without asking? Linda's voice cracked. I believed you would understand. I understand perfectly. You chose Ryan over me again, like you normally do. This time, however, there will be ramifications. Lucas, please. This is something we cannot address. Let me speak with the bank. No, the account is locked. Only I have access to it right now. You are unable to touch it. Ryan is unable to touch it. Nobody can. I overheard another sound over the phone. Car door sounds. Linda took a sharp intake of breath. Ryan just pulled up. He got a call from the mortgage company. He is entering. Lucas, you need to fix this right now. I'm not mending anything. You broke it. You deal with it. I hung up. My hands were shaking. Not from fear but rather from adrenaline. After years of swallowing words, they were finally spoken. My phone rang 4 minutes later. Ryan's number. I let it go to voicemail. He called right back, again and again. The 5th time, I responded. What the heck did you do? Ryan's voice was full of hatred. I reported the scam to my bank. You got my mortgage payment reversed. Do you have any idea what this will cost me? The fines alone total around $2,800. Furthermore, they are accelerating my foreclosure process. I now have 30 days instead of 90. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate? This is my home, Lucas, my house. And you just ruined it because of what? Are you furious with Linda? I am not angry at Linda. I reported a crime. She took $41,000 from me. That constitutes criminal theft. She was attempting to help me with money that was not her own. I saved money. I needed money. She had no right to handle the money. Ryan's laugh was harsh. What do you need the money for? You don't have children. You don't own a house. You do not have a wife. You just stay in your condo hoarding money while the rest of us try to live real lives. Each phrase felt like a smack, but underneath was confirmation of how my family saw me. Not as a person with desires and goals, but as a resource to be used when convenient. You're correct. I don't have those items. Would you like to know why? Because whenever I save enough for a down payment, someone in my family has an emergency. I've spent 16 years as everyone's backup plan. And every time I try to defend myself, you call me selfish because you are selfish. This is family, Lucas. Families benefit one another. Ryan, help works both ways. Or at least it should. When was the last time you helped me? When was the last time you asked if I needed something? Silence. That's what I thought. Linda claimed you almost burst into tears when she informed you that the mortgage had been paid. Did you cry because you were grateful or relieved that someone else had resolved your issue? This is different. It isn't. It is the exact same pattern. You make decisions that you cannot afford. Linda allows you, and I pay for it literally. The only difference this time was that I said no. You said no by committing fraud. I reported fraud. Linda entered my account unlawfully. She utilized stolen papers. She impersonated me. These are crimes. The only reason she is not in handcuffs right now is since I urged the bank to postpone the police report that halted him. What? The bank wants to file quickly. I requested 36 hours to handle things internally, but if Linda attempts anything else, that protection disappears. The cops become involved. She is charged. You are bluffing. Call the bank. Inquire about the fraud report submitted this afternoon. See if I am bluffing. More silence. I could hear breathing and conversations in the background. So what do you want? Money. An apology. I do not want anything from you, and I am not repairing anything I did not break. Then what is the point? Is this just to harm us? The point is about limits. The point is about the repercussions. The key is that my money belongs to me and no one else can make judgments about it. Fine, keep your money, but you are also keeping the guilt when I lose my house. No, Ryan, it is on you. You are 3 months overdue on your mortgage. How did this happen? Where is your money gone? He did not respond. The truck, I muttered as the pieces clicked together. You purchased a new vehicle 7 months ago. $49,000, when your old one worked properly. That is where your mortgage money went, was it not? My old truck had 152,000 miles and operated well. You wanted a new vehicle. You selected the new truck. When you could not afford both payments, you opted for the truck. Now you want me to feel guilty for not rescuing you from your own actions. You do not understand. I understand perfectly. You chose pride over duty. That is okay. But the repercussions are yours, not mine. Linda is weeping. She is weeping at the kitchen table. Linda is weeping because she was caught. You are really not going to help. I am really not. Then we are done. You and I. After this, we are over. Something inside of me calmed. Not sad. Relief. Okay. Okay. That is all you need to say. What else is there? You've stated your position clearly. I've stated it plainly. We disagree on whether stealing from relatives is appropriate. This appears to be a fairly basic distinction. Ryan hung up without saying another word. I sat there with my phone, hoping to feel something. Guilt, despair and fury. But all I felt was exhaustion, as if I'd been carrying a weight for years and had finally let it go. My cell phone vibrated. A text from Mark. Your mother is very unhappy. Call me. I looked at the message. Mark never gets involved in family dramas. He was responsible for maintaining order and ensuring that everything ran smoothly. I understood what calling him meant. He would like to make a compromise. The solution would require me to give Ryan money again, and I would be right back where I began. I turned off my phone and went to bed. I called in sick to work the next day, not because I was physically ill, but because I needed time to reflect. My phone remained off until midday. When I eventually turned it on, it displayed 42 missed calls, 26 text messages, and 5 voicemails. I didn't check any of them. Instead, I drove to the bank. Emily, the manager, greeted me with professional concern. I heard about it yesterday, Mr. Hale. I really apologize. Thank you. I need to make some changes to my account. We spent an hour sifting through everything. I canceled the savings account where the theft occurred and opened a new one with different numbers. I increased the security levels. I eliminated any recovery contacts my family might have. I changed every security question to something only I would know. Emily replied with sadness. I hate that you have to do this. But I get why. Has my mother tried to contact the bank? Emily hesitated. I am unable to discuss other customers, but I can assure you that any attempts to reverse the fraud reversal would be futile and would result in the police report we have on hold. Good. I left the bank feeling lighter. My money was secure. This time, it's actually secure. My phone rang as I was driving home. An unknown number. Lucas Hale is speaking. This is Sarah Mitchell from First National Mortgage. I'm calling regarding Ryan Hale's account. Our records show you as an authorized contact. I'm not an authorized contact. You have old information. I'm calling to discuss payment options for yesterday's return payment. I'm not discussing anything. The mortgage is Ryan's responsibility, not mine. I understand how delicate this is. However, I wanted to see if there could be a private deal to avoid foreclosure. So there it was. The mortgage company is looking for money from anyone connected to Ryan. There is no agreement. Ryan must handle this himself. Mr. Hale, your brother has 30 days before we proceed with the foreclosure. If there is any way you can assist him. Number. My family took $41,000 from me to pay Ryan's mortgage. The bank rejected it as fraudulent. That is why you are calling. Now you're attempting to shame me into freely surrendering money that I've already taken. The answer is no. Don't call this number again. I hung up and blocked the number. That evening Mark called. Lucas, what do we need to talk about in this situation? About what you're doing to this family. What am I doing? Mark. Linda stole from me. She committed fraud. She made an error. It is a mistake to use excessive salt in soup. This was calculated. She took my documents, impersonated me, and committed a crime. Mark sighed. Your family, not you, is incorrect about the legalities. Families work through difficulties. I did not make matters worse. I prevented a crime from having no consequences. Your mother is distraught. She hasn't eaten much in 3 days. Then perhaps she shouldn't have stolen $41,000. The money would have simply remained in your account. You weren't using it. So there it was. The essential belief. My money was not on my mind. That money represented my security, safety net, and future. Just because I'm not using it right now doesn't mean it's available for others to take. Nobody was taking. Your mother borrowed on Ryan's behalf without asking, without permission, and without a realistic repayment plan. That is taking. That is stealing. Silence. Then quieter. What do you want me to say? Your mother was mistaken. Okay, she was wrong. But what's done is done. The question is, what should we do next? We do nothing. Linda is struggling with the consequences of her decisions. Ryan deals with his, and I defend what is mine. If Ryan loses his house, he will lose it. This does not signify the end of the world. He can rent. He's capable of downsizing. He can make different choices. You sound extremely cold. I sound finished. I've been the family banker for 16 years, and the only time I draw a line I get chilly. I'm selfish. I'm wrecking the family. Have you heard how it sounds? Mark did not respond promptly. He changed his voice, making it sound older. Linda would like to know if you will attend Sunday dinner. No, Mark. I'm not sitting at a table pretending everything is fine when everyone believes I'm the villain. If you want to eat dinner with me, we can do so somewhere else. It's just us. However, I no longer prepare meals for my family. Are you truly willing to destroy this family for money? I am prepared to defend myself against those who think my boundaries are negotiable. If something destroys the family, it may not have been as strong in the first place. Mark hung up without a goodbye. I stood in my kitchen, phone in hand, feeling the gravity of what had just occurred. I had virtually cut myself off from my family. I waited for guilt to strike. It didn't arrive. Instead, I felt space, freedom to breathe, and relief from the constant fear of what disaster would strike next. I sat down at my laptop and finished something I'd been putting off for 4 years. I started looking for genuine homes in my price range. The next morning I called a realtor. 4 weeks later, I closed on a small townhouse with 3 bedrooms, a new kitchen, and a small garden. That was mine. I did not notify or invite my family, nor did I share any photos with them. I recently moved in on a Saturday with the help of 2 co-workers who had become close friends. Sitting on my couch in my living room on the first night in my new home, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. My phone had been silent. Linda stopped making daily calls. Ryan has stopped sending texts. Even Mark had stopped reaching out. I understood what it meant. I'd been cut off, excommunicated for having boundaries, and I was fine with it until 5 weeks later, when my doorbell rang on a Sunday afternoon. I looked through the peephole and saw Linda standing alone on my doorstep. There was no folder this time, just her pocketbook and a tired expression. I almost didn't open the door, but curiosity won. How did you find me? I contacted your workplace and informed them that I was your mother with an emergency. They gave me your new address. I made a mental note to report it to HR. What do you want? Can I come in? No. Linda flinched. Lucas, please. I just want to talk. We talked. You explained why you believed that stealing from me was justified. I explained that it wasn't. There is nothing more to say. Ryan lost his house. I didn't react. They foreclosed 3 weeks ago. He and Lauren are now staying with us. It is extremely crowded and cramped. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? Because you don't sound sorry. Perhaps I was slightly pleased. Not because Ryan was suffering, but because the consequences had arrived. What would you like me to say, Linda? I told you what would happen. Ryan had alternatives. He could have sold the truck. He might have worked more hours. He had the option of shrinking. He chose not to. That is on him. He is your brother. He's a 34-year-old man trying to figure out his own life. Linda's eyes filled with tears. This time, they were real. When did you become so hard? You stole $41,000 from me and expected me to thank you. I came to apologize. It astonished me. Okay. I apologize. I apologize for accessing your account without your permission. I am sorry I didn't ask. I apologize for justifying it by telling myself I was helping my family. The words were correct, but the delivery seemed odd, as if it had been rehearsed. Why now? Why apologize now, after 5 weeks of silence? Linda turned away. Because things are so bad at home. Ryan and Lauren are always fighting. Mark is stressed. The house is too small, and I hoped that if I apologized, you would agree to help. There it was. Not a genuine apology, but a transaction. No, Linda. Please, we need. I don't really care what you need. For 16 years, I cared. I gave. I made sacrifices. And as soon as I finished, you all cut me off as if I hadn't mattered. Things are difficult right now. And you suddenly remember that I exist. That is not family, Linda. This is exploiting people. We are not using you. Yes, you are. You've always been. And I'm done being exploited. I have my own life now. I own a house. My personal plans, which do not include funding for others' choices. Linda's face stiffened. The melancholy vanished. You've changed. No. I finally gave up pretending that what this family did to me was normal, acceptable, or loving. So that's all. You're going to abandon us. I'm going to live my life. You are welcome to participate as long as you stay within my boundaries. But if you can't, and all you want is access to my money, we're done. Linda looked at me for a long time. She turned and walked back to her car, saying nothing else. I closed the door and stood in my entrance, my hands trembling slightly and my pulse racing. I had just burned the last bridge, making it clear that there was no going back to the way things were. It felt both terrifying and liberating. 7 months later, I'm writing from my home office, which I converted from the second bedroom. I was promoted twice after separating from my family. It turns out that not constantly worrying about other people's problems helps you perform better at work. I haven't heard from Linda or Ryan in 6 months. Mark sends me quick, neutral texts on occasion to see if I'm still alive. I respond in the same manner. Last week I got an SMS from an unknown number. It was Lauren, Ryan's wife. I'm not sure you'll see this, but I wanted to let you know we're doing well. Ryan landed a better paying job. We are renting a small flat. It is not the house, but rather ours. Perhaps he had to lose everything. He is different now. Be more responsible. Anyway, I thought you should know. I did not respond, but I saved the message. Not because I wanted to reconcile, but because it reaffirmed my long-standing beliefs. Consequences educate. Enabling doesn't. I'm now dating someone, a woman I met at a coffee shop. She has no idea about my family's problems, other than that we are not close. She does not ask for specifics. She respects boundaries. It's refreshing. We're thinking about moving in together next year, possibly getting a dog and making our own life, rather than borrowing, stealing, or giving it away to others who don't appreciate it. Linda brought me a folder that day, which I still have. I kept it in a drawer as a reminder of what I got back, rather than what was stolen. My dignity, my boundaries, my life, and $41,000 that will never fall into the wrong hands.